The CEO was overjoyed when triplets were born. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Little did she know, amidst the chaos, she experienced another contraction. It turned out there was still another baby inside her. Overjoyed, she took her remaining young son and left the city, only daring to return after 3 years. To her surprise, the curtain of fate was drawn back once again. Jinjin, your daddy went up to the roof of the company building, and he is trying to commit suicide. Hurry up and come over. Huh. Zhangjin was startled by her mother's frantic call, causing her to jump up. Without even replying, she grabbed her phone and ran out of the dormitory of the Performing Arts Academy, not caring that the cold raindrops were soaking her as she sprinted toward the school gate. The academy was located on the edge of the city, where there were few passing vehicles, and no taxis in sight. Zhangjin grew anxious, running straight into the street and stretching her arms to block a speeding private car. Screech! Xiangming, the assistant, quickly slammed the brakes. The Bentley came to a stop just 10 centimeters away from Zhangjin. President Feng, are you okay? Xiangming asked, looking at his boss sitting in the backseat. I'm fine. Feng Beichen frowned and replied. At that moment, Zhangjin had already reached the car door and was knocking on the window, bending down to peer inside, repeatedly pleading, I have urgent business at Ganyuan Tower. Please take me there, please, I beg you. Xiangming pressed a button, and the car window slowly rolled down. When Feng Beichen's cold gaze fell on Zhangjin's wet face, he froze for a moment. Xiangming was about to yell at Zhangjin, but Feng Beichen spoke first, let her in. Oh. Surprised, Xiangming responded belatedly, unlocking the door to let Zhangjin sit in the passenger seat. Thank you, thank you. Zhangjin hurriedly thanked him, her anxious eyes fixed on the Bentley as it started and made a U-turn at the intersection ahead. No one spoke, and the atmosphere inside the car became tense. Feng Beichen stared at Zhangjin's profile through the dimming light. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like her figure overlapped with a shadow buried deep in his heart. Unfortunately, Zhangjin was entirely focused on her father and didn't he notice him glancing at her. After about 20 minutes of speeding through the city, they finally arrived at the destination Ganyuan Tower. The small square outside was bustling with noise. Ambulances and fire trucks were parked nearby, and a large inflatable airbag had been set up in front of the building. Security personnel, police, and firefighters were all on high alert, dispersing reporters and onlookers who were trying to get a shot of the scene. Before the car could even fully stop, Zhangjin flung the door open and jumped out. He jumped. Someone in the crowd screamed, and soon, other voices followed with exclamations. Boom! A heavy body fell straight from the 38th floor and hit the edge of the airbag before rolling to the ground. The scene immediately became chaotic, filled with screams and shouts. Oh my God! So tragic! Don't look, let us go. I can't believe it, it's horrifying. Zhangjin, who had been about to rush forward, suddenly felt her legs give way, and stars exploded in front of her eyes. No! Don't! Dad! Before she could finish shouting, she collapsed and fainted. 1 week later. The towering Qingxing Holdings Group building. Feng Beichen sat in his CEO office on the top floor, reviewing documents. Xiangming entered with a report, President Feng, the selection results are out. Please take a look. He handed over a file. Just tell me the key points. Feng Beichen's expression remained cold as he didn't even look up. He wasn't interested in such trivial matters. Xiangming hesitated for a moment before putting the file back. The selected candidate is Zhangjin, 19 years old, a sophomore at the city's Performing Arts Academy. Zhangjin. Feng Beichen repeated the familiar name, and her face from that rainy night when she had frantically stopped his car appeared in his mind. Xiangming sensed that his boss had remembered who Zhangjin was. He raised his voice, yes, she is the girl who stopped our car that night to rush to Ganyuan Tower. I noticed that she met your criteria, so I paid special attention to her family's situation. After her father's death, she had nowhere to turn. Before Xiangming could continue listing the recent news about Ganyuan Company and the Zhang family's turmoil, Feng Beichen raised his hand in irritation. Enough. Just choose her. Make sure to keep this confidential, and leave. He returned to his documents without looking at Xiangming, who was still standing in place. That evening at 8 p.m., Zhangjin arrived at the designated location at the scheduled time, nervously waiting. Tonight was supposed to be the seventh-day memorial for her father, and she should have been at home performing funeral rites, burning offerings. But after her father's suicide, she and her mother were kicked out of their home by creditors, who drained all their money. All their properties and the company had been frozen. If it weren't for her good friend taking them in, they would have been sleeping under a bridge. Unfortunately, things didn't get better. Her mother fell while begging relatives for money, hitting her head on a sharp stone, resulting in a skull injury. After surgery, she remained in a coma. Zhongjin was exhausted, managing her father's funeral and caring for her bedridden mother. The most difficult part was the enormous medical bills. With no money, relying on her friend's help wasn't a long-term solution. She tried to ask her boyfriend Ji Yunxiao's family for help, but as expected, they turned her away without even a word of consolation. Since her father's suicide, Ji Yunxiao and his family hadn't appeared, not even a phone call or a single message of sympathy. The man who had once pursued her with fervor seemed to have never existed. What saddened her the most, however, was her uncle's family. In a single night, they disappeared without a trace, never even showing their faces. If she couldn't raise the money to pay for her mother's medical bills, her mother would be forced to stop treatment, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Just then, she received a mysterious phone call asking if she would be willing to become a surrogate, with a payment of 2 million. With no choice, and willing to do anything to save her mother, she agreed immediately, underwent a full physical exam, and received another call this afternoon confirming she met the criteria. Today was her ovulation day, so they asked her to come and sign the agreement and pay their first deposit, after which the surrogacy process would begin. Screech. A black Mercedes pulled up beside her, snapping Zhongjin out of her trance. She couldn't help but tremble, her face pale as she looked at the window as it rolled down. Get in. Xiangming, sitting in the driver's seat wearing a black baseball cap and a large mask to conceal his face, gestured for Zhongjin to get in. Zhongjin had no choice but to open the back door and sit inside. Xiangming handed her the prepared agreement. Miss Zhang, please review it carefully and sign. 1 million will be transferred to your account first, and after the baby is born, the remaining 1 million will be paid. Also, for the child's health and to ensure successful conception, I must clarify in advance that this will require natural conception. Natural conception. Zhongjin paused as she looked at the contract. Her hands shook as she suddenly raised her eyes to stare at Xiangming. She knew what those 4 words meant: she would have to have relations with a stranger. Chapter 2, Prologue: The Untold Secret. But for the sake of her mother, there was no other choice. Okay. Zhongjin muttered through gritted teeth. She took the pen that Xiangming handed her, forcing herself to sign the last page of the agreement with all the willpower she had left. Xiangming, satisfied, took the contract back and drove to a nearby large parking lot. He retrieved a black cloth from the trunk and got out of the car, walking around to open the back door. I need to blindfold you, he said. Zhongjin silently closed her eyes and allowed him to do as he wished. Once the blindfold was in place, Xiangming helped her out of the car and into another vehicle. They then drove her to a secluded villa on the outskirts, where she was handed over to a female housekeeper. Miss, let me take you to the hot spring first. Afterward, I'll escort you to your room. As for what comes next, I believe you understand, the housekeeper said, her voice low as she helped Zhongjin into the bathroom. Zhongjin wasn't sure whether to shake her head or nod, but the housekeeper didn't wait for a response. Within moments, she had removed Zhongjin's clothes and guided her into the bathtub to soak. After 10 minutes or so, the housekeeper helped her out and rinsed her off. Afterward, she draped a thin bathrobe over Zhongjin, saying it was to make things more convenient. Zhongjin was nervous and extremely anxious. When her fingers ached from twisting the bedspread too much, she finally realized she was sitting on the edge of the bed. She frowned, ready to remove the blindfold. Just then, the door clicked open. Her hand froze instinctively. Feng Beichen's cold, dark eyes locked onto Zhongjin, who was sitting nervously on the bed. He walked over and sat beside her, his lips parting slightly as he spoke in a low voice, "Lie down." A faint scent of cologne filled Zhongjin's nostrils. She shrank to the side in fear, but as he spoke, she felt the man slowly move closer and grab her arm, forcing her to lie back on the bed. Zhongjin suppressed a soft moan as the man's warm breath brushed against her neck. She didn't know where to put her hands or feet. She knew that she was completely vulnerable, and any struggle would be futile. The man's large hand lifted the edge of her bathrobe, his fingers grazing her smooth skin, sending shivers down his spine. His breath grew heavier with each passing second. Zhongjin trembled all over. She turned her face away, keeping her eyes tightly closed in an attempt to block out his breath. She kept telling herself to endure. Are you scared? You're shaking so much, Feng Beichen asked in a hoarse voice, undoing his shirt buttons. I'm fine, just a little nervous, Zhongjin stammered, her voice trembling but still beautiful. Surprisingly, Feng Beichen didn't find it unpleasant. In fact, he took her hand and pressed it to his chest. If you're fine, then help me take off my clothes. Frozen for a moment, Zhongjin stiffly reached out to unbutton his shirt. Her hands were cold, and when they touched his body, it sent an unexpected feeling of wanting to protect her through him. This unfamiliar feeling startled Feng Beichen. In an instant, he snapped out of it and shook the thought off, grabbing her hand and pulling it away. You're too slow. That night, Zhongjin lost count of how many times she was tortured by the man. In the end, she was too exhausted to scream. She had no idea when she fell asleep. The next morning, when Zhongjin woke up, she found her eyes covered with a black cloth again. A pillow was placed beneath her hips. The man was gone, and the housekeeper, who had been standing by the bed, helped her get up, dressed, washed, and had breakfast. Miss, from now on, you are to stay here. You can't leave this villa, the housekeeper told her. But I need to make a phone call. I'll call for you. With the housekeeper's help, Zhongjin made the call to confirm that the deposit had been transferred and that all the hospital debts had been paid off. 10 days later, a private doctor arrived to conduct a blood test. Fortunately, she was successfully pregnant. The heavy burden on her heart was finally lifted, as according to the agreement, if she failed to conceive, she would have to sleep with the man again. After the confirmation, Zhongjin was secretly moved to a lake island to rest and ensure a healthy pregnancy. The island was located in a vast water area with no other residents. The only building was a villa, where the housekeeper accompanied her and allowed her to move freely. Not long after, a shipment of medical equipment arrived, along with a senior gynecologist. Zhongjin immediately recognized the doctor as her best friend's cousin, Xielan, but pretended not to know her. After a brief pause, Xielan carried on as though nothing had happened. Although life was simple and monotonous, Zhongjin was carefully looked after day by day. Before she knew it, she was 5 months pregnant. Xielan informed her that she was carrying twins. It was Zhongjin's first pregnancy, and it was twins. Her emotions were complicated as she gently touched her belly, remaining silent for a long time. A week before her due date, she began experiencing contractions. After several hours of labor, she still couldn't deliver. Even Xielan was worried and asked the housekeeper to call for a speedboat to take them to a nearby hospital. During the journey, Zhongjin gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The housekeeper was overjoyed and rushed to bring the children back to report to the employer. However, when Zhongjin clearly refused her offer of transportation, the housekeeper hurriedly left. Zhongjin got into Xielan's car, heading towards City A. Another wave of pain struck her, and Xielan quickly pulled over to check. To her surprise, there was another baby. Oh my god! This child must have been hidden behind the older twins during the last checkup. Xielan explained to Zhongjin. Excited, Zhongjin gripped Xielan's wrist. Aunt Lan, please don't tell the employer about this child. Please, I beg you. She had already lost 2 children and couldn't bear to lose another. Looking into Zhongjin's determined eyes, Xielan nodded and quickly drove the car into the woods. Soon, the sound of a baby crying filled the air. Aunt Lan, let me see the baby, Zhongjin said through clenched teeth, drenched in sweat. Chapter 3, Meeting Again on a Narrow Road. One morning 3 years later, in an old apartment building in City C. Chuck. The knock on the door woke Zhongjin up, and then her best friend when he shouted crisply, "Little bunny, open the tree hole." Before Zhongjin opened his eyes, the little girl lying next to him turned over nimbly, ran over, opened the door and let when he in. Helplessly sitting up and rubbing his eyes, Zhongjin said hoarsely, "Why so early?" When he had wet hair and a towel wrapped around it. He hugged his arms and pouted with disgust, "It's getting late. Hurry up and get on the bus back to City A. If you're late, you'll ruin the interview. Thank you, my beloved concubine, for your kindness. I will get up and dress myself right away." Zhongjin forced a smile at her, trying to make her laugh. TSK. How dare you say something as corny as moaning in bed? But when he didn't appreciate it, she just took the little girl's chubby hand and ignored her completely. Chenyu baby, come here, auntie he will take you to brush your teeth and wash your face. Zhongjin had no choice but to get off the bed, put on slippers and go to the closet to look for suitable clothes. But she heard the cute and handsome little boy say, Auntie our kindergarten teacher said that parents should try not to use double words when talking to me. For example, when talking about brushing teeth, you don't need to say brush teeth, because I'm already grown up. Poof. Zhongjin and when he almost burst out laughing at the same time. The two girlfriends looked at each other and held back. Okay, Zhongchenyu, you are right. Auntie will pay attention to it in the future. When he restrained her expression and responded seriously. If she wasn't in a hurry to catch the bus, Zhongjin really wanted to go over and give her son and best friend a good hug. Over the past 3 years, she was lucky to have them by her side to accompany her through the lowest moments of her life, otherwise she might not have been able to hold on and would have gone crazy. After washing and dressing up, Zhongjin came out of the room and looked at little Zhongchenyu, whose little hands were resting on the edge of the coffee table, writing English letters with a serious look on his face. His serious look really made her feel pity for him. Little Baozi, stop writing and have breakfast first. She sat on the sofa and put her head and face against her son to iron. Zhongchenyu didn't even raise his head, and frowned. Zhongjin, please call me by my academic name Zhongchenyu. I'm writing English letters now, please don't distract me, okay? You should hurry up and catch the bus. Oh, Zhongjin was embarrassed, her sensible son made her look immature. Look, this is the real-life version of a genius son and a stupid mother, right? If you tell others that Mr. Zhongchenyu came out of your belly, I'm afraid no one will believe it. When he on the side did not forget to add insult to injury to Zhongjin. My son was so young and you taught him addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Then, as if that wasn't enough, you taught him the 26 letters of the alphabet. I'm warning you, don't let my son grow old before his time. Zhongjin glared at her bestie in annoyance. Okay. Go and drive the car. When he and Zhongchenyu said in unison. Zhongjin couldn't help but frown. When he quickly stuffed her bag into her arms and pushed her out the door, reminding her, remember to watch the movie Zhenhuan that I downloaded for you on the way. Imagine the ups and downs of the workplace and be prepared to avoid pitfalls. Turning around, Zhongjin retorted, I've watched that drama countless times. It has nothing to do with the workplace. Oh, you guys are so noisy. Little Zhongchenyu pouted in protest. Zhongjin made a wronged face at him and pouted innocently. When he couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice, if you don't leave now, you will be too late. Looking at his watch, Zhongjin cursed softly, waved his hand and ran towards the elevator. After rushing and hurrying, I finally got on the bus to City A. We arrived 2 hours later and hailed a taxi to the headquarters building of Qinxing Holding Group. Fortunately, the interview is not until 11 o'clock, so there is still plenty of time. Zhongjin went to the front desk to inquire. The uniformed female receptionist was about to give her instructions when her eyes suddenly lit up. She straightened her back and clasped her hands in front of her. Inexplicably, he turned around and looked in the direction of her gaze. He saw several men in suits and leather shoes walking in from the lobby door. The man in the lead, who stood out like a crane among chickens, looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Hello, Mr. Feng. The female receptionist bowed to the man. Oh. He is Feng Beichen, the CEO of Qinxing Holding Group. After Zhongjin confirmed his identity, he couldn't help but look at him twice. Feng Beichen nodded lightly in response to the greetings from the employees in the lobby. His eyes inadvertently passed by Zhongjin and immediately turned back. Xiangming behind him also noticed Zhongjin's presence. What the hell, why is she here? Feng Beichen recovered quickly, collected his thoughts and walked into the elevator first without changing his pace. After he stopped, he turned his head and glanced at Xiangming, who immediately understood, took out his mobile phone and walked over to make a call. The exclusive elevator arrived, Feng Beichen walked into the elevator compartment, Xiangming followed in hurriedly, leaving the other subordinates to bow and see him off. After the elevator door closed, Xiangming also hung up the phone and reported in a low voice, Boss Feng, she is here to interview for the position of junior secretary. Feng Beichen hesitated for 2 seconds and ordered, let her take part in the interview, but don't hire her. Yes. Xiangming did not dare to delay and made another call to get it done. Therefore, Zhang Jun, who had no idea what was going on, was simply told by the interviewer, Zhang Junyan, the director of the CEO's secretary office, to go back and wait for news. Zhang Jun was a smart person. She could tell from Zhang Junyan's attitude that she had no hope, so after leaving Qinxing Holdings, she immediately bought a newspaper and sat in a small park to check out job advertisements and house rentals. Ever since she fled to City C with her newborn son to live with her best friend when he 3 years ago, she has only returned to the nursing home in City A to visit her comatose mother in the middle and end of each month. But now, when he, who graduated from the journalism department of C University, has been recruited by a city TV station. She herself has also graduated from a junior college, so it is time for her to move back to a city and settle down. Finding a job and a house became their urgent needs. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Jun, led by the real estate agent, looked at several houses, but either the rent was too high or the environment was too bad, and he didn't find any that he liked. As the night deepened, she dragged her tired body back to her good friend Fang Xinping's detached house to stay overnight. Fang Xinping is the illegitimate daughter of the wealthy Fang family. She is a high school classmate of Zhang Jun. The two are more than good friends, but less than best friends. This time, it was she who informed Zhang Jun that Qinxing Holdings was recruiting a secretary. She entered the house with the password and turned on the large crystal chandelier in the living room. The dazzling light made Zhang Jun squint her eyes and look around. After confirming that Fang Xinping was not at home, she immediately put her hands on her shoulders, picked up her bag and staggered into the guest room. Buzz. The phone vibrated in my trouser pocket at the right moment. Zhang Jun took it out and saw that the incoming call number was Fang Xinping, so he picked up the phone immediately. Hello. When are you coming home? Zhang Jun, come to the door quickly. Fang Xinping said this and hung up. Hearing her urgent tone, Zhang Jun didn't dare to delay. He turned around, opened the hall door, stood in front of the courtyard gate and looked around. There was no sign of Fang Xinping outside. What was going on? Chapter 4. Is he crazy? Suddenly, the sound of a car engine came from the direction of the intersection, and a Bentley drove to the gate and stopped. The person in the driver's seat was Fang Xinping, and in the back seat, there seemed to be a man leaning against it. Zhang Jun quickly opened the door and went out to greet him. Fang Xinping got out of the car, opened the back door, pointed at the man and said to Zhang Jun, "Quick, help me get him into their house." Zhang Jun responded and wanted to work with her to get the man out, but at this moment Fang Xinping's cell phone rang. Fang Xinping cursed and went to the roadside to answer the phone. Zhang Jun lowered his head and glanced at the man. Isn't this handsome face with sharp edges Feng Beichen? Zhang Jun leaned over to look at him like a demon. Water. I want water. Feng Beichen murmured with his eyes closed, a strange red cloud floating on his cheeks. Is this Feng Beichen Fang Xinping's current boyfriend? Zhang Jun looked at him suspiciously, and then turned to look at Fang Xinping, who was arguing with the person on the other end of the phone. It is known that Fang Xinping has been on and off with her first love, but she still has some connection with him. Seeing how excited she is while talking on the phone, she is probably still having trouble with her boyfriend. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Fang Xinping suddenly growled, hung up the phone, rushed over in high heels and said to Zhang Jun, "Honey, I have to go out for a while. Please help me get this man into the house first, please." After that, she turned around and ran to the intersection. Hey, come back first, Zhang Jun wanted to call Fang Xinping. But Fang Xinping had already stopped a taxi, got in without paying any attention to her shouting, and drove away. A sweaty hand suddenly reached out to Zhang Jun's wrist. Feng Beichen opened his scarlet eyes and murmured, "Give me water, water." Oh. Zhang Jun looked around, took out a bottle of mineral water from the sundry's bag, opened the lid, and stuffed it into his hand. But seeing that he seemed unable to drink the water on his own, she had no choice but to put the bottle to his mouth and pour it in. Feng Beichen gulped down a few gulps of water, his eyes regained some of their spirit, and he looked at Zhang Jun intently. "Do you want to drink more?" Zhang Jun asked, pointing to the water bottle. Feng Beichen stared at her motionlessly, which made her hair stand on end. She screwed the bottle cap back into the bag awkwardly, then leaned towards him. "Come, I'll help you into their house." As soon as she finished speaking, the man's two big hands quickly grabbed her neck and dragged her into the car. Zhang Jun let out a scream, but her delicate body was held tightly by him. He even buried his head and kissed her neck madly. What's going on? Is he crazy? Zhang Jun struggled hard, scratching and clawing at him with his hands. Feng Beichen pinched her cheeks, pried open her tightly closed teeth, and thrust his hot tongue with a strong masculine scent into her, stirring rapidly. All the sounds seemed to be swallowed by him. No matter how Zhongjin shouted, it was in vain. She was completely crazy. She freed one hand and tried to find something to hit him with, but she saw the crystal ball ornament on the back seat. She immediately grabbed it and hit him hard on the back of the head. Feng Beichen groaned muffledly, rolled his eyes, and then his huge body fell into the seat. Zhongjin quickly exited the car, slammed the door shut, and gasped for air. It was obvious that Feng Beichen had been drugged, and the person who drugged him was most likely Fang Xinping. What should we do now? How should we deal with this Mr. Feng? Fang Xinping asked her to help him into their house, but she was unwilling and dared not to move him again, for fear that he would do something inappropriate to her if he woke up. Just when he was at a loss as to what to do, the sound of the cell phone vibrating reached Zhongjin's eardrum. It wasn't her cell phone that was ringing. She hadn't brought it out just now. Then, she looked around and saw a diamond black cell phone lying on the ground. The name displayed on the screen was exactly Zhang Junyan. To answer or not to answer? Zhongjin bit his finger, his mind was running at full speed, and finally he decided to accept it. Zhongjin answered the call just before it was about to be disconnected and said softly, "Hello. Who are you?" "This is the cell phone of our president phone." Zhang Junyan asked in surprise. Zhongjin was speechless for a moment, wondering whether he should just say his name. But he was afraid of causing misunderstanding. "Speak up. You took our CEO Feng's cell phone but didn't tell us who you are. What do you want?" Seeing that she didn't say anything for a long time, Zhang Junyan raised her voice and questioned her. "Secretary General Zhang, my name is Zhongjin, the person you interviewed this morning." Zhongjin gritted his teeth and introduced himself. "It's you?" Zhang Junyan screamed, and after a pause, she said in a low voice, "Boss Feng is with you, right? Tell me the address, and I'll be there right away." As soon as Zhongjin said the address, the person on the other end quickly hung up. "Oh. I was exhausted all day today, and I didn't expect to be tossed like this in the evening." Zhongjin clenched her fingers and looked through the window into the car from time to time to see what Feng Beichen was doing. She had already thought about how to respond to Zhang Junyan's questioning later. So half an hour later, when Zhang Junyan and Xiang Ming both arrived, she calmly faced their slashing looks. After checking the injury on the back of Feng Beichen's head, Xiang Ming went crazy and sternly asked Zhongjin, "How did you beat him like this?" Zhongjin swallowed his saliva and said, "I saw him asking for water, so I fed him a few sips. I didn't expect him to get mad and start touching me. He would do something to you." Zhang Junyan shouted in a piercing voice, "Isn't it all because you drugged him?" "I didn't drug him." Zhongjin opened her eyes wide and denied it firmly. "If she didn't do it, don't accuse her of anything." "Then how did he get here?" Xiang Ming asked again. "I don't know. Anyway, when I came out, I saw his car parked here. I recognized him and realized that something was wrong with him. He wanted some water, so I did my duty and gave him some. It's that simple." Zhongjin said everything he could say, and he left out everything he couldn't say vaguely. He was very loyal and didn't mention Fang Xinping at all. "Don't talk to her. I think we should just call the police," Zhang Junyan suggested with gritted teeth. "No." Xiang Ming decisively dispelled Zhang Junyan's idea. His concerns were not something she could understand. What a bad fate this is. More than 3 years have passed, and he thought Feng Beichen and Zhongjin would never have any intersection again. Unexpectedly, they met again strangely, and under such circumstances. Then, why don't we take her back first and deal with her after President Feng wakes up? Zhang Junyan suggested after hesitating for a moment. "Well, this is better." Xiang Ming nodded. "When Feng Beichen wakes up, it will be his business how he wants to deal with Zhongjin, and no one else will be to blame." Zhang Junyan's eyes moved to Zhongjin and she shouted, "Come with us. Otherwise you will die a miserable death." This kind of threat could not scare her, but she had no choice but to go with them. Zhongjin resigned herself to her fate and sat silently in the passenger seat of the Bentley. She lowered her head and did not look at Xiang Ming, who started the car. She was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Junyan, who sat in the back seat to serve the still unconscious Feng Beichen. Chapter 5 Trial. The Bentley sped towards the East District. Zhongjin knew that the wealthy area of the city was over there. Her mind was in a mess, wondering what Fang Xinping's intention was in getting Feng Beichen into their house. A mess, it's hard to cut it, and it's hard to sort it out. So he looked out of the car window board. At this moment, the car turned into a private driveway. Zhang saw the rippling waves under the moonlight and realized that they had arrived at Luxiu Lake. Soon, the car pulled over in front of a luxurious independent villa. Xiangming and Zhang Junyan got out of the car to help Feng Beichen out, and a maid came out of the villa to help. You, come out. Zhang Junyan, who had a chance, turned around, stared at Zhang Jin and gave a cold order. Zhang Jin had no choice but to get down from the ground, and was escorted by Zhang Junyan like a prisoner into the magnificently decorated living room. Seeing Xiangming and the maid helping Feng Beichen up to the second floor, Zhang Jin looked around at the environment and furnishings, and then stepped aside when he saw Zhang Junyan calling for a private doctor. After Zhang Junyan ended the call, she pointed at a door and ordered Zhang Jin to go in, then slammed the door from the outside and temporarily locked Zhang Jin up. Zhang Jin looked at this room that looked like a worker's room, and decided to make the best of it. He sat on the soft bed, leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes and meditated. Not long after, he gradually sank into a deep sleep. Hey! Wake up! Get up quickly! Zhang Jin heard Zhang Junyan's sharp voice calling out and thought he was dreaming, so he raised his hand to rub his eyes. Zhang Junyan was very impatient with her slow reaction and immediately kicked her foot with her high-heeled feet. After being kicked, Zhang Jin opened his eyes wide reflexively, then suddenly woke up, sat up straight and stared at Zhang Junyan. Zhang Junyan frowned tightly and glared at Zhang Jin with disdain. You did something so evil, and yet you can still sleep peacefully. Come with me now. Something that is against the will of heaven and earth. Zhang Jin stood up suddenly, but saw Zhang Junyan turned around and walked towards the open door after she finished speaking, without even looking at her. Zhang Jin bared his teeth at the back of Zhang Junyan's head, but she did not fight back immediately. Instead, she chose to endure and remain silent. She had to adapt to the situation, because after thinking about it again and again, she felt that it was very strange that Fang Xinping brought Feng Beichen back to the detached house. Zhang Junyan led Zhang Jin up to the second floor, opened the first door on the right, turned on the light, and sat down in the first sofa chair. She pointed coldly at the long sofa chair and asked Zhang Jin to sit there. Zhang Jin guessed that this was the study room, so he sat down calmly as she instructed. Zhang Junyan pointed to the paper and pen on the long coffee table and said coldly, "Write down everything that happened tonight." Zhang Jin turned his head slightly and stared at Zhang Junyan. He really wanted to ask her what right she had to talk to her in such an attitude. Zhang Junyan felt her hair stand on end at Zhang Jin's sharp eyes. Just as she was about to shout at him to scare him away, she heard footsteps at the door. The two women looked at each other at the same time. It turned out to be Xiangming. He came closer and stared at Zhang Jin without blinking, but he asked Zhang Junyan, "What? You haven't explained what happened yet." Seeing that someone had come to help her, Zhang Junyan raised her chin and shouted at Zhang Jin, "Are you going to write it or not?" Zhang Jin gritted his teeth, held his breath, reached out to pick up the pen, leaned over and began to write on the paper. She wrote a few simple lines without mentioning Fang Xinping at all. She finished writing what she could explain and put the pen down in front of Zhang Junyan. Xiangming and Zhang Junyan watched the content together. After a few seconds, they looked up at Zhang Jin with different expressions. "Do you think we are fools?" Zhang Junyan was the first to attack, glaring at Zhang Jin. "You think you can get away with just writing a few words?" Xiangming hesitated for a moment, then whispered, half persuading and half threateningly, "Ms. Zhang, if you are unwilling to give us an explanation, we will have no choice but to call the police." "Call the police." Zhang Jin was stunned for a second, but she quickly recovered and said calmly, "Okay, let's call the police." After hearing this, Xiangming and Zhang Junyan were stunned. They had never expected Zhang Jin to be so confident. There was another sound of steady footsteps outside the door. Zhang Jin slowly turned his head to look, and saw a tall and straight figure striding into the door. Zhang Junyan quickly stood up, but Feng Beichen went straight to sit in the leather chair behind the desk, his cold eyes fixed only on Zhang Jin. "What's your name?" "My name is Zhang Jin." Zhang Jin swallowed and responded while looking around him. There were several bloody scratches on his neck that were clearly visible from her scratching. Feng Beichen's expression turned extremely cold as Zhang Jin's gaze shifted away, and even the temple on his forehead was throbbing violently. "Do you know who I am?" His cold voice contained anger that was about to explode. This man was so powerful and fierce that Zhongjun didn't dare to look him in the eye. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth, "Of course I know." Xiangming's body trembled, and he looked at Zhongjun guiltily. Feng Beichen on the other side was already speaking again. "How do you know me?" Zhongjun licked his dry lips subconsciously. "I don't know you formally. I have seen your photo in magazines before. This afternoon I went to your company for an interview and saw you, Mr. Feng, from a distance." "Oh, that's how it is." He thought the previous deal was exposed. Xiangming relaxed his tense shoulders slightly. The murderous intent in Feng Beichen's cold eyes faded a little, but he still stared at her. "Okay, then tell me how I met you there tonight, and how you beat me up like this." "I don't know how you got there. When I went out, I saw your car parked there, and then I saw you sitting in the back seat." Zhongjun tried his best to deny everything. "You are lying with your eyes open." Zhang Junyan couldn't help but interrupt. She pointed at Zhongjun with anger on her face. "Have you forgotten that there are surveillance cameras and dashcams in this world?" Zhongjun looked back at her seriously and asked, "Secretary Zhang, if the surveillance and dashcam have already given you the truth, then why do you want me to write a written report to explain what happened? If you think I have done something that is against the law, why don't you just call the police?" "You?" Zhang Junyan was speechless due to her rapid-fire questioning. "Okay." Feng Beichen said at the right time, "You two go downstairs first, I will ask her alone." "Yes, Mr. Feng." Xiangming and Zhang Junyan responded respectfully at the same time. They also shot a warning look at Zhongjun and went out to close the door. Feng Beichen leaned back on the chair, propped one elbow on the armrest, and stroked his angular chin with 2 fingers. His cold eyes flashed with an ambiguous light as he looked at Zhongjun. "How did you know that we at Qinxing are recruiting?" The powerful pressure from him made Zhongjun feel a little frightened, and she felt her palms were full of sweat. But she could never say that it was Fang Xinping who provided the recruitment information, the recruitment advertisement in the newspaper. Chapter 6. He is so weird, she is a little scared. Feng Beichen remained motionless and continued to ask, "What position are you applying for? Secretary or clerk?" Zhongjun answered, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart. He stopped asking about what happened tonight and turned to attack why she applied for the job. "Then introduce yourself." Zhongjun looked up at him in surprise. Seeing him staring at her with an analytical look, she blinked quickly and said, "Hello, Mr. Feng. My name is Zhongjun. I'm 22 years old. I'm here to apply for the position of secretary in the secretarial office of your group company." Feng Beichen's posture remained unchanged, his deep eyes were calm and no one could guess what he was thinking at this moment, or what his reaction would be next. Zhongjun felt like she had become a microorganism under a microscope, about to be cut open, decomposed, and have her insides seen by Feng Beichen, who was sitting there staring at her without blinking. She was uneasy, anxious and at a loss. In comparison, Feng Beichen is more confident and imposing. "You are hired." The corners of his thin lips suddenly curled up and he said something that shocked Zhongjun. "What? Don't you believe you will be hired?" Feng Beichen asked. He is so weird, she is a little scared. Zhongjun held his breath, his little motor in his mind spinning furiously. Should he accept the job, or resolutely refuse? "Come to the company on Monday morning. You can leave now." Feng Beichen said directly, completely seeing through her thoughts that she did not refuse immediately but acquiesced. "Well, it's a good thing to be hired." Zhongjun straightened his back and said with great determination, "Boss Feng, don't worry, I have received professional secretarial training and I have the ability and confidence to help you handle your official business. No, you don't need to interfere in official affairs. This time I hired you to take care of my personal affairs." There was an unfathomable light in Feng Beichen's eyes. "Our private matters?" Zhongjun stood there in shock, staring at him. "I need a personal secretary. The salary is 20,000 yuan, which is twice the salary of a junior secretary." Feng Beichen slowly spread out the bait. Zhongjun's eardrums instantly caught onto the 3 extremely attractive words, 20,000 yuan. If he had such a high salary, he could find a kindergarten with a better environment for baby Qianyu, and he could also afford his mother's hospitalization fees. "Okay, I can do it. I will definitely serve Mr. Feng attentively, and be available 24 hours a day to take care of your personal affairs." She immediately imitated Xiangming and Zhang Junyan, standing by Feng Beichen with her hands down. "Well, let Special Assistant Xiang and Secretary General Zhang come up to see me." Feng Beichen nodded. After receiving the instructions, Zhang Jin respectfully left the room and closed the door. Phew! Was this a blessing in disguise? Or was it a mistake? Zhang Jin shook his head desperately. Who cares? Think about the 20,000 yuan salary. If you don't bend your back, you're a fool. After hurriedly going downstairs, Zhang Jin gestured to Zhang Junyan and Xiang Ming, who looked at her after hearing their voice. Boss Feng asked you two to go to the study to find him. Zhang Junyan stared at her sharply, but Xiang Ming had already seen the clue from Zhang Jin's expression, and pulled Zhang Junyan upstairs without saying anything. At this time, a maid chased after Zhang Jin, who was walking towards their hall door, and said, Miss Zhang, Mr. Feng asked me to call a private car for you. Please wait at the gate for a while and the car will be here soon. I didn't expect Feng Beichen to ask someone to call a private car for her. Zhang Jin nodded randomly and stood outside the gate. 2 or 3 minutes later, a Didi private car came to pick her up, and she soon returned to Fang Xinping's independent house. This night was like a dream. She pinched her arm hard and screamed in pain, "Arr!" Everything was so real. She screamed excitedly a few more times. God had opened his eyes. She had suffered for so long, and the goddess of luck finally came to favor her. The top priority right now is to get everything in order. But after entering the house, he found that Fang Xinping had not come back, so he called her, but her phone was turned off. Zhang Jin then called Wen He to report the good news of finding a job. As soon as the call was connected, she couldn't wait to shout, "My dear Wen He, Lian found a job. And it's a monthly salary of 20,000. Wen He, who was still drowsy, immediately woke up and said in a hoarse voice, "Wow! Your Majesty, don't say anything now. Go find a rental house and settle down. Then send me the address. I will take Xiao Baozi with me and fly to City A this afternoon." Zhang Jin originally had a lot of excitement in his heart that he needed to share with someone, but after hearing her say that, he swallowed it back immediately. "Okay, let's talk when we meet." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jin quickly washed up, searched for the only 2 eggs in Fang Xinping's empty refrigerator, cooked them and ate them, then rushed to the street to look for rental information from a real estate agency. In order to make it convenient for himself and when he to go to work, the rent must be cheap, the living environment must be relatively quiet, and there must be a kindergarten nearby for his son to attend. Zhang Jin racked his brains and ran around until he was sweating profusely before he found a place that came with old furniture and could be moved in directly. It was already noon, and he didn't have time to eat lunch. After sending the location to Wen He tidied the house as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the landlord had already cleaned it very well. After washing her hands, she sat down on the old sofa and ate a piece of bread. She was still thinking about Fang Xinping, so she called her, but her phone was still turned off. Buzz! The phone suddenly vibrated in her hand. Zhang Jin saw that the incoming call was from a group of expensive serial numbers. She wanted to ignore it, but she picked it up somehow. However, the other party did not give her a chance to speak, and asked coldly, "Where are you now? Tell me your address." "Oh. It's Feng Beichen." Zhang Jin didn't dare to be negligent, but tried to speak calmly. "Boss Feng, hello, what are you doing? The driver will pick you up at 6 o'clock. Feng Beichen's voice was mechanical and without a trace of warmth. "What's going on?" His incoherent words left Zhang Jin completely confused. "Boss Feng. The primary task of a personal secretary is to be on call 24 hours a day, understand?" Feng Beichen's cold voice came through. Although it was pleasant enough to make the ears pregnant, the powerful aura still made Zhang Jin feel under great pressure. Unable to refute him, Zhang Jin could only ask again awkwardly, "Okay, Mr. Feng, but can I ask why you asked the driver to pick me up? Didn't they agree to start work next Monday? What did it mean that they suddenly sent a driver to pick her up? You'll know when you come." Feng Beichen said this and hung up without hesitation. Zhang Jin put down her phone and stared at the screen, constantly telling herself to be patient. Who told her that she would have to rely on his salary to live in the future? I sent the address of the rental house by text message, and so that it was already 5:30. Time was running out, so I quickly washed my face, changed into the dress I brought with me, and went out. I left the key at the property management company to ensure that Wen He and Chen Yu could get into the house. Chapter 7 full of questions. After giving the instructions, Zhang Jin walked out of the gate of the community and immediately saw Feng Beichen's Bentley parked by the driveway. She was quickly sent to the headquarters building of Qinxing Group, and then the exclusive driver called Feng Beichen. "Mr. Feng, Miss Zhang is here." "Old rules," Feng Beichen ordered calmly. The driver waited until the other party hung up before coming over to ask Zhang Jun to get out of the car. At this time, Zhang Junyan appeared, hurriedly walked over to look up and down at the dress Zhang Jun was wearing, and said disdainfully, "Why are you dressed like this? You are going to a party." Feng Beichen didn't say what he wanted Zhang Jun to do specifically on the phone, and Zhang Jun thought he had put on the most respectable clothes, so he explained, "Boss Feng didn't say he wanted to attend the banquet, so I." "But you can't wear a cheap set to meet me." Zhang Junyan stared at Zhang Jun with a look full of hostility. "Humph, I don't know what tricks this woman used to make Feng Beichen forgive her for beating him and even hired her as his personal secretary." Zhang Jun also saw clues from Zhang Junyan's eyes. Based on her female sixth sense, she noticed that Zhang Junyan repeatedly expressed jealousy and hatred towards her. Har suddenly realized that Zhang Junyan has a crush on Feng Beichen. However, Zhang Jun knew that he had to endure it to the end, and it was not the time to have a conflict. No matter how angry she was, Zhang Junyan couldn't do anything about the taciturn Zhang Jun, so she shouted fiercely, "Follow me." As she spoke, she turned and walked towards the elevator. Zhang Jun kept his head down and followed in small steps carefully. The two of them came to the office area on the top floor and turned into a room. Zhang Junyan went straight to open the large wardrobe by the wall, took out a dress from it, threw it on Zhang Jun, and said coldly, "Take it and change into it, you only have 5 minutes." Even though Zhang Jun had a lot of questions in her mind, she knew that no matter how many times she asked Zhang Junyan, she would not get an answer. So she simply said nothing, walked into the bathroom, quickly changed her clothes, straightened her hair in front of the mirror, and played with her long hair. "Knock, knock." Zhang Junyan knocked on the door and raised her voice, "Time's up." Zhang Jun had no choice but to grab her high-end imitation bag, open the door and walk out. Zhang Junyan folded her arms and glared at her coldly, "Let's go." After that, she took the lead as usual. Zhang Jun followed her silently. In the huge floor, every door was closed because all the employees had gone off work. Arriving in front of Feng Beichen's CEO office, Zhang Junyan stopped, suddenly turned around and glanced at Zhang Jun with resentment, then raised her hand and knocked on the door. After receiving a response from the man inside, she opened the door and said respectfully and softly, "CEO Feng, Miss Zhang is ready." "Well, let her in." Feng Beichen said calmly, his eyes still fixed on the computer screen, without even raising his head, "Director Zhang, please organize the content of today's meeting and send it to my email." Zhang Junyan answered yes and walked past Zhang Jun and left, but she still did not forget to look at Zhang Jun with a resentful and threatening look. She really couldn't understand how this ordinary-looking woman could win the favor of Feng Beichen. "Lucky, you can't see anything you shouldn't see." Zhang Jun chose to ignore Zhang Junyan's glare, took a deep breath and walked into the room, gently closed the door, walked to the desk and stood still. "Mr. Feng." Feng Beichen then looked up at her, "Well, come with me to a place, remember to cooperate with me, keep smiling, and don't talk if you can." Although his voice was extremely light, it was very magnetic and felt like it soothing the ears. It took Zhang Jun 2 seconds to come back to his senses, and he quickly responded, "Yes." Feng Beichen's eyes returned to the laptop screen and he clicked the mouse to save the file, bring the bag over and pack the laptop. Zhang Jun saw the computer bag next to him, took it, walked around to close the laptop, put it away, and packed it. Feng Beichen went to the clothes rack in the corner, took out his suit and put it on, then strode towards the door, "Hurry up and follow me." Zhang Jun hurriedly picked up her bag, followed closely behind Feng Beichen, got into the special elevator and went downstairs. No matter if you meet a big star or a supermodel later, don't make a fuss. Be calm and keep smiling. Feng Beichen's instructions were to give her a shot of prevention. "Oh, okay." Zhang Jun responded quickly, nodding his head, "I remember it all." She is not a fan of celebrities. Besides, that kind of thing requires money. Ever since her family went bankrupt, she has been struggling to make a living every day. How can she have the energy to do that? "Tidy up my clothes," Feng Beichen said. "R." Zhang Jun exclaimed in surprise. His words were so jumpy that she couldn't keep up at all. Feng Beichen turned his head to look at her and emphasized, "Don't understand." "No, it's not." Zhang Jun shook his head repeatedly to deny it, turned around to face him, and looked at his clothes carefully. His tie was a little crooked and his suit was a little uneven, and she straightened it out one by one with a slightly clumsy move. At this moment, the elevator shook inexplicably, then stopped moving, and the lights went out instantly. R. Zhongjin couldn't help but scream out, and her whole body began to tremble involuntarily. This is a sequelae she suffered after her family encountered an accident. If there is no light in an unfamiliar environment, she will be terrified and at a loss. A pair of strong arms stretched out in front of him, holding her in his arms and patting her gently. Feng Beichen said lightly, "Don't be afraid." He quickly took out his mobile phone and called for help. Zhongjin was shivering the whole time, and she was trying hard to squeeze into that warm place. At first, Feng Beichen still held her with one hand, but later, feeling her growing fear, he naturally held her tightly in his arms. A hint of warmth mixed with a strong masculine scent came through, and Zhongjin's inner fear was slowly repelled. A sense of stability made her feel much better. "Mr. Feng, are you okay?" a voice came from outside the elevator asking. "No one is fine. Hurry up and find a way to get us out." Feng Beichen ordered coldly. "Yes. Mr. Feng, you can turn on the flashlight function on your phone first," the professional reminded. "When people are in a place with light, they will not feel fear." So Feng Beichen held Zhongjin in one hand and operated the mobile phone with the other hand, turning on the screen and turning on the flashlight. The small elevator car suddenly became bright, and Zhongjin felt his courage returning to his body little by little, and his consciousness quickly became clear. The next second, oh my god, she actually grabbed Feng Beichen's clothes tightly and hid in his arms. Quickly let go and separate from him, Zhongjin moved to the side. His heartbeat was pounding against his chest, the blood flowed faster, and his face was burning hot. At this time, the light on the top of the elevator car lit up and the elevator started running. Zhongjin pretended to look up, trying to hide her embarrassment, but she suddenly saw the wrinkles on Feng Beichen's clothes that were scratched by her, and she said hesitantly, "Boss Feng, your clothes." Chapter 8: Bringing your girlfriend to a blind date. Feng Beichen only focused on watching the flashing floor numbers and said in a deep voice, "Help me sort it out." She approached him again, straightened his tie and smoothed his shirt, and at this moment the elevator sounded a crisp reminder sound, ding. The elevator door suddenly opened, and Zhang Junyan and Xiang Ming were standing outside. The two of them shouted nervously, "Mr. Feng." At the same time, their eyes suddenly widened, because the close posture of Feng Beichen and Zhongjin was really ambiguous. Of course Zhongjin noticed Zhang Junyan's sharp gaze, and she quickly retracted her hand. "Let them inspect the elevator carefully." After giving instructions to Xiang Ming, Feng Beichen strode out with his tall body. Amid their respectful responses, Zhongjin quickly followed behind Feng Beichen. At the side of the driveway, the exclusive driver had already opened the door of the Bentley and was waiting to help the two of them get in and sit firmly. On their way, Zhongjin wanted to ask several times, but was afraid of angering Feng Beichen, so he had to keep his mouth shut. The destination, Shipping Club, was soon arrived. Zhongjin had heard of this club before, but had never been in there. She knew that this was a high-end membership club with a very high entry threshold. Ordinary people, even if they were rich, might not be able to enter and exit freely. As soon as the car stopped, a staff member came over and opened the door for them. Feng Beichen and Zhongjin got off the car separately. He stood there waiting for her to come, and then, with his arms half bent like a gentleman, he said to her, "Hold my arm." Zhongjin obediently took his arm, suppressed her inner anxiety, pretended to be calm and kept smiling as she walked into the lobby with him. She only knew that she was going to the banquet with him, and that she might meet big stars and supermodels, but she had no idea what she would be asked to do specifically. Glancing at Feng Beichen, who was standing beside her with a serious face, she swallowed and thought, "Okay, just treat herself as a vase." The staff led the two to a VIP room marked with the words Rose Hall, knocked on the door, opened it, and gestured respectfully, "Come in, both of you." A pleasant female voice was heard from the huge VIP room, "Mr. Feng." Then, it was accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Feng Beichen brought Zhongjin in, and immediately came face to face with a pretty face. Although Zhongjin is not a fan of celebrities, he recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was the popular female anchor Xian Ainen. The program hosted by this beautiful anchor is very popular. Her style is sharp and sometimes even a little bit out of line, which is in line with the style of many people today. No wonder Feng Beichen reminded her in advance just now, but even so, Zhongjin still opened her eyes wide, and it took a full 3 seconds before she returned to normal. Xian Anan was obviously slightly surprised to see Feng Beichen holding a beautiful woman in his arms, but it was only for a second, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Mr. Feng, please take a seat. The blind date location was arranged by Feng Beichen's biological mother Lu Jing. As for the extra person, Xian Anan chose to wait and see and did not react immediately. Feng Beichen nodded, grabbed Zhang Zhen's hand and led her. Hello, Anchor Shi, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Zhang Zhen. He introduced her calmly and composedly, without any strange expression on his face. It was so awkward that Zhang Zhen tried his best to keep a smile that was almost stiff. He greeted Xian Anan first. Hello, host Xian, nice to meet you. Then he extended his hand. Xian Anan lowered her eyes and stared at the white hand stretched out in front of her, with strong anger and sorrow in her eyes, so much so that she had to take 2 deep breaths to calm down. This movement made her delicate body, which was dressed elegantly, show great ups and downs. After adjusting herself again and again, she tried to speak in a calm voice. Oh, President Feng is so charming. He has so many female friends around him. He can bring any one of them here. After directly reducing the girlfriend's status to a female friend in one sentence, she sat down quietly and did not touch Zhang Zhen's hand at all. Zhang Zhen withdrew his hand that had failed, and complained in his heart. It turned out that he was not attending a banquet, but a blind date. She Anchor, Zhenzhen is not just any female friend you can bring here. She is my girlfriend and personal secretary. Feng Beichen emphasized this deliberately. It was obvious that he just wanted to make Xian Anan angry or even furious. It would be best if she would just leave and not bother him again. But Xian Anan doesn't buy it. All she wants is to deal with Feng Beichen. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, she will give 100% effort. Anyway, the blind date was arranged by Madame Feng Lu Jing herself, so he had to come even if he didn't want to. As long as she remained calm and held the strings tightly, there would be plenty of opportunities to turn the tide in the future. It's okay. I'm okay with whatever friends Mr. Feng brings. Please take a seat. Mrs. Feng said you like Mao Jian tea. I've already ordered the tea. The dishes are also pre-ordered by Mrs. Feng according to your taste. They will be served soon. Xian Anan said with a smile. Seeing that she was unmoved, Feng Beichen first arranged a seat for Zhang Zhen, then he sat down leisurely, saying sarcastically, Host Xian is really a big talker. I admire you. If you want to be worthy of an elite like President Feng, you must have a huge amount of talent. Xian Anan's connection was flawless. Being left aside, Zhang Zhen secretly sighed. If a woman compromised and wanted to marry a man, could she really live a happy life? She went from looking up to this popular female anchor to feeling pity for her. There was a brief silence in the VIP room, which was large enough to accommodate dozens of people. The only table in the middle of the room felt even more empty except for the 3 of them who seemed to be getting along but were actually not. Why not, let someone serve the food? Xian Anan took the lead in breaking the deadlock and pressed the service bell to call someone. Almost immediately there was a knock on the door and the staff came in and asked if they wanted the food. After getting the answer, they spoke on the intercom and poured them tea and water. In a short while, the uniformed waiters brought in the dishes that had been prepared long ago. Feng Beichen looked at the dishes that were served one after another, and sure enough, the flavors were all based on his preferences. But even so, he still didn't want to have dinner with a strange woman whom he had no affection for at all. He leaned over and whispered into Zhang Zhen's ear in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, use my girlfriend's identity to get her. Feng Beichen knew very well that no matter what he said or did, he would not be able to repel the kind of playboys like Xian Anan. It would be better to let Zhang Zhen, who was pretending to be his girlfriend, deal with it. And if she couldn't even handle such a thing, then she shouldn't take his 20,000 yuan salary. Zhang Zhen turned her head slightly and looked back at him, her eyes slightly widened. He looked into her eyes firmly. If you want this job, you must do as he says. She understood it instantly, winked at him and secretly clenched her teeth. Okay, I'll deal with it. Seeing the 2 of them whispering and gazing at each other affectionately, Xian Anan felt unspeakable resentment in her heart at first, but an idea flashed through her mind and she immediately came up with a plan. Chapter 9, Only wisdom can be used, not brute force. After all the dishes were served, she picked up the exquisite teacup and said, Boss Feng, come, I'll toast you. I'd also like to wish Madame Feng good health and all the best. The reason why she mentioned Madame Feng was that she wanted to use Lu Jing, this big Buddha, to suppress Feng Beichen. But Feng Beichen is not someone who can be suppressed by others. On the surface, he will take the overall situation into consideration, but there are policies from above and countermeasures from below, and he thinks he can use them freely. Thank you. My mother has always been in good health, but it's hard to say whether everything will go well for her. As he spoke, he looked at Zhongjin beside him and took her hand, intending to provoke a fight between the two women. Zhongjin smiled but didn't smile. His mind automatically analyzed the situation in front of him. What was there to fight between two women? Men were not prey, but beasts, right? Xian Anan wanted Feng Beichen so much. This man had a good appearance and a good figure, and there were all kinds of interests behind him, which made him an extremely attractive diamond man. So she tried hard to strike up a conversation with him, constantly offering him tea and food, and completely ignored Zhongjin. The atmosphere was really awkward. Zhongjin felt that she couldn't get a word in at all, while Feng Beichen kept showing his affection to her and constantly signaling her to respond with his eyes. Helpless, Zhongjin had to take the initiative. She looked at Feng Beichen meaningfully, then picked up the wine glass in front of her and said calmly, "Host Xian, I'll toast you a glass, considering that you admire my Chen opera so much." What routine? Obviously, this is very provocative. And the name instantly reveals the relationship between them. This woman is quite courageous. Could it be that she is even more generous? Feng Beichen turned around and looked at her with approval, and encouraged her lightly, "Well, you are worthy of being my girlfriend." He is really too much. Whenever he praises his girlfriend, he always brings me into the picture. Originally, Xian Anan planned to ignore Zhongjin and keep silent, but now it seems that it is obviously not possible for her to just ignore the challenge. Moreover, looking at the affectionate looks between the two of them, her heart could not calm down. She was filled with rage and was about to burst out. But how could she be defeated by an unknown person? Okay, Mr. Feng is extremely charming. I am also very happy to see a little sister like you who is so devoted to him, so we will not go home until we are drunk tonight. Xian Anan picked up the cup in front of her while speaking, and gently gestured to Zhongjin, and said calmly again, "Cheers. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Feng. After all, I have my own work to do." When she said the latter sentence, she was already in the posture of a superior hostess. She stared at Zhongjin in front of her with great confidence. Of course, she was still very thoughtful. She turned around and looked at Feng Beichen with a gentle gaze, and said coquettishly, "Boss Feng, don't worry, I am a woman of the new era, independent, gentle and generous." As soon as she finished speaking, she gently put the contents of the cup to her lips and drank it all in one gulp. Bold yet elegant. If we only talk about the skill of subduing men, Zhongjin really feels inferior to her. Moreover, she didn't want to do anything in the first place, she just wanted her to give up, but who knew that she would become more courageous as the battle went on. Xian Anan's meaning was very clear, Zhongjin was inferior to her in every aspect. But no matter what, Zhongjin couldn't just give up. She straightened her chest and said calmly, "Everything has to be proven by actual actions. Cheers." Then she tilted her head back and drank the wine. Speaking of drinking, Zhongjin thought she shouldn't lose. When her father was still alive, she had no problem drinking 2 or 3 bottles of red wine. Although a long time has passed and she hasn't drunk for a long time, she believes that her strength should still be there. 2 women, drinking for 1 man, they must be really drunk. Feng Beichen looked at Zhongjin from time to time, using his eyes to signal her not to be too aggressive, and even leaned his head towards her, reminding her in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Use your brain, don't use brute force." If a problem can be solved with wisdom, who would want to use force? But now she can't think of any solution, right? She thought she could scare people, but she actually dug a big hole for herself. After a while, after a few glasses of wine, Zhongjin obviously felt a little uncomfortable. He began to get anxious and couldn't go on, otherwise he would be embarrassed in front of his grandmother. While pouring their wine, she seized the opportunity, stood up, and said lightly, "Opper Chen, I'm going to wash my hands." Then she stood up and walked out. Xian Anan always ignored her anyway, so she might as well give her a taste of her own medicine and just ignore her. But when the truth becomes false, the false becomes true. She called him Opper Chen much more naturally than the previous one, as if he was really her opper. Xian Anan was eager for her to leave. Obviously, blind dating is a matter between 2 people. If she left, it would be best if she didn't come back. Of course, she had her own plans in mind. "Mr. Feng, come, I'll toast you a glass and wish you success in your career, endless charm, and all the best." As a popular female anchor, she could speak freely on the spot. Feng Beichen was obviously getting impatient. Zhang Jun was really not helpful. Did he want him to waste his time here? It seemed that he should put some pressure on her. He hummed with a forced smile and looked coldly at the woman in front of him who was trying to curry favor with him. But Xian Ainen turned a deaf ear to him and calmly continued to try to get close to him. After Zhang Jun went to the bathroom, she looked around and saw that there was no one around. She immediately took out her cell phone and called when she had to ask someone for help. With her prayers, the phone only rang twice, and then when his clear voice came, "Your Majesty, are you planning to return to the palace? Little Baozi and I are waiting for your Majesty in the bedroom." When he is a very optimistic person, her motto is, "Life is hard, so we must find joy in it." Before she could continue, Zhang Jun interrupted her and said, "Come and give Lian some advice, we can't handle it anymore." Then he briefly explained the situation she was facing. After hearing her words, when he said with some regret, "You are really out of your mind. I am really worried about your IQ. Why are you competing with her in drinking capacity? You are her real girlfriend now, which is equivalent to having Shang Baojian in your hand. You can use your power to suppress her. A word of advice can wake up the dreamer." "Okay, the direction is right, but what should I do?" Zhang Jun was a little confused now, and his brain was not working so well, as if it was rusted or suddenly knocked unconscious. This is understandable. After all, she just graduated from school and has no deep feelings about many things. Chapter 10, Leave a way out for us so that we can meet again in the future. After hearing her words, when he said angrily, "I told you to watch more palace fighting and house fighting, but you refused. Now you are at a loss, right? Put on some makeup quickly, and I will send it to you on WeChat." After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone. With his help, Zhang Jun felt much more relieved. The most important thing now was to calm down. After calming down, I realized that I needed to pee. Just as she stood up, her cell phone vibrated. She received a text message from Manhua. After reading it, a smile finally appeared on her face. "Go outside, wash your hands carefully, and imagine what might happen in a moment." She looked up suddenly and found Xian Ainen standing beside her with a sinister look, staring at her. He touched his chest, met her gaze, and said calmly, "People who scare others will scare them to death. How could Anchor Xian be so cruel? Anyway, there's no one else here, so you don't have to be careful about your words. Just say whatever you're thinking." Xianen sternly said to her, "Where did you come from as an unknown little wildflower? You don't even examine yourself, and you still want to marry into a wealthy family. Give up on this idea as soon as possible, take some money and leave." It was hilarious. Who did she think she was? She was clearly in love with Feng Beichen, but he didn't even say he had any feelings for her, and he even brought in a girlfriend to humiliate her. Zhang Jun had been thinking about returning to the dinner table later and being careful with his words in front of Feng Beichen, but he didn't expect that she would follow him here. This way, he could talk much more freely. "Is it host Xian's turn to worry about this? I should be telling you, right? It's okay for you to keep pestering me, but you have to have some self-awareness, otherwise the consequences." Zhang Jun deliberately stopped talking halfway, took out his mobile phone with his other hand, and deliberately pressed a button. After all, Xian Ainen is also a public figure, and any negative news would be enough to ruin her. "What are you doing?" she asked Zhang Jun harshly while trying to snatch her cell phone. But Zhang Jun dodged backwards, protecting her cell phone tightly, and said nonchalantly, "Are you trying to force me to hand over some stuff to the entertainment reporter?" As she spoke, she stared at her provocatively, with a hint of pride in her eyes. "No matter who they are, as long as you can find their weaknesses, it will be much easier to deal with them." Is this woman crazy? Did she record all the conversations she just had? This is terrible. What do you want? At this time, Xian Ainen already looked a little timid. Seeing her getting anxious, Zhang Jun could relax. She said calmly, "I don't care. Chen Opper is mine. It's useless for you to wishful thinking. He doesn't want to see you, so stay away from him. Otherwise, let those entertainment reporters listen to this recording." Of course, she couldn't be polite at all. Since they had come to her door like this, it was too late for her to use force first. She could only tell the truth directly. Finally, she kept it a secret to give her more room for imagination. As a public figure, Xian Ainen is very clear about what entertainment reporters will write about her when they get such recordings. Most women want to marry into a wealthy family, but this true wish cannot be put on the table. Once someone says it blatantly, they will be labeled with many extra labels. These extra labels are likely to cause great damage to her career. Xian certainly doesn't dare to take this risk with her future. HMPH, why would Feng Beichen choose such a despicable woman like you? How long do you think you can stay with him? Xian shouted in a low voice in exasperation. It was like she had a rage in her heart, but she didn't dare to vent it out loud. Life is actually not easy. You have to grit your teeth so that you can appear to others to be living an effortless, calm and elegant life. Zhang was stunned, but she knew that what she wanted to protect was just a job, not the luxurious life and the huge benefits behind it that they wanted. What kind of woman am I? How long I can be with my Chen Opper is a matter between the two of us. Do you want to verify it with him? Tell him that you are always willing to be a backup. As the saying goes, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. Since Xian said something unpleasant, Zhang would not just accept it. As long as you have the ability, you should fight back against anyone who bullies you. Even if you don't have the ability to fight back, you should do your best to protect your dignity. Xian face looked very interesting, sometimes white, sometimes blue. Her chest heaved violently. She stared at Zhang coldly and said with great disdain, HMPH, don't be so proud. I've seen a lot of nameless people like you. When you're abandoned by others, you won't even have a place to cry. How could Zhang not know about this ending? Crying is useless in any situation. She couldn't help but think of the time when she took Zhang Chenyu to seek refuge with when he. Fortunately, my current situation is not what they said, and the worst outcome is just losing my job. Then you don't need to worry about it. Zhang said as calmly as possible, then walked out. When he reached the door, he turned around and said softly, do you want to go back with me, or stay here for a while? If Zhang were allowed to go back by herself, who knows how she and Feng Beichen would act affectionate? No, I have to go back with her. Even if I have to leave now, I have to behave calmly, elegantly and properly. Who can tell what will happen in the future? As long as we don't make things awkward now, everything will be possible. Thinking of this, Xian put on a calm smile and said in a nonchalant tone, of course we have to go back together. She had already made plans in her mind. She actually took a few quick steps and walked forward ahead of Zhang. As soon as she entered the room, she said to Feng Beichen, I'm so sorry that I got Miss Zhang drunk. But she should be fine now. Young people are good and recover quickly. What does that mean? Zhang was a little surprised. When did she get drunk? Feng Beichen also looked confused. He had been out for such a long time. Could it be that he was sobering up? Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Xian continued to talk to herself, I've done a program before, and I know that these little girls who often hang out in bars and nightclubs have their own way of sobering up. Today I got to see it again. She said as she looked at Zhang and Feng Beichen. Then she smiled meaningfully at Feng Beichen, picked up her bag, and said confidently, Boss Feng, I'm leaving first. Please keep in touch. She decided to plant a thorn in Feng Beichen's heart. How could a girl who only hung out in nightclubs and bars be compared with a popular and talented female anchor like her? Chapter 11, First Victory. Since Feng Beichen and Zhang are in love now, let them be passionate for a while. It won't be long before the sparks die out. To retreat in order to advance is the best way at the moment. Goodbye. Anchor Xian. Feng Beichen said lightly without moving. He didn't have any feelings for this woman and of course he wouldn't express anything to her. He was just wondering why she didn't take the initiative to leave when they came back from the bathroom together. Zhang, who hadn't sat down yet, understood in his heart that what he had just said had worked. But is it a bit too much to do this? She felt a little uneasy. Feng Beichen locked his eyes on her. No matter what method this woman used, the result would be good. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. But his gaze made Zhang feel particularly uneasy. She became uneasy and asked awkwardly, Boss Feng, did I do something wrong? Feng Beichen stood up and said coldly, let's go. Report on time on Monday. Is this party over? Zhang hurriedly followed his footsteps and walked out. Feng Beichen didn't even let her ride in the same car with him, but asked the staff here to call a taxi for her. This was good as it saved her the embarrassment of riding in the same car. Because it was already late, in order not to wake up Zhang Chenyu, Zhang did not knock on the door, but sent a WeChat message to when he, I'm here, opened the door. I got it. When he sent the message and was about to get up to open the door, but Zhang Qianyu, who had just fallen asleep, immediately opened his eyes and said, Aunt he, is Zhangzhen back? Yeah, kid, why aren't you asleep yet? This little guy is so smart that he can handle anything. He sent messages while talking, little guy isn't asleep, press the intercom. The next second the intercom rang, the door opened and she was let in. Zhang Qianyu heard the door closing after Zhangzhen came in, and then he said with emotion, you should go to bed early too. Women who always stay up late will age faster. Really, when mom came back she didn't even give me an excited hug or anything, but spoke so calmly. Why hasn't he fallen asleep yet? Did you ask him to do something beyond his age again? Zhangzhen immediately questioned when he. Before when he could refute, Zhang Qianyu immediately said, Zhangzhen, can you not be so arbitrary? I didn't sleep because I was worried about you. Keep your voices down, I'm going to sleep first. Zhangzhen and when he looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They could only walk over and gently close the door of the room for him. Tell me quickly, what's going on? When he had to pull Zhangzhen aside and ask her to tell her everything. When he heard that the job was for Qinxing Holdings and that she was Feng Beichen's personal secretary, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets in shock. You are really lucky. Is it that serious? Zhangzhen couldn't help but smile, but he bit his lip and spoke calmly. When he laughed, why are you pretending to be with me? The two good girlfriends laughed together and were full of expectations for their future life. Of course, when talking about Xian Anan, her future colleague, when he said, it seems that this woman is not so easy to get along with. It seems that my life will be particularly exciting in the future. When he will be a colleague of Xian Anan in the future, and there is a high possibility that he will become her assistant. Yeah, in the future you can give full play to your spirit of enjoying fighting with others. Zhangzhen teased her. When he rolled his eyes at her, otherwise, where is the fun in life? Fortunately, there was no urgent work during the weekend, so the two of them arranged their own affairs properly. The most important thing was to find a suitable nursery for Zhang Qianyu. On Monday morning, Zhangzhen, when he and Zhang Qianyu urged each other to get up early and set off. After sending Zhang Qianyu to the nursery, Zhangzhen and when he set off for their respective destinations. It's always the first day at work, and I feel a little nervous, not knowing what the future will hold. Arriving at the company's lobby, Zhangzhen went to the front desk and asked politely, I'm starting work today. Who should I contact to process my application? The two receptionists asked each other, did you receive the message? Both of them shook their heads and asked her to wait aside. They would tell her after they called and asked. It was now working time and employees were coming in one after another. Zhangzhen had no choice but to sit aside and carefully look at the men and women coming to work, observing their expressions and clothes. Soon I saw Zhang Junyan, who was wearing a sophisticated business suit and walking past with great energy. She glanced at someone in the rest area next to her, and when she looked again it was Zhangzhen. Although she was very annoyed when she saw this woman, there was nothing she could do. Some things still had to be done proactively. It would not be good to wait for the big boss to give her orders. Come with me. Zhang Junyan stopped and stared at Zhangzhen coldly. No matter what her attitude was, she was here to work, so she wouldn't care so much. She quickly stood up and responded seriously, okay. Zhang Junyan took her directly to their office on the top floor, and then called the Human Resources Department. Please get a temporary elevator card for Mr. Phone's newly hired secretary. Why do you need a temporary one? Let her come down and handle the formalities. The other party tried to be impartial as possible. After all, the company has its own rules and regulations. Who knows how long he can stay? He's a fresh graduate who knows nothing. Zhang Junyan deliberately said this in a voice that Zhangzhen could fully hear, basically slapping her in the face. Even before she started working, some people thought that she would not be able to work for more than a few days. How could she have a good life in the future? However, the more people cursed her, the more she was determined to persevere. Oh, so that's the case. Then let her come over so we can make a note. The HR staff insisted. After all, they have their responsibilities. Okay, let her go now. Zhang Junyan said in a businesslike manner. She said this on purpose to let everyone in the company know that they actually didn't think highly of Zhangzhen. It also put a huge invisible psychological pressure on her. It would be great if she could leave on her own accord. He turned around and said coldly to Zhangzhen, go to the Human Resources Department on the 16th floor. No matter what, this was a clear instruction. Looking at her expression, Zhongjin didn't want to ask any more questions and make himself bored. He just said, and hurried outside. Just as she reached the stairs, she was thinking about which elevator to press. She definitely couldn't take the dedicated elevator because she didn't have the card. At this moment, the elevator dinged, the door opened, and Feng Beichen's handsome face appeared there. Chapter 12, A Strong Show of Strength. Good morning, Mr. Feng. Zhongjin greeted him quickly. He walked out of the elevator with his long legs and asked calmly, "What are you going to do?" Zhongjin quickly said, "I want to go to the HR department on the 12th floor to apply for a card, but I don't have one now, so I can't take the elevator. If we continue like this, not only will we be exhausted to death, but we also won't have enough time. Come here." Feng Beichen said coldly as he walked forward. At this time, Zhang Junyan came out of her office and said clearly, "Xiao Zhang, you don't have an elevator card, so why are you going there by yourself? I've called and will take you there." What is this? Do I have to give her a warning right away? Zhang Jun's heart sank. If she had to face such a woman every day in the future, it would be really tiring. However, it was indeed her fault. For now, she had to endure it. But she couldn't just cooperate with her in lying, so she said calmly and neither servilely nor arrogantly, "I'm sorry, I didn't ask another question, and I came out after listening to what Director Zhang said." What she said was factual and ambiguous. No matter what they thought, this was also her silent resistance. Feng Beichen frowned and said unhappily, "Take her to go through the formalities. 10 minutes is all you need." Zhang Junyan could naturally sense that Feng Beichen was in a bad mood, so she quickly responded with a yes. She used her eyes to ask Zhongjin to follow her, while she sent a message to other secretaries on her phone, "Go pour CEO Feng a cup of morning tea." As soon as the two entered the elevator, the respectful look on Zhang Junyan's face completely disappeared, and was replaced by full disdain for Zhongjin. Be careful with your words in the future. President Feng doesn't like to hear trivial matters. Zhang Junyan reminded her coldly, but it would be more appropriate to say it was a warning. But she was the one who started the trouble. Is this also a case of the thief crying thief? If you keep tolerating some people, it will only make them feel that you are easy to bully. What's more, among today's young people, who would be the kind of person who would swallow their anger in silence? I don't like gossip, and I don't talk about other people's faults, but I don't want others to bully me too much. Zhongjin said lightly but firmly. Work is important, but everyone is here to work, so no one can let anyone bully them, right? Besides, Zhang Junyan has a crush on Feng Beichen, but Zhongjin doesn't dare to think about it. Men who are too dazzling are not her type. At the right time, after explaining it to her, there may be a turnaround. Zhang Junyan was stunned by this. She wanted to get angry, but it was inconvenient. She thought that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future work, so she smiled coldly, stared at her fiercely, and said coldly, "That's good." Fortunately, the elevator dinged and we arrived at the 16th floor. The clerk from the Human Resources Department was obviously a little surprised, but since she brought it in person, she had to be taken seriously. Things went very smoothly and I got my work permit, elevator card, etc. in less than 10 minutes. When Fu returned to the top floor, Feng Beichen happened to go out and ordered coldly, "Go clean up the office. Director Zhang, give her today's schedule and tell her how to do her job." Yes. Zhongjin and Zhang Junyan responded in unison. No matter what, Zhongjin cannot escape Zhang Junyan's clutches, and must go through the suffering he deserves. However, when Feng Beichen walked past them, his gaze actually lingered on Zhongjin for a moment, which made her very nervous. Was there something wrong with her? Zhang Junyan's attitude was quite respectful, but as soon as Feng Beichen walked by, her expression immediately changed and she walked towards the office. She took out a copy of the employee rules from the cabinet and threw it in front of Zhongjin, "Memorize the contents here." Then she added, "Go clean up Mr. Feng's office first." Yes. Zhongjin responded and walked to Feng Beichen's office with the booklet. But after entering the room, I found a problem. It was very clean and tidy everywhere. How should I clean it? With the previous experience as a lesson, she had no choice but to turn around and go to Zhang Junyan and ask her sincerely, "Director Zhang, where should I clean up?" I knew she would come back, and thought everything was so simple. How funny. You don't even know where to clean up. Zhang Junyan's voice was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear clearly. That's right, she was going to hit her again and embarrass her. Since some things cannot be avoided, face them calmly. So I'd like to ask you for advice. Zhongjin simply raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. If there was anything she did wrong, she could also say that she asked for advice and Zhang Junyan told her. Zhang Junyan glanced at her with disdain and said, "Let me teach you step by step. How do you do things like this? People without work experience are really useless nowadays." She walked out while saying this. Who doesn't have work experience from scratch? How can you have experience if you just graduated? But this kind of people also have their advantages. Just like a blank piece of paper, you can draw whatever you want on it. This is really too much. One moment she says the person won't work long, and now she says he can't be employed. It seems that if she really makes the decision, she will definitely not employ Zhongjin. But since Zhongjin was allowed to come in, it meant that Zhang Junyan was not the one in charge here. No matter how anxious she could not play a decisive role. Wipe all these cabinets with a rag that has been wrung out of water, and wipe them every day. There must be no dust anywhere that President Feng touches in the office. Zhang Junyan pointed to the various filing cabinets, bookcases and various furniture in the office. Zhongjin sighed softly. If this was the case, then the workload was indeed quite a lot. He had originally thought that handling personal affairs would be easier, but how could this be more tiring than cleaning? Zhongjin could only respond, and continued to ask her, "Is there anything else I should pay attention to?" Tell her all the questions you have at once so she can write them down one by one and then solve them one by one. Do these first. President Feng will be back soon. I will order lunch for him at noon today. Just follow my lead. Zhang Junyan said in a very cold voice. If she could do things that directly contact Feng Beichen without the help of others, she would of course do it herself. Zhang Junyan even felt that doing these things for Feng Beichen proved that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Okay. Zhongjin responded readily, completely unaware of the interests involved. This is Zhongjin's first job. Although he has studied many tutorials in his mind, there is a difference between those and actual practice. Many experiences at work can only be understood but not expressed in words. Chapter 13 Shield. Zhongjin skillfully and patiently wiped all the touchable surfaces of the furniture in the room. Behind Feng Beichen's desk, on a row of shelves, there are two extremely exquisite blue and white porcelain vases. They are particularly elegant in shape, and the colors are particularly clear and full. What is most special is that the patterns on them are particularly artistic. So beautiful. Zhongjin couldn't help but stand in front of it and wipe it gently with a rag. At this moment, the door rang and a tall figure walked in. Zhongjin couldn't help but shudder. What are you doing? Feng Beichen's cold voice suddenly rang out. I'm cleaning. Zhongjin felt inexplicably nervous, and his hand slipped and touched the beautiful blue and white porcelain vase. She and Feng Beichen screamed almost at the same time. My God, the things here are all very valuable. If they are broken, how can she afford to pay for them? She can't even deduct it from her salary. Every penny of her salary is useful. So, she screamed and quickly leaned sideways to catch the porcelain bottle. Fortunately, she caught it, but she didn't hold it firmly, and her hand shook, so it still flew out. Feng Beichen rushed forward quickly and just happened to catch the vase firmly with his hands. However, Zhongjin fell straight down because she rushed out, and was about to fall onto a chair beside her. She simply closed her eyes, thinking to herself, this is going to be another embarrassing day. But there was no bang or pain, but she fell into a warm embrace. She didn't even dare to open her eyes, but just felt the strong masculine scent beside her. This feeling gave her a strong sense of completeness. You can open your eyes now. Feng Beichen said lightly, staring at her closed eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, which was really charming. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why do I have such thoughts about this woman? Zhongjin opened her eyes somewhat embarrassedly and took a look at Feng Beichen's handsome face so close to her. Her whole body felt as if it was on fire from the inside and her face turned red. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Zhongjin quickly moved away, but she tripped and almost fell again. Feng Beichen stretched out his long arms, gently held her waist, and helped her stand firm again. At this moment, Zhang Junyan's face appeared at the door. She looked at the scene in the room in astonishment. How could this be possible? Are girls nowadays so shameless? Could it be that they would pounce on a rich bachelor like this? She suppressed her inner rage, knocked on the door calmly, and said in a clear voice, "Boss Feng, here are the documents you requested. Come in." Feng Beichen said coldly, then let go of Zhang Zhen's soft waist and reminded her in a low voice, "Be careful." Zhang Zhen's face was as red as an autumn apple. She felt extremely depressed, but secretly happy. It felt really good. She felt safe. It seemed like she hadn't felt this kind of thing for a long time. "Yes, Mr. Feng." Zhang Zhen then stepped aside and let out a long breath. Feng Beichen calmly put the blue and white porcelain vase back to its original place. Oh my god, that pair of blue and white porcelain vases are treasures and generally not allowed to be touched by others. But why did this woman come and actually take them down? But in front of Feng Beichen, Zhang Zhenyan couldn't say anything. She knew very clearly who was the boss and who had the final say here. "Here you go." Zhang Zhenyan stood in front of Feng Beichen's desk, handed the document to him respectfully, then looked at him and asked softly, "Mr. Feng, what do you want for lunch? Western or Chinese?" "Chinese food, crab fried rice." Feng Beichen said indifferently, and suddenly changed the subject. "These jobs can be done by Xiao Zhang, why didn't you teach her these?" It was obvious that he was a little dissatisfied with her work. This is not a good sign. Zhang Zhenyan has been working so hard just to win Feng Beichen's full favor. No matter what the reason, she does not allow herself to have any bad points in his heart. "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. I was thinking of letting me do it today and letting her watch and learn from the side," she explained quickly. In fact, she did this out of selfish motives, but she was also doing it for his own good. She was afraid that if she came here just now, she would be in a hurry and wouldn't handle it well, which would make him upset for no reason. "Leave all personal matters to Xiao Zhang, and complete the handover within 3 days. Feng Beichen ordered coldly. "Yes." Zhang Zhenyan responded. No matter how unwilling and reluctant she felt in her heart, she had to agree to it now. At this moment, she clearly realized that this Zhang Zhen might really be her nemesis, and her presence here might really make it impossible for her feelings for Feng Beichen to rest. The hatred towards Zhang Zhen in my heart was growing wildly at this moment. Zhang Zhen gradually calmed down and watched coldly. He knew in his heart that the hatred between him and Zhang Zhenyan had become even stronger, but there was no way to explain it. Besides, how to explain such a thing? People will only believe what they see with their own eyes. And the more you explain, the worse it gets. Looking up at the clock on the wall, Zhang Zhenyan said in a flat tone without any emotion, "Xiao Zhang, come with me, I want to tell you something." Feng Beichen suddenly said, "Just tell her about ordering food, I'll tell her about the rest." His original intention was to let her learn while working. After all, these were some physical jobs that were not very hard, and anyone should be able to do them well. No matter how dumb she was, she should be able to do them well. Zhang Zhenyan felt as if her heart was suddenly empty. She had so much love in her heart, but there was really no place to put it. She was so sad that she couldn't show anything, so she could only say softly, "Yes." Love, no matter who it is, as long as it is deep to a certain degree, is humble. The deeper the love, the more humble it is, even if it is so low that it is in the dust, it is still thinking about blooming a holy flower. Zhang Zhen glanced at the two of them and felt very embarrassed. How could Feng Beichen not know what Zhang Zhenyan was thinking? Was he doing this the same way as he did last Friday night? Was he just using her as a shield? Although she didn't want to admit it in her heart, she was very clear at this moment that the reason why he asked her to be his personal secretary was for this purpose. Work is work, and it can't be mixed with too much emotion. She quickly walked to Zhang Zhenyan's side, lowered her eyebrows and said amiably, "Director Zhang, I'll go with you. Don't hit someone who smiles at you." For the sake of work, she should lower her attitude. No matter how much she embarrasses her, what else can she do? At least she should be able to get away with it, right? Chapter 14 Ordering Food. Feng Beichen waved his hand and asked them to go out. He did not allow anyone to disturb him when he was working. He had a deep hatred towards Zhang Zhen in his heart, and of course it showed in his words. Zhang Zhenyan stared at Zhang Zhen fiercely and snorted, "You are quite resourceful, but you should be more cautious. Mr. Feng has seen countless women and is very familiar with some of the little tricks of women. You can only succeed temporarily. Having been by his side for so many years, I have never seen him fall in love with that woman. Of course, there was one exception, but she had long since become a vegetable." Zhang Zhen was in no mood to argue with her. She knew exactly what was going on, but it was not easy to say it directly. Do the job well first, and you can only find an opportunity to explain the rest later. Director Zhang, let's order lunch for General Manager Feng first. Zhang Jin tried to sound very humble. But no matter how she behaved, it had already deeply hurt Zhang Junyan's nerves. Okay. No matter how dissatisfied Zhang Junyan was, she had to do her job well. The two of them walked quickly to her office. She took out an address book from the drawer, opened it, pointed to the contact information on it and said, Mr. Feng only eats lunch at these 3 places. Remember this. Zhang Jin knew the pros and cons of this, so he quickly took out his phone to take a photo. He also secretly recorded her words. It used to be said that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen, and now these electronic products are much more convenient. Glancing at her, Zhang Junyan said indifferently and distantly, delete all the recordings. Prepare a notebook or a mobile phone and develop the habit of recording at any time, but do not record. Oh. Zhang Jin responded, but did not make any movement, as if he had not yet fully entered the working state. Seeing her slowness, Zhang Junyan snatched her phone and deleted the recording completely. She said in a businesslike manner without any emotion, read the employee handbook carefully later, and don't bring any bad habits to the company. Don't use the recording and video functions of your phone. Since this involved the company's system, Zhang Jin quickly responded, yes. She tried hard to adjust her mentality. Everything was done to do a good job and look forward. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you can get through these few days and sort things out, things will get better. This is like labor pains, and things will always get better. Zhang Junyan raised her wrist to check the time and said coldly, now we have to call the restaurant to place an order. It's this one. You call. She pointed to the phone on the table as she spoke. I just said that she would be in charge of the order today and that she would learn. Do you want to change the strategy now? But there is no way. She is my senior and my boss at work. I have to do whatever she says. Okay, can I just say the name of our company? Zhang Jin asked nervously. She had never worked before, and her part-time job had never involved anything like this, so she thought it would never hurt to ask more questions. Zhang Junyan said reluctantly and coldly, well, hurry up, I still have to tell you what to do next. She had to open her eyes. What special ability did this woman have that she could take down Feng Beichen so quickly? Don't think too much. Just do whatever you are asked to do and complete it right away. After all, it was a small matter, and Zhang Jin quickly settled the matter. He stood in front of Zhang Junyan again and listened to her instructions. Zhang Junyan had already printed out a piece of paper and threw it in front of Zhang Jin. Take a good look at it. These are some of Mr. Feng's habits and hobbies. There are also some common ways to deal with things. You must remember them well. Also, remember to be careful when cleaning up. Mr. Feng is a very clean person. Zhang Jin took the pages in her hand and quickly browsed through them. She had to figure out what to do at noon. But it was not clear. She wanted to ask, but Zhang Junyan had already turned and left, saying, be smart. These are just small things. Just do them carefully. I need to go out for something. Out of sight, out of mind. She wanted to see how this newcomer would handle everything. This is really it. Zhang Jin stood there in a mess holding those photos, not knowing what to do for a moment. It seems that he can only cross the river by feeling the stones and take one step at a time. There was no desk for her here, so she could only stand aside with the papers, read them quickly and carefully, and try to remember them in her mind. Of course, there were countless arrows shot at her from the side. This feeling was really sour and helpless. At this time, Xiang Ming came over and called her lightly, Xiao Zhang, President Feng is calling you. This was a real relief. Okay, I'll be there right away. Zhang Jin responded quickly and walked out quickly. The door was open and she followed Xiang Ming in. Standing firmly at an arm's length from Feng Beichen, she asked respectfully, Boss Feng, is there anything I can do for you? As long as he had something for her to do, it was a good thing. If a person was always doing nothing in the company, he would really not be able to stay there. Prepare the tea and coffee, a guest will be here soon. Feng Beichen said calmly, then handed the document in his hand to Xiang Ming, take it and execute it. Xiang Ming responded respectfully, yes, and then turned and left. But she didn't quite understand the instructions he gave to Zhang Jin, so she could only ask nervously, are we meeting here? Seeing her confused look, Feng Beichen became impatient, you don't have my schedule. Yes. Zhang Jin responded quickly and looked down at the documents on hand, but it didn't show where guests were received. Mr. Feng, I'm sorry, I just don't understand how to distinguish and where to receive customers. Zhang Jin said carefully, fearing that it would cause great dissatisfaction, but he had to ask. Are women's hearts so easily jealous? The more so, the more we must let multiple parties check and balance each other. No matter how capable Zhang Junyan is, we can't let her dominate alone. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want your future work and life to meet your own requirements, you must cultivate the talents you need. So he patiently said calmly, the ones marked with M are in the conference room, and the others are in the office. These are not important things, but details often determine success or failure. Yes, I noted it down. Zhang Jin said seriously, carefully observing the contents on the square pieces. Sure enough, he found that some of them were marked underneath, and some even had mobile written in small letters. No matter what kind of job you do in this world, if you want to do it well, you need to put in effort. Chapter 15 Lunch. After I had the cups and water ready, the guests arrived. The next step was to make coffee and tea. Although it was not very smooth and elegant, I managed to do it. As soon as I saw the guests off, I received a call to order lunch. Of course, the call was made to the secretary's office next door. I hurriedly cleaned up the coffee table and invited Feng Beichen to come over for lunch. But after opening the box, I realized that there were actually 2 servings. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, I was so full and so hungry. I had nothing to eat, but he wanted to eat double the serving. Mr. Feng, please enjoy your meal. I'll come in to clean up later. Zhang Jin said, and wanted to go out quickly. After all, she also needed to eat. Otherwise, how would she have the energy to work in the afternoon? Feng Beichen stood up from his chair and said coldly, you and I will use it together. So his meals were always double portions. Zhang Jin had just taken a step when she abruptly stopped. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If she had a choice, she really didn't want to eat with him. She didn't want to have indigestion. His tall and slender figure had already walked over, and he calmly sat down on the upper seat of the sofa, and said coldly and directly, let's have dinner together, I have something to tell you. Yes. How could Zhang Jin dare to object? She returned obediently and sat down quietly on the side. Lunch only takes 15 minutes. Aren't you hungry? Feng Beichen had already started eating and looked at her and said directly. Is this the case? What are we waiting for? When living in this world, we must never mistreat our stomachs. Hungry. Zhang Jin responded, immediately picked up a box lunch and started eating. He had to eat before he could have the energy to do anything. Feng Beichen didn't seem to eat very fast, but he seemed to be eating like a whirlwind. When Zhang Jin had only finished half of his meal, he actually put down his lunchbox, which was of course empty. Oh my god, should I let it go or continue? Zhang Jin felt a little dizzy, so he simply lowered his head and focused on fighting with the food. Have you completed all the company's entry procedures? Feng Beichen asked suddenly. Zhang Jin had a mouthful of rice in his mouth and quickly responded, yeah. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, put all your work aside temporarily, and go with me to buy clothes. From now on you will only be responsible for all my personal affairs and various social events. Feng Beichen stared at Zhang Jin, who was swallowing food as quickly as possible, and said mechanically. His voice is cold and emotionless, but it is particularly magnetic, as if it has extremely strong elasticity and sounds particularly comfortable. He is the boss, and we have to do whatever he says. Okay. Zhang Jin responded promptly. Of course, she was also thinking, why would a grown man suddenly want to buy clothes? Could it be that he was stimulated by something and wanted to have a new beginning? Then he said coldly, follow me. Zhang Jin had no choice but to quickly drop the lunchbox he was eating, stand up and follow him. He came to the place where a landscape painting was hanging next to the desk, and touched it lightly with his hand. Our door slowly opened. It was really a different world. If there was no one to lead the way, it would be hard to find it. Zhang Jin stared inside with eyes wide open and found that it was a suite. The big bed looked super comfortable. Mr. Feng, what is this? Zhang Jin asked with some confusion. The hygiene here is also yours. I'm going in to rest now. Call me in a quarter of an hour. Feng Beichen didn't care whether she could follow his thoughts or not. After he finished speaking, he walked inside. When he was about to reach the bed, he added lightly, "Remember to ventilate the office. There must be no smell of food. You must be careful when doing things." "Yes." Zhang Jin responded, lowered his head to check the time, and wrote it down, and would call him later. Rich people know how to enjoy themselves. They even sleep on such a comfortable bed during a quarter of an hour's rest. Zhang Jin thought secretly in his heart, then walked over quickly, opened the window to ventilate, ate his meal quickly, and cleaned up quickly. After carefully reading the paper Zhang Junyan gave her, she made him a cup of fragrant mocha and put it on his desk. She browsed through the documents while keeping an eye on the time. She had to wake him up on time. For some reason, the extremely ambiguous word moaning popped up in her little head. Her face also turned red for some reason, and her phone vibrated. She received a WeChat message from I have been assigned to the entertainment group. The nicer name is editing, and the more indecent name is entertainment reporter. Har, from now on, you have to give me some news about the big boss Feng Beichen. This guy hasn't even become a real entertainment reporter yet, but has already started gossiping. What will happen after a while? There is a confidentiality agreement. Do you want to kill me? Can't you just do your job properly? Zhang Jin sent a message. This was always the way they communicated. I didn't know how serious it was to work. How are you? I haven't figured it out yet. It doesn't seem to be an easy thing to do. It's quite complicated. I'll talk about it when I get home tonight. Zhang Jin didn't want to chat too much with when he at work, but she felt that her job was very suitable for her personality. For someone who loves gossip so much, being an entertainment reporter was a good use of her talents, right? Looking at the time, there were still 3 minutes left. She stretched lazily and quickly looked at the document, which contained some content about Feng Beichen's personal preferences. All items must be placed in order and must be kept clean and tidy. A grown man would actually be so strict. Could he be a germaphobe? If so, it seems that he needs to pay attention to some details all the time. Seeing that the time was almost up, she decided to wake him up a minute earlier. After all, she had just arrived and had some questions she needed to ask him. Yes, just ask him directly. Although this makes her a little embarrassed, it is better than asking Zhang Junyan. Anyway, the person she needs to take care of is Feng Beichen, and the information she gets directly from him is more direct. Just press the small button next to it and the door will open. You can't just stand outside and shout, right? So she walked in with her head held high, calling softly, "Boss Feng." A grown man was sleeping like a baby. He raised his hands and held his head. How could he be so handsome? His angular face and long eyelashes fluttered slightly. He could almost rival his little bun. Why did I think of my son? Is it because they both have long eyelashes and this somewhat weird sleeping posture? Zhang Jin quickly shook his head to get rid of the strange thoughts in his mind, and called softly again, "Boss Feng, get up." But his eyes were fixed on him, and he was reluctant to look away. Everyone likes to appreciate beautiful things. He won't be grumpy when he wakes up, right? If you let your anger out, you'll be in trouble in the future. Chapter 16 Familiar Taste. Feng Beichen stretched his arms, stretched his waist, slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly saw a pair of infatuated eyes. These women, why are they all like this? Isn't there a normal one? What are you looking at? He asked her coldly, "Keep 3 meters away from me." Zhang Jin stopped abruptly, panicked, at a loss, lowered his head, and said softly, "Boss Feng, it's time to get up." He had already woken up. He looked up at the mute clock on the wall and said coldly, 1 minute left. Don't you check the time? Did she just want to come in and take a good peek at him? He hated women like this the most, and the only reason he wanted to replace Zhang Junyan was because he found that her problem was getting worse. Who is this person? How can he remember the time so accurately? Zhang Jin was extremely nervous. She said in a panic, "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. I'm afraid I'll startle you if I yell." Her mind was working quickly as she added, "I'll set an alarm for you next time, okay?" This was a great idea. All he had to do was get up and he wouldn't have to worry about a woman seeing him sleeping. Seeing her flustered and anxious look, and the way she was constantly thinking of a solution, Feng Beichen couldn't bear to blame her anymore, and just said coldly, "Well, then set the alarm." As he spoke, he stood up and said, "Clean up here, and change the sheets once a week from now on. Only you are allowed to do this, and no one else is allowed to come in here." "Yes." Zhang Jin responded quickly. No matter what, the work he assigned must be done well. Everyone has a competitive spirit. No matter what, for the first job, everyone wants to be recognized. But here, even if someone comes in, they won't be able to find the bedroom inside, right? Feng Beichen looked at Zhongjin, who was a little timid in front of him, and continued to instruct her in a rare calm manner, clean up here. If the clothes are too old, throw them away and replace them with new ones. Put the ones that need to be washed in the changing rack and take them outside. These tasks were supposed to be assigned by Zhang Junyan, but for some reason, when he saw her, he actually assigned them all as well. Yes. Zhang Jun responded. It was his first day at the job, so of course this was the word he said the most. Put on your clothes. Feng Beichen stopped and said lightly. Zhang Jun said, oh, and hesitated for a moment. Didn't he just say that he should keep a distance of 3 meters from him? But he still walked forward, helped him tie his shirt, and took his jacket and helped him put it on. Feng Beichen, who was already handsome and heroic, was like an ancient emperor, having people help him change his clothes. He exuded a strong masculine scent, with a hint of tobacco and a hint of cologne, which made her heart tremble. How could she forget this smell? However, there should be many men who use this perfume, right? People of status and position should all use it, right? Of course, that person must also be a big money sponsor. Feng Beichen looked at the busy and awkward woman in front of him, but he did not feel annoyed as he did with other women. He even had a feeling of familiarity. What's your major? Feng Beichen asked suddenly, startling Zhang Jun's hands. The warm little hand that was fixing his tie touched his Adam's apple. What's wrong with this woman? Don't you introduce yourself when you're looking for a job? Tell me about your major. Is that difficult? I majored in secretarial studies. Zhang Jun said with some stammering. She was quite confident about her academic qualifications and major. This major was not her favorite. Before her father had the accident, she studied vocal music at the Performing Arts Academy. Her family fell into poverty and she could not afford the high tuition fees. She also had to take care of the children, so she had no choice but to choose a junior college major in secretarial work. She just wanted to get a diploma so that she could find a job earlier. It is often said that heroes do not ask where they came from, but when looking for a job or getting to know someone for the first time, who wouldn't look at your background and education? But there are many things that you can't decide for yourself. Feng Beichen said, are you done? Did it take so long to dress him? Was she also a fangirl and wanted to stay with him for a while longer? Okay, that's it. Zhang Jun finally flicked the wrinkles on his suit jacket and took a half step back. Feng Beichen didn't say anything else and just walked out quickly. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, the door was pushed open and Zhang Junyan's face appeared behind the door. She saw Feng Beichen, who was dressed neatly, and said with some surprise, Boss Feng, you're already up. I came here to talk to Xiao Zhang about her work. Her heart was filled with frustration. She had originally planned to embarrass Zhang Jun and then get rid of her. But now seeing Feng Beichen's energetic look, she of course understood that the situation was different from what she expected. Feng Beichen had already turned on his computer and was opening a document. He said in a cold warning, Secretary Zhang, Xiao Zhang is here to be my personal secretary. You must explain all personal work to her clearly. From tomorrow on, if she fails to do something well because she doesn't understand, it will be your responsibility. These words hit Zhang Junyan's heart like a club. After working with Feng Beichen for so many years, she was the best at guessing his feelings. No matter how much her heart ached, staying by his side was her top priority, so she immediately responded respectfully and seriously, yes. Then going straight to that bedroom, she had to transfer part of the work she had been doing. In fact, if you think about it, the salary remains the same, the status remains the same, and the work content is reduced, so why not? Women, in Feng Beichen's place, are like soldiers on the move. Feng Beichen had given instructions and was in charge, so even if Zhang Junyan was doing her job impartially, she also explained to Zhang Jun very carefully and seriously how to do things so that they could be done properly. Zhang Jun seized this good opportunity and carefully wrote down what she said on his mobile phone. Then he said to her respectfully, okay, I'll sort it out when I have time. Please help me take a look. As for work, as long as you understand the process clearly, you can definitely do it well if you work hard. Zhang Junyan hummed in agreement. She wanted to calm down and wait and see how long she could stay here. Anyway, Feng Beichen didn't belong to her in the first place, and his heart has always belonged to someone. If Zhongjin could stir his heart, it would be a great thing. Secretary Zhang, President Feng asked us to postpone the work after 3 o'clock, so he needs to go out for a while. Zhongjin said at almost the last moment. These words made Zhang Junyan feel even more uncomfortable, and the feeling of having her candy taken away became even stronger. Chapter 17 Misunderstanding. Since it is something that you have no control over, you might as well let it go. Got it? Zhang Junyan responded coldly and softly, then stood up and walked out. Of course, she was still very polite and respectful to Feng Beichen, and said with a little resentment, Boss Feng, I have already explained everything. If there is nothing else, I will go and get busy first. I have to say, she was very sad. After working by his side for so long, she was actually not as good as a newcomer. Feng Beichen certainly understood her little thoughts, but it was precisely because he understood that he had to recruit Zhongjin. Yeah. Feng Beichen responded indifferently, his eyes fixed on the computer, one hand occasionally drawing something on the paper beside him, without even looking at her directly. Zhang Junyan felt extremely sad, and she just stood there, staring at him, motionless. Sensing her strangeness, Feng Beichen raised his head and asked casually, What? Is there anything else? How could she argue with the big boss? Zhang Junyan had to swallow all the grievances and said calmly, It's okay, I'll go get busy. Then she turned and left. Feng Beichen glanced at her background, the corner of his mouth twitched, he shook his head gently, and continued with his work. At this time, Zhongjin was tidying up the room. Although many of the shirts and suits were not worn out, they all looked rather dull. How could a young person wear such mature clothes? She couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and shook her head gently. There is really no way to describe the aesthetics of this thing. Although Zhongjin's major is secretarial, she is definitely an artistic young person. Her original major is vocal music, and she is quite knowledgeable about clothing matching and colors. And she loves these things very much, especially painting. She is very talented. Who cares? Didn't she say that she would take care of all his private affairs? She couldn't match him with such old-fashioned clothes. She would rather he had fewer sets than let him wear those. So I searched and almost emptied his closet, but after looking at it, I felt that some of the pieces were too much, so I reluctantly bought back 2 more. However, after looking at them again, I felt that they really didn't match his temperament, so I finally put them back in the trash. When she finally finished packing and moved the boxes out one by one, Feng Beichen was really surprised. He looked away from his work and asked coldly, What are you doing? I just asked her to tidy up her closet and change her clothes, but it felt like she had cleared out everything from Shishoror. Zhongjin panted as he moved a box to the door. He then stood up and said, panting a little, Boss Feng, how old are your clothes? Why do they look like antiques? No, you need to change your image to be youthful and stylish. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good figure. She regretted it right after she finished speaking. She was talking to her big boss. He was the one who could decide whether she would stay in the job. Was she too excited about her job? She was actually speaking without restraint. But what has been said is like water spilled, how can it be taken back? Therefore, Zhongjin could only regret secretly, lowering his head and not daring to look at him, with his hands clenched tightly. But what she didn't expect was that Feng Beichen actually said coldly, It's true that the closet hasn't been cleaned for a long time. You can take care of it, but when I go out later, you have to give me enough clothes for various occasions. Hooray! Is it really a change of fortune? Such a cold and aloof male god can actually speak so gently? Unable to suppress the joy on Zhongjin's face, she happily responded, Yes. Anyway, she doesn't have to spend her own money, so she can buy more clothes and match them in various ways. Finally, all the things were cleaned up in the corridor outside the room. Zhongjin wanted to take a breath. He was quite tired after doing this physical work. People nowadays, where have they ever done such intense work? After doing it suddenly, they must rest well, otherwise how can they have the energy to deal with Zhang Tianyu, the little rascal, at night? But Feng Beichen suddenly asked, What kind of jewelry do you like? What does that mean? Is he going to give it to her? Zhongjin's heart was beating wildly. What kind of lucky god did he bump into? No, I can't be too greedy. Too much brings harm. I just need to let this good luck flow slowly. I don't need jewelry. My ordinary accessories are all handicrafts. Zhang said a little embarrassedly, his face a little red with shyness. No reward without merit. The salary is what she deserves, but giving her jewelry as a gift is a bit too much. Feng Beichen sneered, feeling amused. I'm not giving you jewelry, but the company now has a series of jewelry to design, and I want to hear your opinion on beauty. So that's how it is. How embarrassing. Zhang really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But why didn't he explain it earlier? Was he doing it on purpose to see her stink? Oh, this. Zhang stuttered a little. He was so depressed. How could he say anything else? He had not held out much hope for her in the first place, and now seeing her dumbfounded look, Feng Beichen sneered and shook his head imperceptibly. How could a girl who had been in poverty for several years and still had to support her mother and many debts have the energy to pay too much attention to the charm of beauty? Keep doing your work and don't make any noise. Feng Beichen's voice suddenly turned cold. Although it was still magnetic and elastic, a strong aura came over him and there was a sense of urgency in the air. Zhang naturally didn't dare to resist anymore. He quickly responded, yes, and walked towards the room as slowly as possible. The wardrobe has been tidied, and every place has been cleaned. I walked to the window, looked down at the scenery outside, and took a rest. I have to go shopping for clothes with him later, and I'm afraid there will be a lot of work to do, so I have to save some energy. Also, thinking that I might not be able to get home on time at night, I quickly sent a message to Wenhe, please pick up Xiao Baozi for me tonight. I have something to do here and may not be able to get home on time. Wenhe replied very quickly, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will be on time for get off work this week, so you can go about your work without any worries. I will take care of picking up Xiao Baozi. Fortunately, there is Wenhe, otherwise I really don't know how I would have gotten through these years. There is no need to express gratitude for a great favor. If the two of them deliberately said thank you, it would seem strange. My dear, be good. Zhang sent these two words with a smile on his face. In her heart, she had long regarded Wenhe as her own family and always said that there were four of them. She looked at the time, walked out quietly, closed the door, then sat down on the sofa at the side and looked through some documents Zhang Junyan gave her. Chapter 18, Buying Clothes. It was just 3 o'clock when Feng Beichen stood up and said coldly, Get ready to go. Zhang immediately stood up and checked the time. It was really accurate to the second. Isn't this guy too punctual? He must have studied in Germany before, right? Bring your computer. Have you arranged the car? Feng Beichen said as he sorted out his clothes. He had been working for so long, he must be very tired, right? She still has to arrange the car? How to arrange it? She really doesn't know. I clearly told Zhang Junyan that I would be leaving in a while, but she didn't remind her anything. It seems that the work is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are always many traps waiting for you to fall into. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, Zhang was really anxious. It was only his first day at work and all kinds of ugly things happened. He wouldn't be fired because of this, right? She turned off the computer and hurriedly looked through the document, but it clearly said nothing. Immediately find Secretary Zhang and ask her to give you the company's contact list. Feng Beichen said coldly, without any intention of blaming her, but he immediately changed the subject and said sharply, I don't want to hear any apologies. If you are not competent for this job, leave early. There are many things that others don't provide you with convenience, you have to find a way to handle everything yourself. If you just passively wait for others to give you, what can you accomplish? Yes. Zhang responded quickly, with countless black lines in his heart. Could it be that his first job would really be a short-lived one? No, absolutely not. She had to prove her ability. If she couldn't even do a secretary job that only handled personal matters, what kind of job would she look for in the future? Another important thing is that currently only the salary from this job is enough to cover her family's expenses. Mr. Feng, I will definitely adjust my work status and rhythm as soon as possible. Please give me a few more days. Zhang said pleadingly. Feng Beichen looked at her, snorted coldly, dialed a number on his cell phone, and said in a very dull voice, Secretary Zhang, didn't Xiao Zhang tell you that I would be leaving at 3 o'clock? Zhang Junyan responded respectfully, I have told you. What's the matter, Mr. Feng? She pretended to be confused on purpose, just to see his attitude. Call a taxi. Feng Beichen said in an extremely cold tone, then hung up the phone. Zhang Junyan showed a sinister smile on her face and quickly dialed the phone number of the fleet. In fact, the big boss has a dedicated driver, and it is only a matter of a phone call to use the car whenever he wants. Of course, she also understood the meaning of Feng Beichen's phone call just now. He was warning her to stop. After making the arrangements, she immediately came to Feng Beichen's office, met him at the door, and reported, "The car is ready." Then she said softly and clearly, "Do you need me to accompany you or wait in the company?" "No need." Feng Beichen said lightly, and walked out briskly. Zhang Jun naturally hurried to follow. Zhang Junyan rolled her eyes at the two of them behind their backs and then went back to her office. Sitting in the luxury car, Feng Beichen closed his eyes and rested without saying a word. Zhang Jun looked at him and had to hold back what he was about to say. "Just say whatever you want to say." Feng Beichen suddenly spoke. Although he closed his eyes, he seemed to see her expression. Since his secrets had been exposed, he had no choice but to speak them out. So Zhang Jun said, "I want to ask Mr. Feng, should we keep all the clothes we bought at the company or at home as well?" She was thinking, since she was going to deal with his private affairs, then she must take care of his family, right? Some things are better to ask earlier, and not be too passive. It needs to be placed on both sides, so some people can have two sets. It's up to you to arrange. Feng Beichen's voice was so flat without any ups and downs, as if a robot was broadcasting in a pleasant magnetic voice. "So that's how it is." Zhang Jun nodded and responded softly, "I understand. It seems that it is almost impossible to get off work normally today. Fortunately, I made preparations early. Being prepared is the key to success. This is not just a simple saying. No matter what you do, you should use your mind more often." Soon they arrived at a large clothing mall. When the waiters saw Feng Beichen, they immediately swarmed over and said, "Hello, Mr. Feng. Wow, what a passion. But it's only natural that such a big sponsor would come." Feng Beichen turned sideways and said to Zhang Jun, "You are responsible for choosing. They have all sizes here. Most of his clothes are custom made here. He just needs to choose the style and matching. There will be no problem with the size." Now everyone understood that the decision was in Zhang Jun's hands, so they all greeted her enthusiastically. "Miss, can we recommend a few to you? This is of course necessary. After all, there are so many clothes here. If she picks them one by one, she will be exhausted. What's more, they want to buy a batch, not just a few sets." Zhang Jun was also thinking about various occasions in her mind, including business negotiations, banquets, leisure, etc. Of course, she had also made up her mind to buy him a few sets of more fashionable and stylish clothes with a sense of fashion. She wants to satisfy her addiction of dressing up as a handsome guy. Finally, he picked up a burgundy suit jacket, tried it on Feng Beichen's handsome body, and said intoxicatedly, "It would be so cool if I wore this to a private party or something." Feng Beichen took a look and asked calmly, "Isn't this color a little off?" "How could that be? This is a deep burgundy color. It makes people look youthful and energetic, yet steady." Zhang Jun explained quickly, winking at the waiter next to him. "Yes, Mr. Feng, this suit is particularly suitable for your temperament. It is very stylish and generous," the waiter echoed. Since they all said so, Feng Beichen nodded. It didn't matter to him whether he had one more or one less piece of clothing. When he needed to wear it, he could just have her match it for him. Get a few sets of clothes for Secretary Zhang as well, including a professional suit and a dress. Feng Beichen ordered in a calm voice. You actually want to buy it for her?" Zhang Jun's eyes widened in surprise, and he wanted to refuse, but when he saw his gaze that didn't allow him to argue, he had to swallow his words. The waiters nearby, smiling from ear to ear, called out to Zhang Jun, "Secretary Zhang, we'll get you a few sets. Please try them out." Zhang Jun followed the waiter to the fitting room while instructing them which ones required 2 sets and which ones required 1 set, which ones were numbered 1 and which ones were numbered 2, since she had to put them back to the company and home respectively. Of course, she also had to buy him some ties and collarbones to match his clothes and occasions. Chapter 19. I want you to clean up. Zhang Jun prepared her own clothes as quickly as possible, just preparing a few sets of formal wear and dresses. She was still not used to spending the big boss's money. Besides, she really didn't know that she would need those clothes now. Regardless of whether she would have the opportunity to wear these big name clothes for free in the future, she thought that she shouldn't be too greedy. But when she wore an evening gown, the waiter was obviously amazed and shouted in surprise, "Secretary Zhang, please let President Feng take a look. She is so beautiful." The waiter simply tied her hair into a bun, leaving 2 loose strands on both sides, but her gentleness like jade really made people feel a comfortable feeling as if a stream of clear spring was flowing through their hearts. Being praised like that, Zhang Jin really felt embarrassed. She said shyly, "No need, as long as the clothes fit me." No matter how beautiful the dress was, she was still worried whether she would have the chance to wear it out. Feng Beichen sat on the sofa on the side, closed his eyes and thought about his worries and work. He suddenly told the waiter, "Give Secretary Zhang 2 sets of sportswear." For some reason, he was actually looking forward to seeing her heroic performance on the sports field. This woman shouldn't disappoint him, right? He had always disliked taking women to exercise, so his thoughts were very strange at this moment. So following the waiter's suggestion, Zhang Jin got everything done very quickly, and then had some of the things sent back to the company and some taken back home. Looking at the time, it was almost time to get off work, so Zhang Jin had no choice but to ask, "Boss Feng, where are we going now?" "Home, I have to make you familiar with the job," Feng Beichen said with his eyes half closed, his voice muffled. Without waiting for Zhang Jin to respond, he continued coldly, "You only have 1 day to understand the job. You don't have to get started within this week. The implication is that if you can't get started within a week, you will lose this opportunity. It is extremely cruel, but this is life. If everyone wants to live a good life, they must be fully prepared to deal with it." "Yes." Zhang Jin immediately responded with full confidence. It was enough for him to know his bottom line. He would definitely work hard to get the best result. The car was driving quickly towards the East District. The greenery on both sides was really neat and beautiful. This is indeed a wealthy area. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, you can feel the difference from the old city. Soon the car stopped in front of a villa in the Jinding No. 1 villa district. Zhang Jin took a peek and realized that the green plants here were so lush and varied. It was like living in a park. Immediately, a butler came out to greet him, "Boss Feng." Feng Beichen got out of the car, pointed at Zhang Jin and said calmly, "This is Secretary Zhang. She will be responsible for all my personal affairs from now on. She is the only one allowed to enter my room." Oh my god, what does it mean to say this? Zhang Jin's heart was in turmoil. What was going on? Would the housekeeper also hate her? She quickly chanted Amitabha in her heart, asking sentient beings with predestined relationships not to misunderstand that she was not trying to steal someone else's job. The butler responded very respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Feng." Zhang Jin on the side also smiled as a greeting. The clothes and other necessary things were quickly moved to Feng Beichen's room on the 2nd floor, and the housekeeper turned around and left with great foresight. "Clean up all the clothes in the closet first, and then put all the new ones in order." Feng Beichen ordered coldly, "From now on, you must come here to work on time at 7 o'clock every morning, clean up my room, and then go to the company to prepare lunch or go out for social events with me. Is this considered an assignment?" Zhang Jin immediately took out his cell phone, opened the memo, and wrote down his words. If he was not sure about something, he would ask him again for confirmation. There was no time to think about other things, but the problem still existed. If he came here so early, what would Xiao Qianyu do? Seeing that Zhang Jin's face was not right, Feng Beichen frowned, stared at her, and asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" "No, no problem, I can do it." Zhang Jin responded quickly. No matter what, he had to get the job done. If there were any difficulties, he would find a solution later. Seeing her startled look, Feng Beichen expressed his doubt, but seeing her nodding sincerely, he had no choice but to believe her. "Remember, you are the only one who can enter and exit my room. Come here," Feng Beichen suddenly said in a deep voice. Zhang Jin certainly didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately walked towards him, asking, "What's the matter?" "Give me your hand," Feng Beichen said as he grabbed Zhang Jin's hand without any explanation. His hands are so strong and warm. Just being held by him gives me an indescribable feeling of security. What the hell, what's going on? Is she crazy? Zhang Jin clenched her hands tightly, reminding herself not to let her imagination run wild. She must know her own situation, and she must not do such daydreams. After a few beeps, Feng Beichen put down her hand and said calmly, "Try it." It turns out that there is a fingerprint lock on his door. Does he have a priceless treasure in his room? It is really hard to understand why he uses such a lock. Is there any treasure that must be kept at home? Although he was hesitant in his heart, his hands moved swiftly. After trying it, he found that the door could be opened automatically. Sure, thank you, Mr. Feng. Zhongjin still expressed his gratitude, which was also a kind of politeness. There is also a password. Fingerprints may fail or not work sometimes, so you have to pay attention. Feng Beichen continued in a calm voice, then leaned close to her ear and whispered a string of numbers, remember it. His warm breath blew against her ears, and his voice was so elastic and magnetic that Zhongjin felt like she was in the clouds. But she knew in her heart that all this was real, and she must work hard to remember and do what he said. Yes. Zhongjin responded to him and memoized the string of numbers several times in his mind. After all, this thing could not be written down. But her expression seemed a little dazed, so Feng Beichen stared at her with some distrust and asked very seriously, did you really remember it? If she forgot something someday, he wouldn't have time to help her, so he would rather take the time to confirm it with her again now. It was also strange. To others, no matter what, he would only say it once. If there was a mistake, he would directly point out the issue of responsibility. But to her, he was an exception. Chapter 20. This boss is kind of warm. I've got it. No, try it. Zhongjin raised her head and asked seriously, how to open such a lock? She still needs to practice it. If she can't open the door tomorrow, it will be too embarrassing. No one wants anything unexpected to happen. Feng Beichen nodded in agreement. So Zhongjin immediately closed the door again, entered the password she remembered, and the door opened. It's not bad. It seems that she is smart. I hope she can do this job. It doesn't matter if the salary is higher. After all, she is the mother of twins. Feng Beichen thought of this and quickly dismissed the idea in his mind. Why think about these things? What happened? The twins would definitely not recognize her. This could only be a secret. Be careful and meticulous in what you do. I have a misophobia and can't stand any mess. Feng Beichen said coldly, turned around and walked out. Zhongjin stood there for a few seconds, then quickly came to her senses. It was already time to get off work, so she had to speed up so that she could go home earlier. Looking at so many clothes and such a large dressing room, she walked over quickly and started to work vigorously. Fortunately, although there were many clothes in his cloakroom, they were very neatly arranged. She looked through them one by one first, picked out those with old styles and worn-out clothes and threw them aside, and then quickly made adjustments to see if there were any that could be matched and were more in line with her aesthetic standards. All those that she didn't like were thrown away. After 2 rounds of this, her closet is almost empty. Of course, there are more new styles waiting to be bought here. She quickly hung up the new clothes one by one. Beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. She just wiped them gently with her hand and continued to work busy. Finally, I hung up all the new clothes and arranged the ties and bow ties neatly into categories. Only then did I look up and breathe a long sigh of relief. Finally, take another look at your old clothes and eliminate those that don't look good. Looking at the neat and bright wardrobe, she felt very satisfied. Then she started to move some unwanted things out the door, but there were really a lot of clothes, and it was really hard for her to do it alone. Feng Beichen was in the study opposite. Hearing the noise, he came out and said coldly, you can ask the housekeeper or the staff to do the rough work. You have to be flexible. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to go back to the study. However, when he reached the door, he said in a deep voice, pick a room and live here later. Zhongjin was petrified. How could this be possible? She had to take care of her son Zhang Qianyu. Is there a problem? Feng Beichen became impatient when he heard her words. As he spoke, he turned around and stared at her with great force. How could there be a problem? No, it's okay, it's just that my mother is not feeling well and I need to visit her this weekend. Zhongjin's mind was racing, she had to think of something to justify her surprise. You can arrange your weekends freely. If there is any emergency, it will be counted as overtime and you will be paid double the salary. Feng Beichen said coldly. Of course he knew about her mother's situation, he just needed to check on her. Okay, but Mr. Feng, I still need to make some arrangements at home. Can you give me a few days to make arrangements? Zhongjin asked cautiously. She really wanted this job, and she could accept working overtime. If she wanted to live a better life, How could she do so without paying a certain price? She believed that there were always more solutions than problems, and all difficulties could be overcome. No problem, 1 week is the limit. After saying this, Feng Beichen turned and left. No, I have to ask clearly, so Zhongjin asked again, Boss Feng, I'll go back tonight and be here on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, is that okay? She had just started working and didn't understand Feng Beichen's habits, so it was better to make everything clear. Okay. Feng Beichen responded coldly, walked into the study, and closed the door with a click. Zhongjin immediately went downstairs and asked the housekeeper to find someone to help take all the things out. Of course, she had to take care of the hygiene herself. All her clothes were soaked, which made her feel really uncomfortable. Thinking of those high-end clothes, she couldn't help but pick one up and try it on herself. It is a woman's nature to love beauty. She is at the age of a flower, how can she not love beauty? Simply take a shower, change into a set, go home beautifully, and make Wen He and Zhang Qianyu happy. If she doesn't change her clothes now, she will look like she has done hard labor all day. No matter how hard or tired you are, you still want to show your decent side in front of your loved ones. Anyway, taking a shower would only take about 10 minutes, so she didn't care about anything else, just grabbed a set of clothes and started taking a shower. Rich people just know how to enjoy themselves. Zhongjin sighed while taking a shower. The oxygenating shower function of Hansgrohe is really great and it feels comfortable when it hits the body. She was really quick. She had just put on her clothes, carried her changed clothes in a bag, and walked out while wiping her hair. She almost bumped into a wall of people and quickly greeted them, Boss Feng. Feng Beichen's expression was very ugly, and he said in a very serious tone, Who allowed you to use my bathroom and towels? You're so stingy. If you don't allow me to use it, then don't use it. Why are you so angry? But he was the boss, so Zhongjin had to immediately say, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Indeed, it is very impolite to use other people's things without their consent. My things are for special use only. You are responsible for cleaning the place, but you have no right to use anything here. Do you understand? Feng Beichen's tone was extremely serious, as if he was talking about something extremely important. Moreover, he exudes a powerful aura that makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. I understand. There won't be a next time. Zhongjin has seen this, but she still has to behave especially docilely. Zhongjin walked past him sideways, and when he reached his side, he suddenly stopped and whispered, Boss Feng, I'll go home first. The sanitation here has been cleaned. See you tomorrow? Feng Beichen suddenly lowered his head, and his breath directly brushed her head, and her wet hair actually exuded a pleasant fragrance. It was strange, why didn't the shampoo he had been using smell so good? But now it smelled so good. Let the driver take you. It's hard to get a taxi here at night. Feng Beichen's voice was cold, but it really made Zhongjin feel very warm. This boss is still very loving, even if he looks cold on the surface. Chapter 21, Her son is her spiritual support. Zhongjin returned home happily, while when he and Zhang Qianyu were holding a computer, watching Big Head Son and Small Head Dad with great pleasure. I'm back. Zhongjin happily called them both, and then said, why do you always take my son to watch the computer? Did the kindergarten give him any homework today? It's not that she is picky, she just wants the best for her son, and now everyone is saying that children watch too much electronic products, which is bad for their health, so she certainly doesn't want him to watch too much. When he glared at her, Your Majesty, you are finally back. I was just about to let the kid go to bed after watching this. He has already finished his homework, okay? If he learns too much, you think he will become old before his time. Now he is watching cartoons, but you don't let him watch them. What do you want? That's right. She is the mother of the child. Doesn't he have the time and energy to take care of the child? Someone is helping her to take care of the child. How can she be picky? Zhongjin, and he is very good to me. Besides, I'm grown up now and I know when to do something and when to stop. You should take care of yourself, okay? Little Zhang Qianyu glanced at her and said lightly. Zhongjin and when he looked at each other. This little guy was really amazing. His words were even more impressive than those of an adult. Oh, did you two notice anything different about me? Zhongli turned around on the spot. I was wearing such beautiful clothes, but the two of them actually ignored it. When he was of course an expert at identifying good things. His eyes lit up immediately and his mouth opened wide. Who gave it to you? It's so generous. Are you dating a rich man? Zhang Qianyu rolled his bright eyes and snorted. Is it some brand name clothing? You women are so superficial, you get so excited about a piece of clothing. Even though this little guy is young and hasn't seen much of the world, he knows more about these things and principles than adults, and he applies them very freely, making adults feel inferior. Zhang Jin immediately threw a gesture to Wen He to stop talking about this topic, smiled awkwardly, walked to Zhang Qianyu, hugged him gently, kissed him and said, Little Baozi, do you miss your mother? I'll give you your favorite rice balls tomorrow morning, okay? Hearing this, the little bun shook his head and sighed. Tell me, is there anything else you need to discuss with me? This child is really too sensible. When he hugged him distressfully and said, Little guy, just keep your little heart in your heart. Don't worry. Anyway, we two adults will take good care of you. These were her true feelings. She loved him so much. Apart from the friendship with Zhang Jin, the most important thing was that he was so sensible and cute that when people saw him, they would feel happy and have infinite pity for him. The situation had to be explained, and arrangements had to be made early. She didn't have much time, so Zhang Jin hardened her heart and tried to speak in a relaxed tone. I have to go to work at 7 o'clock tomorrow. It takes half an hour to drive there, and at least an hour to take the bus, so. Having said this, she stared at the two people in front of her. When he immediately said, Don't worry, I'm here. I'll deliver the buns tomorrow and pick them up. My direct boss has already told me to give me a week or two to get familiar with the various situations, and it will be easier. Fortunately, she is here, otherwise I really don't know how I would have managed to get through the day. Zhang Qianyu also immediately expressed his opinion. Don't worry, as long as Auntie sends me there and takes me back, there will be no problem. Zhang Jin had no choice but to feel guilty. For a happy life in the future, all the suffering now was nothing. Grit your teeth, it will soon be over. Thank you both, I love you so much. Zhang Jin kissed Zhang Qianyu, but when she wanted to kiss Wen He again, she refused. Stop, I don't want to be gay. Zhang Qianyu also had a look of disgust on his face. Hey, what's that smell? You adults are such a jerk. At this time, the cartoon just ended. He got down from the sofa and said, I'm going to bed first. You two women should also go to bed early so that you can stay beautiful all the time. I know. Good night, baby. Zhang Jin said apologetically, watching the child walk into the room, climb onto the bed, and take off his clothes by himself. Other children of this age would probably still need to be coaxed and held by adults, right? He really suffered with her. But it was because of him that she felt that life was colorful. In fact, Zhang Qianyu has always been her spiritual support. As a mother, you should go and help the child. We'll talk later. When he certainly felt sorry for the child, but he also felt sorry for her. After all, how could someone who has not experienced it understand the bitterness of a woman raising a child? Zhang Jin immediately put down her bag, walked in, and wanted to help Zhang Qianyu take off his clothes, but the little guy insisted, I'm really grown up, don't worry about me, you work hard, I will study hard, and grow up quickly. Watching him fall asleep, Zhang Jin walked out feeling somewhat guilty and sad. Seeing her expression, when he teased her, it's okay. Your baby is so great. You, as a mother, have to work hard. Otherwise, no one will believe that he is your son in the future. This seems to be true, there are many things that cannot be achieved just by hard work. Don't give me that crap. Don't teach him too many advanced things in the future. After all, he knows too little. I have something important to tell you. Zhang Jin's main theme was still happiness. In response to this situation, the two of them unanimously agreed to place the baby in full-time care and take the baby home once a week. When his job was relatively easy. In the past 1 or 2 weeks, she just had to report and get familiar with the place. So she had to complete Zhang Qianyu's work. Why do you seem so happy? Are you excited after seeing your idol? When he raised his eyebrows and asked her. As for Wen He, she was transparent and told him everything. Although Zhang Jin did not admit that she had feelings for him, how could she hide happiness? It had already quietly appeared on her face. Early the next morning, Zhang Jin got up, prepared breakfast according to his own plan, let them eat, and then hurried out. But after she came out, she found that many buses would not start running until after 6 o'clock. She had no choice but to take a taxi. On her first day at work, she couldn't be late. But if she took a taxi, she would have more time. When she arrived at her destination, it was just past 6:30. Fortunately, the environment here is so good, so she can just think of it as going to the park for morning exercise. Chapter 22. Clothes are available. There were clusters of kalanchoe flowers in full bloom over there, so Zhongjun walked over to admire them, only to see Feng Beichen running towards him from not far away. She wanted to hide, but there were only low bushes here. How could she hide? There was no other way. She could only lower her head and greet, "Morning, Mr. Feng. Why don't you go in?" Feng Beichen walked to her and didn't stop, but just ran in place. Zhongjun felt extremely embarrassed, as if her desire for a piece of candy had been blatantly exposed. She said softly, "I thought it would disturb you too early. Don't be so self-righteous." Feng Beichen replied coldly, and continued to run forward in small steps, saying as he ran, "Come on, I just happened to tell you something." It seems that he doesn't mean to be angry, right? Zhongjun made a guess in his mind and moved his feet to keep up with his footsteps. As soon as the two of them entered the room, their housekeeper came over and said softly, "Boss Feng, breakfast is ready." "Yeah." Feng Beichen responded as he walked inside. Zhongjun greeted the housekeeper and followed his footsteps upstairs. According to what he just said, he must have asked her to do something. Sure enough, after arriving in the room, he said calmly, "Find clothes for me." As he spoke, he took off his sportswear and threw it on the sofa beside him. "Have you checked the schedule?" There was no problem with matching clothes, but he seemed to have really neglected his schedule. "I'm sorry, how can I check your itinerary?" Zhongjun was so anxious that he broke out in sweat, his voice trembling slightly. He had clearly checked his phone before going to bed last night, but no one had sent him any messages. He also checked his phone in the taxi this morning, but didn't find anything. It seems that there must be some software or small group that no one invited her to join. Just by listening to her voice, you can tell that she still doesn't understand how things should be done. But it's not entirely her fault. After all, every job should have a handover process, and Zhang Junyan just wants to use this to make things difficult for her, or to force her to leave. No matter how strong a person is, he or she still needs help from others. Moreover, she is still like a young seedling, and needs careful care from others. "I have to attend a business meeting this morning. After you tidy up your house, go directly to the company. Someone will pick you up at 11:30 and we will have lunch together." As Feng Beichen said this, he walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and prepared to take a bath. "Yes." Zhongjun responded in a clear voice, and then began to prepare clothes for him. A voice came from inside, "Bring in the towel." Did he not bring a bath towel when he went in? Zhongjun picked up a large bath towel and walked in hesitantly. Inside was a picture that made women's blood boil. She felt somewhat hopeful but also a little embarrassed, so she hesitated, not knowing whether she should go in. "Hurry up!" Feng Beichen shouted impatiently. "What's going on? Is it so difficult to hold the towel?" Zhongjun could not delay any longer and had to walk inside. He saw a stream of water flowing on a particularly handsome male body behind the frosted glass. The bronze body and strong and well-shaped abdominal muscles were presented in front of her without any obstruction. Her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. "Here you go." She held up the towel and tried not to look him in the eye. It was too tempting. The old man said that food and sex are also sex. In fact, it does not only refer to men, but it should be said that both men and women have a pursuit of beauty. As long as it is of the opposite sex and something extremely beautiful can arouse people's primitive physiological impulses. Feng Beichen turned off the faucet at this time and said lightly, "Give it to me and I'll wipe it." How could this be possible? The job she had found was just a personal secretary. Although she had to handle private matters, she couldn't be without a bottom line, right? And she had clearly warned herself that she would never do a job that would damage her dignity. "Mr. Feng, there shouldn't be physical contact between men and women. I really am." Zhongjun lowered his head and spoke haltingly. Feng Beichen, however, grabbed the towel from her hand, wrapped it around his waist, and leaned over to her. "You are so self-righteous. Hurry up and wipe it with a towel." His figure was better than that of an average model. When she saw him, who could tell who was taking advantage of whom? How could such an ordinary woman with nothing have such a good past? Was there so much to destroy? His aura was so strong that the whole bathroom was filled with the smell of masculine hormones. Zhongjun felt immersed in it and had a feeling of suffocation. He had no choice but to grab a towel, lower his head, and try to wipe him. Hurry. 5 minutes, I want to have breakfast. This guy is really too much. He measures every time so precisely. Time was urgent, and I had noticed from the corner of my eye that he had covered the key parts, so I boldly helped him wipe them quickly, then took a slipper and threw it on the ground. He walked over, wiped his feet dry, then changed into dry slippers and walked out. Needless to say, he still needs help getting dressed. Without waiting for him to laugh, she took the initiative to walk over and help him pick up his clothes one by one. Feng Beichen was quite proactive. He took the shorts and put them on himself, and then Zhongjin helped him with everything. This means I am half an hour older. If not, then I don't have to do this job anymore. Of course, this question cannot be asked directly. After all, we are not familiar with each other now, and it is not good to be too fussy about it. Helping him put on his clothes and tidying up his accessories, she felt much more at ease after going through this whole process. This was both her job and an appreciation of beauty. It's the same with everything. As long as you think it through before you do it, it will be much easier. Mr. Feng, it's done. Zhongjin took a step back, looked at the man in front of him, and said happily. Seeing the clothes that he had personally put together being worn by Feng Beichen, Zhongjin felt a sense of satisfaction as they seemed to have come to life. Feng Beichen then opened his eyes and walked straight out. Isn't this the purest form of asking for favors? Feng Beichen walked to their door but suddenly turned around and said, let's have breakfast together, and then clean up. I wonder if this is an order or his concern. I'm afraid I can't just ignore it, right? Okay. Zhongjin responded and followed him downstairs. When a housekeeper saw the two of them coming down at the same time, he smiled ambiguously and said, Mr. Feng, Secretary Zhang, please come this way. As he spoke, he diligently pulled out chairs for the two of them. Chapter 23: A Touch of Warmth. Zhongjin and the butler respectfully sent Feng Beichen to work, and only then did they begin their formal contact. The housekeeper was very tactful and spoke to Zhongjin enthusiastically, Secretary Zhang, my name is Lin Qi, you can just call me Old Lin. If there is anything in the future, we will communicate in time. No matter what your position in the company is, you have to work and fight for your boss. Lin Qi has always been clear about this, so he has been doing well here. This was the first person who was particularly friendly to Zhongjin after she came to work here. She felt a little flattered and quickly responded with enthusiasm and gratitude, Hello, Manager Lin, my name is Zhongjin. There are many things here that I don't understand. Please give me more guidance. Everyone who has been working knows how difficult it is to meet someone who truly treats you well and is willing to give you advice on work. It is much harder than winning the lottery. Don't be polite. I've just worked here for a longer time. In the future, we need to cooperate well and provide good service to Mr. Feng. Lin Qi's words were particularly pertinent. Yes, if there is any problem, please remind me in time, please. Zhongjin bowed deeply to him with some excitement. Of course, she longed for someone to give her some advice. If everyone was like Zhang Junyan, she was afraid that her career here might not last long. Secretary Zhang, don't be so polite. Let me tell you a little about President Feng's living habits. Although Lin Qi had a good impression of Zhongjin and liked this girl, he also felt that Feng Beichen treated her differently from other secretaries. However, the workplace was also unpredictable. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? While being kind to others, you must also protect yourself properly, so that you can go further and be healthier in the workplace. Feng Beichen would get up at 6:15 every day, then go out for 20 minutes of exercise, come back to wash up and have breakfast. Of course, it was Zhang Junyan who came here to take care of things before. The room you chose yesterday was where she lived before. However, Feng Beichen did not allow her to live here every day. She only came here occasionally, but she would still come here early sometimes if she got up early. So that's how it is. Zhongjin wanted to ask, does Feng Beichen take a shower every day? Does he have to help him put on his clothes? But it's unlikely that Lin Qi would know about this, right? She could only ask cryptically, who took care of Mr. Feng when he woke up early in the morning? I mean, the hygiene in his room. Judging from his situation, it is absolutely impossible for him to clean up by himself. If Zhang Junyan didn't come every day, then someone would have to come and help him clean up. Mr. Feng's room is usually not open to anyone. He has a password and fingerprint. It is usually cleaned by Aunt Li when he is there. Lin Qi introduced the situation. He just told the truth. As for the future, that was her business. I understand, thank you. After Zhongjin finished speaking, he immediately went to the room to clean it and put away some of his clothes. In the next room, there were a few women's clothes in the closet. I thought they should belong to Zhang Junyan. Anyway, there was so much space, so she put her own clothes in another compartment and it was considered tidy. Finally, he checked Feng Beichen's room again and found that there was no problem. Then he left with satisfaction and prepared to go to the company. Just as she walked downstairs, Lin Qi came over to her and said, "Secretary Zhang, I've arranged everything for you." Zhang Jin never thought that he would be treated like this and thanked him repeatedly. Of course, the butler would only make such an arrangement at the suggestion of Feng Beichen, otherwise, it would not have happened. Just as they arrived downstairs at the company, Zhang Junyan happened to come back from outside. When she saw Zhang Jin, she glanced at her coldly and walked forward with disdain. However, Zhang Jin needed to be respectful. After all, he would still have to deal with her in the future. Besides, she would still have to arrange some work. "Hello, Secretary General Zhang." Zhang Jin greeted with a bright smile. Zhang Junyan glared at her with a fake smile and said coldly, "Boss Feng pays great attention to personal hygiene and privacy protection. You have to be careful. She has been very cautious over the years, and has not made any major mistakes or achievements. As a newcomer, she is clumsy in everything she does. I hope she can have a good honeymoon." "Yes." Zhang Jin thought it was just a kind reminder and accepted it completely, responding naturally. "You really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Just wait and see the result. Anyway, the result will come soon." Of course Zhang Jin couldn't go to the secretary's office, otherwise she would be hurt by those glares and would be covered in bruises by noon. Fortunately, she had an excuse that she needed to clean up his office. So, after getting out of the elevator, she went straight to Feng Beichen's office. Seeing that she had no intention of going to the secretary's office, Zhang Junyan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. When she was cleaning, she unexpectedly found several drawings with sketches on them. Curious, she put them aside. After she had tied it up, she took the papers and began to study them. Although the drawing was not finished, she, who had been learning to draw since she was a child, found it particularly interesting. She was imagining what the drawing would be about. Why was it so beautiful? She thought if it was a diamond or something, how sparkly and charming it would be. Anyway, she had nothing to do now, so she just appreciated it. Of course, she picked up her last painting, imitated it, and added a few of her own imaginations, which made it feel even better. Just as she was immersed in her imagination of the blueprint, the office door was pushed open. Feng Beichen saw that she was writing or drawing something, and asked in a cold and stiff voice, "What are you doing?" That was his desk, how could she sit on his chair and scribble on it? Zhang Junyan, who was following behind him, had a smug sneer in her eyes and thought to herself that she must open her eyes wide and take a good look at how she would be treated. I. Zhang Jin was a little surprised. She stuttered for a moment and didn't know how to explain. Feng Beichen had already strode to her side. When he saw that it was a blueprint, he instantly became angry and his voice became a few decibels higher. He almost yelled at her in annoyance, "Don't touch anything here. Understand?" He spent a long time thinking about the blueprint before making it. How could she touch it? "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng." Zhang Jin was at a loss, and quickly apologized and explained, "I didn't touch your drawing, I drew it on a piece of white paper." As she spoke, she quickly moved to the side, but she was so nervous that she bumped into Feng Beichen, who was walking towards her with great force. Chapter 24, A Different Look. Just when she was about to fall, Feng Beichen took decisive action and gently embraced her slender waist. "This is too much, how can you do this? Do you think you can seduce Feng Beichen like this?" If this is the case, he would have been seduced by countless women. Zhang Junyan's face looked like she had been severely beaten, red and white at once. She waved the file bag in her hand, walked to the desk and stood at arm's length away. She cleared her throat and said very clearly, "Boss Feng, do you want to read this document now or later?" She was actually reminding Zhang Jin that this was an office setting and it was inappropriate to make such a move. Zhang Jin's face blushed like a ripe apple and she immediately bounced away from Feng Beichen. But Feng Beichen was very calm, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "Put it down." Seeing Feng Beichen's attitude, even Zhang Junyan didn't dare to act rashly. She put the document on his desk in a huff and reminded him again, "Boss Feng, it's best to deal with this document now. The project is urgent. Only after you sign it can we proceed to the next step. This is true. Many things cannot be carried out without Feng Beichen's signature and consent. Feng Beichen had already sat down, nodded, and took the file bag directly in his hand. He actually didn't blame Zhang for what he did just now. How is this possible? Zhang Junyan was very angry, but in her heart she also hoped that Feng Beichen would be tempted from now on. Who could say who would have the chance in the future? Feng Beichen opened the file bag and quickly flipped through it. Without even looking up, he said, "Send Xiangming over." Xiangming was originally responsible for the work matters, but because they were all in a meeting just now, Zhang Junyan got it. Zhang Jun, who was concentrating all his energy on Feng Beichen, immediately responded, "Yes," and then began to contact Xiangming. Xiangming came over as quickly as possible, and the two of them discussed the project content on the document. Zhang Jun felt like a little fool. She naturally didn't know what the project was, and she didn't even understand some of the words they said. They were talking about levels, construction periods, acceptance, and other words that seemed unfathomable to her. Looking at the time on his wrist, it was almost time for the lunch banquet. Feng Beichen gave instructions to Xiangming and ordered him to revise the document immediately and distribute it. He also emphasized that the schedule for this project was very tight and must be closely monitored. Xiangming picked up the document and saw the blueprint the moment he lowered his head. He asked in surprise, "Boss Feng, when was this drawn?" Feng Beichen looked down and realized that this was certainly not drawn by him, but the pattern of the dragon totem was so lively and majestic. "This is not what I drew, Secretary Zhang, is this what you just drew?" Feng Beichen raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Jun. No one else has touched the things there. She was the only one who wrote and drew on them just now. No one else would have touched them except her. "I'm sorry, this won't happen again." Zhang Jun apologized immediately. She clenched her hands tightly, feeling really regretful. She didn't know what had taken her by surprise that she would draw there. There are obviously so many things to think about, at work and at home. But Xiangming and Feng Beichen clearly didn't want to blame her for anything, they just wanted to confirm that she had such talent. "Come here." Feng Beichen ordered her coldly. "Is it really that serious? Should she go over and beat her up?" Zhang Jun felt that she couldn't lift her feet, but what choice did she have at the moment? Anyway, it had been done, what else could she do? He walked to their side nervously and called out softly, "Boss Feng. Did you draw this? Can you design?" Feng Beichen asked her seriously. "I drew it. I don't know how to design, but I learned to draw before, and I think it would be particularly interesting to add this to the design." She spoke the truth. If it is a blessing, there is no disaster, but if it is a disaster, there is no way to avoid it. Feng Beichen said, "Oh," thoughtfully, then gestured to Xiangming to go back to work first, as they were going to attend a banquet at noon, and it would be impolite to arrive any later. On their way to the banquet, Zhang Jun thought about it and mustered up the courage to ask Feng Beichen, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Boss Feng, is there anything wrong with what I drew? I promise I won't touch your things in the future." That style was a pattern on a piece of jewelry her mother used to own. She had always liked it, so she copied it herself. When she had nothing to do, she would draw it. She never expected that it would lead to an accident today. "Call Zhang Junyan," Feng Beichen said coldly. "R." Zhang Jun felt her heart suddenly start beating wildly. As the ancient said, to be with the emperor is like being with a tiger. Is he going to fire her now? "Mr. Feng, you said there would be a 1-week adjustment period. I promise you that I won't make similar mistakes again." Zhang Jun argued with reason. Although his words sounded sad, he was also very persistent and stubborn. How could this woman be so self-righteous? She didn't even understand what I was saying, but she jumped to conclusions. But Feng Beichen didn't have the time and energy to stop her. Anyway, the facts and results would always teach her a lot about Lexi. He just reminded her in a deep voice, "Speed up. If you want to die, you should die with dignity." Zhang Jun used her own mobile phone to call Zhang Junyan, and then handed it to Feng Beichen, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and she delivered herself to the door. "Hey!" Zhang Junyan's impolite voice came, and Feng Beichen's brows tightened. He said coldly, "You will be in a corner of my office this afternoon and prepare Secretary Zhang's desk." Oh my god, how could it be the big boss? Why would he use this woman's phone? What's going on? Is he asking her to be more polite to Zhongjin in the future? Zhang Junyan had to change her tone to a polite one in a second and said respectfully, yes. There is no way, no matter what era, no matter how capable you are, you will always be unable to resist the beauty of some women. This is really ironic. Men want to conquer the world, but women only need to be beautiful and charming enough to conquer men and they can have everything in the world. This is really ironic. If this is the case, then what equality do women want? What self-improvement do they want? Everyone should just practice the art of controlling men. She held the beeping cell phone quietly, feeling so frustrated that she kicked the office chair with wheels away. Looking at Feng Beichen, who hung up the phone, Zhongjin's heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his body. Thank you, Mr. Feng. I will definitely work hard. Zhongjin responded obediently. This was absolutely her true feelings. Nothing was more important than getting the current job done completely. Chapter 25: An Unexpected Encounter. I originally thought it was just an ordinary lunch, but when I arrived I found that it was full of celebrities. The popular female anchor Xian Anan was present at the event. She immediately spotted Feng Beichen and his companions, who were leading Zhongjin in the group. She walked towards them and greeted them enthusiastically, Mr. Feng. Of course, she completely ignored Zhongjin. Of course, Zhongjin would not expect any greeting from her. She had the spirit of self-entertainment and would be very happy whether anyone paid attention to her or not. What's more, she was still accompanying Feng Beichen now. Her existence was a mockery to her. Feng Beichen clenched his arms tightly and pulled Zhongjin's hand closer to his body to convey his affection, and just nodded slightly to Xian Anan. Zhongjin tilted her head and smiled faintly, showing her infinite tenderness and love. Although she had never studied acting, how could she not be moved by a super male god like Feng Beichen? Just pretending that the two of them were lovers would be a very happy thing, right? Such an expression is enough to make others envious, jealous and hateful. I really wonder if Xian Anan will feel sad when she tries to please others but they ignore her. Zhongjin simply ignored her and followed Feng Beichen's footsteps, walking forward. There are so many people here, in the hall, everyone will behave like a gentleman or a lady. No one will express their true thoughts too bluntly. Hey, who is this? A sweet-looking, energetic girl appeared in front of them. She tilted her head and asked mischievously. Zhongjin could only smile faintly. Even though his facial nerves were a little stiff, he had to smile. He had to maintain his image. Although it would not bring him any glory, it would not embarrass him either. My girlfriend, Zhongjin. There was not much expression on Feng Beichen's cold face, but there was no sign of unhappiness either. Obviously, the girl didn't quite believe it. She suddenly opened her bright eyes wide and said in a disbelieving tone, "Brother, is it true?" Then she looked Zhongjin up and down, left and right, and shook her head. What do you do? How did you seduce my brother, such a handsome man? It was really embarrassing. Zhongjin didn't even know the other person's identity, but he was being criticized so harshly. Feng Beichen turned around and looked at Zhongjin beside him lovingly, and reprimanded the little girl opposite. How rude. She is my girlfriend, your future sister-in-law, you have to learn to respect people. Then he said to Zhongjin, Zhongjin, this is my sister Feng Maihuan. It turned out that they were brother and sister. Zhongjin quickly greeted them, Maihuan, hello. Hello, Miss Zhang. Since you can deal with my idol brother, you must have some means. I admire you. The little girl was full of confidence and gave Zhongjin a thumbs up mischievously. However, she was not optimistic about her in her heart. She looked so weak and didn't seem to be scheming. How could she settle the grudges among their wealthy families? No matter what others think or say, Zhongjin has her own ideas. She didn't think too much about it and just wanted to do her current job well. But Xian Anan came after him again. She was of course disdainful of Zhongjin, and she firmly believed in her heart that Feng Beichen would get tired of her soon. Mr. Feng, Maihuan, you are both here. She approached them again warmly and gracefully. Well, vomit, my second sister and her boyfriend are here too. Feng Wenhuan suddenly felt like saying softly. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the entrance of their hall. Zhongjin felt as if his heart skipped a beat. The man who came in with the beautiful woman was none other than Ji Yunxiao, who had not been heard from for a long time. When did he become the son-in-law of the Feng family? But so much time has passed, anything can happen. Ji Yunxiao did not recognize Zhongjin. He and Feng Wensu walked quickly to Feng Beichen and the others, and finally recognized Zhang Jin. The embarrassed look on his face only stayed for 2 seconds before he returned to normal. He still looked at the people in front of him calmly. "This is my boyfriend, Ji Yunxiao." Feng Wensu introduced him to everyone generously. It has to be said that Ji Yunxiao has a good-looking appearance. One can even be described as handsome and elegant, but his character is a little disappointing. But how can you understand character thoroughly if you are not a person who knows it well? There are too many people in this world. As long as you are good enough, you can still deceive many people and even live a life of lies that are not quite true. "Hey, second sister, you have a new boyfriend again," Feng Maihuan said sarcastically. It's really heartbreaking to see such a sarcastic tone when she speaks at such a young age. If a girl has a kind heart, the words she says will always make people feel more comfortable. "What do you mean by again?" Feng Wensu refuted her with all her strength. "We are serious about this and will get married." Feng Beichen said calmly, "Let me congratulate you first." Feng Wensu looked at Zhang Jin for a long time, as if she had just discovered her existence. She snorted and said, "Is this your new woman? Why is your taste getting worse and worse?" At this point, her voice suddenly became smaller, and she muttered something about and ran. Feng Beichen's expression suddenly turned serious, and his voice rose by 8 beats. "You want to mind my business?" "I dare not," Feng Wensu said very clearly, then changed the subject and stared at them and said, "You have to introduce it to us, right?" "I'll do it." Feng Maihuan immediately said, "Zhang Jin, Big Brother's current girlfriend, her background needs to be verified. This introduction is really enough, it's not right to insult someone like this, right?" Zhang Jin stood aside, smiling slightly, listening to the Feng family's chatter, which managed to hide the embarrassment of her and Ji Yunxiao's unexpected meeting. Why does it feel like today's lunch is a family dinner of the Feng family? But there are so many other people here that Zhang Jin has only seen on TV. "You'd better behave yourself when it comes to my girlfriend's affairs." Feng Beichen's voice was filled with a powerful aura that was intimidating without even being angry. The air around them felt a little condensed. Feng Wensu and Feng Maihuan couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, expressing their fear. If there is a man who is really willing to protect a woman in this way, what else would he be dissatisfied with? Zhang Jin felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. Perhaps she would never be able to experience such love again in her lifetime. Ji Yunxiao looked at her, wanting to convey some message, but she turned a deaf ear to him. Having endured the darkest time of her life, how could she still have any thoughts about the person who abandoned her during the dark times? "Let's go." Feng Beichen turned sideways and said softly to her, and then they walked forward together. Chapter 26, Do Your Best to Bear. Xian Anan stared at the background of Feng Beichen and Zhang Jin, with her own thoughts in mind. She couldn't just give up. She believed that she still had a chance. Zhang Jin walked forward with Feng Beichen, but was thinking in his heart that it seemed that the Feng family's relationship was really messy. If he wanted to do this job well, he still had to know more about him and the interpersonal relationships in his family. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to carry out this job. Some celebrities, business elites and the like began to greet Feng Beichen, and it was enough for her to just keep smiling beside him. When there were finally not so many people around, Zhang Jin asked Feng Beichen in a low voice, "What kind of banquet is this? Why are there so many members of your Feng family?" Feng Beichen should have greeted her and explained everything clearly, so that a woman of her ordinary status would not feel timid in social occasions of the upper class. "It's just an ordinary lunch party hosted by the Feng family," Feng Beichen said indifferently. His eyes fell on the nearby place, and he snorted, "Mrs. Feng is coming, remember, you are only allowed to smile, not talk." "Only allowed to smile and not talk? How is that possible? If someone asks a very straightforward question, you can't just keep silent, right?" Zhang Jin was about to object, but Feng Beichen said firmly and seriously, "Remember." Zhang Jin had no choice but to swallow back what she was about to say, and then looked in the direction he was looking. She saw a woman with a strong aura and elegant demeanor walking towards her. She recognized her. This was Mrs. Feng, Lu Jing, whom she had seen in a TV interview program. She is Feng Beichen's biological mother. Due to the powerful strength of the Lu family and her own first-class abilities, she has supreme authority in the Feng family. Even Feng Lei Ting, the highest leader of the Feng family, is courteous to her. Invisible pressure rolled in. Zhang took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Who said that taking care of the CEO's personal affairs is easy? Zhang felt like he had fallen into a trap. The difficulty of this job was really not low at all, and his little heart was being tormented all the time. Mom! Feng Beichen called out softly. Lu Jing's eyes were like thorns as they swept back and forth over Zhang body, making Zhang feel particularly uneasy, and even the smile on his face felt very stiff. But she didn't dare to resist and could only endure it with all her strength. Is this the woman you brought to see Xian? Lu Jing's tone was full of hostility as soon as she opened her mouth. This wasn't a party, this was torture. Zhang felt like he couldn't bear it any longer. The people in the Feng family were more individualistic than the others, and they were full of fire. Mom! Feng Beichen suppressed his voice and called out, then leaned towards Lu Jing and said in a particularly distant tone, I have done everything you asked me to do, what else do you want? Freedom of love, don't you think it's possible for you? Any mother would be furious hearing such words, but if the child is determined to do such an irritating thing, what can the mother do? In the game between parents and children, children always have the upper hand. Parents always take too many things into consideration, while children are relatively more imaginative. Feng Beichen obviously knew Lu Jing's weaknesses very well, and no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. You! Lu Jing was choked and speechless. She let out a long breath and said forcefully, what is the origin of this woman? Tell me clearly about her family background, education, and personal experience. This made Zhang, who had been smiling all the time, extremely depressed. She knew that with the strength of the Feng family, they would know everything about her if they wanted to investigate her background. Although she didn't dream of having a relationship with Feng Beichen, she still had the desire to live a good life. Those dark days made her always hesitant in her life, and she dared not have any more thoughts about the luxury of love. Her name is Zhang. She is my secretary and girlfriend. Why are you so nervous? Feng Beichen said lightly. He knew Lu Jing best. If he wanted her not to cause trouble, the best way was to downplay the matter. Lu Jing hummed, and then said coldly, okay, you can have fun as you want, but don't overdo it. You're going on a blind date with Jiang Yinyu tonight, and you can't let what happened last time happen again. I'll give you the details later. After saying that, she walked forward in her high heels. From beginning to end, she did not say a word to Zhang. This is really lamentable. If you want to marry into a wealthy family, how can an ordinary person handle it? If one doesn't work, then try another. Feng Beichen must marry a wife of equal status, and that vegetative state in Ran, after all these years, is considered to be doing her justice. No matter what, Lu Jing's departure always made them feel relieved. Not far away, Xian looked at them and smiled with satisfaction. If you want to be Feng Beichen's woman, you must have the determination and endurance. Zhang looked at Feng Beichen and asked quietly, Boss Feng, you don't need me to accompany you tonight, right? Any trick can only be used once. If you use it all the time, what's the point? No need, you can leave work early today. Feng Beichen said lightly. Thank you. Zhang became happy when she heard that. She didn't have too many requirements. As long as she could live a little easier, she would feel particularly content. But at this moment, Zhang's phone rang. She looked at Feng Beichen sheepishly and asked, Can I answer it? Of course, this is not a particularly formal occasion, and everyone may have something to do, so answering a phone call is not a big deal. Feng Beichen gave her a look that said please do as you please, and then continued to socialize with those who came to greet him. The call was from when he. Have you seen Xiaonan? That woman was shouting at work that she was going to attend some banquet at the Feng family. Really, is this the only thing you're calling me about? Yeah, I'm almost burnt to a crisp now. The Feng family members are taking turns to attack me, and I don't know how to deal with it. Zhang could only tell her about his difficulties, but this was not the place to talk, so he had to make it short, but I may be able to go back early to pick up Xiao Baozi in the evening. I will reward you too well. Of course, she had things to discuss and deal with both of them. Only after her family was settled could she work with peace of mind. Okay, I'll wait for you. When he said happily and hung up the phone. Zhang thought that no matter how difficult it was now, he would be able to get through it if he held on. Chapter 27, Scumbag. After hanging up the phone, I turned around and almost bumped into someone. Ji Yunxiao stood there straight, staring at her, and asked softly, "Are you okay? Is it interesting to ask this question now? If it is good, what can you do? If it is not good, what can you do?" Since such a person is not worth wasting any feelings on, Zhongjun was a little reluctant to say a word to him. He just said perfunctorily, "Didn't you see it all? I am the girlfriend of the male god Feng Beichen. Perhaps this title alone is enough to make many people envious, right? But why would you need to tell others the story behind it? Even if you did, who would be willing to listen? Xiaojun, please don't say those words out of anger. I really had no choice at that time." Ji Yunxiao's words sounded a little timid. If he really wanted to explain, what could he say? It was just that such a hasty meeting made him feel that there were some things he had to explain to her. Now that we both have a good home, let's cooperate with each other. What does that mean? Will the two of them have any intersection? She didn't want to, so she glared at him coldly and said bluntly, "Let's keep our distance. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything. Just pretend we've never known each other." If it could really be like what she said, it would be the best. However, things are unpredictable and they would still encounter the same things from time to time, and their past events might even be dug up by others. In today's society, if someone investigates, how can there be any secrets? So it's better for us to speak with one voice. Looking at Ji Yunxiao's moving lips, Zhongjun's heart was filled with boundless sadness. Did he not have eyes before? What do you want to say? I'll give you 3 minutes. Zhongjun knew that she didn't have much time to talk to him, and she really didn't want to look at such a person anymore. It means that we parted ways peacefully. There's nothing too dramatic about it. It has nothing to do with your accident. He actually said it so confidently now. Zhongjun snorted coldly, interrupting him and said sarcastically, "Do you know what it means to have unlimited 300 taels here? With such a guilty conscience, I seriously doubt whether you can live out the rest of your life." Ji Yunxiao, who was originally polite, suddenly became fierce. "Why are you so selfish and heartless? Why do you have to curse me? What second half of my life? My life has just begun, okay? It's really funny. Do I really need to ask for blessings from Zhongjun? If I repay evil with kindness, how can I repay kindness?" Zhongjun chuckled and said disdainfully, "There's no point in talking to someone who doesn't agree with you. You're such a scumbag. Goodbye." She didn't want to waste her breath or say anything more to someone like him. At this time, Xian Anan clapped softly on the side and said sarcastically, "Hey, what's going on with you two? It seems that the negatives are not clean. Psycho. What are you doing here to cause trouble?" Ji Yunxiao was so angry that his words came out in a very harsh tone. "If you want to be Miss Feng Wensu's boyfriend, you can't be so rude." Xian Anan said bluntly, and then glared at the two of them. "Miss Zhang, you should be more careful. Look at your figure and temperament, it's as if you have given birth to a child." The last sentence was so heartbreaking, and it was also her pain point. The fire in Zhongjun's heart was fermenting wildly, and she finally blurted out, "You think you are so good, why can't you impress Feng Beichen's heart? Don't say the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them. If you have the ability, reach for them first." After she finished speaking, she walked out. No, she had to go out to get some fresh air. In fact, she also had some questions for Ji Yunxiao. People all have this habit that even if they die, they want to die clearly. The sun outside is scorching. At noon, the sun can be seen everywhere, shining brightly on every corner of the earth. HMPH, you have to be down to earth in life. Remember that the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Xian Anan reminded Zhongjun in a low voice behind him. This is a hall after all, so one must be careful when saying certain things. As soon as she turned around, Ji Yunxiao was about to leave, so she immediately said, "Mr. Ji, please stay. This woman is really scheming. She wants to win over everyone who is beneficial to her in order to achieve her ultimate goal." Of course, she understood that Ji Yunxiao also had needs, as she knew Feng Wensu's personality and work style too well. Feng Beichen was socializing with others, but when he looked at his watch, he saw that Zhongjun had been gone for almost half an hour. Why hadn't he come back yet? Although this place was glamorous and elegant, he knew too well how turbulent the undercurrents were underneath. He looked around but couldn't see her. Why did it take this woman so long to answer the phone? No, he had to go find her. There were too many people here who were eyeing her. He was looking around, but Xian Anan came to his side silently and said softly, "Is Mr. Feng looking for your little girlfriend?" Feng Beichen glanced at her and said bluntly, "Tell me where she is." Since she could guess other people's thoughts, she must know where the person he was looking for was, otherwise she was asking for trouble. "Mr. Feng, since you care about her so much, don't you want to know if she knows any other men here? Will they meet privately?" Xian Anan said while observing Feng Beichen's expression. People's words can be deceiving, but subtle expressions are the most real. Feng Beichen's expression instantly became extremely terrifying, and he lowered his voice with a deep chill, "You'd better be careful." How could he allow others to talk nonsense about his woman? Although he had never thought of contacting her before, just now, he thought in his heart that she was the biological mother of the twins, and for this reason, he had to ensure her future life. This was really unexpected. Why did he have such a big reaction? But that's okay. Since she cares so much, revealing some information to him should be enough. So Xian Anan deliberately said shyly, "Just now I saw Miss Zhang and Mr. Ji in the back." She deliberately paused here, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Feng Beichen searched in his mind, what is the relationship between Ji Yunxiao and her? No matter what they had in the past, now one is his secretary and the other is his sister's boyfriend, he must find out the truth of the matter. "HMPH, take me to find them." Feng Beichen was gloomy and cold, with a strong aura that did not allow her any chance to resist. Xian Anan felt a little annoyed. Her previous behavior was a little inappropriate, but now the two of them had already separated. Chapter 28. Such an embrace is too tempting. What's wrong? Feng Beichen asked again in a cold voice when he saw her hesitation. His dissatisfaction with her became stronger and stronger. After their blind date, she even complained to Lu Jing. This kind of person was the most annoying. "I saw them for a while. I wonder if they are still there now." Xian Anan felt tremendous pressure, and her originally pleasant voice now sounded a little timid. "Go." Feng Beichen said only one word with a gloomy face, but it made people feel under tremendous pressure. Xian Anan didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately took him over there. Where could Zhongzhen go in such a hot sun? He wouldn't go to sunbathe in the middle of the day, would he? But she couldn't take Feng Beichen anywhere else, as she really couldn't afford to offend him. Suddenly, Xian Anan's heart began to feel uneasy. She felt like she was playing with fire. Would she get burned? Anyway, she went out through this door and no one saw her come in, so Xian Anan had to tell the truth and pointed at the door. Feng Beichen was familiar with this place. There was a balcony outside. Was she stupid? What was she doing on the balcony in the middle of the day? But seeing Xian Anan's anxious look, he thought she probably didn't have the courage to scare himself, so he quickly went out to check. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Feng Beichen was shocked, because Zhongzhen was lying in the sun, his face covered with sweat, and he was shouting something weakly. Could she have some hidden illness? But she had clearly been examined. Although I didn't know much about her condition, I should be able to understand something as big as this. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with you?" "Sugar." Zhongzhen tried hard to utter this single syllable in private. She had hypoglycemia. After all, she had hardly any time to sit during the confinement period. Although when he took care of her later, they were both teenagers at the time. In addition, they were afraid that others would know about the existence of the child, so they kept everything they did secret. Of course, doing so is very unkind to your body and will leave the root of disease. "You have hypoglycemia, don't you?" Feng Beichen said nervously as he took her bag, took out a piece of chocolate from it, peeled it and put it into her mouth, then asked someone to bring some water and feed it to her. Xian Anan watched from the side, feeling indescribable in her heart. Why was she so anxious? Maybe if she did nothing, she would get the result she wanted. But if she had to think about the result to the end, it would be too cruel. Zhongzhen recovered a little and tried to get up with a pale face, but Feng Beichen picked her up and said coldly, "Let's go." How could he still be in the mood to attend a banquet when he was in such a state? He just held her steadily and walked out in front of everyone. Who doesn't know that he has a girlfriend? He is like this. If the blind date tonight still insists on meeting, then it's okay to meet. If the poor can tolerate their behavior, they should be able to tolerate that he is always thinking about Enran. "Mr. Feng, I can leave." Zhongzhen struggled, and a blush appeared on her originally pale face, making her look even more pink and charming. Such an embrace was too tempting. She knew she could never truly possess it. It would be better if she had never known such warmth had ever existed. It is just like, if people living in a small space have never breathed the free air outside, how can they know the shortcomings of this place? And once they have experienced the beautiful scenery, many things will be nothing in their eyes. She would rather never have been brilliant than to wither quickly after being brilliant, because she has accompanied little Zhang Qianyu through their ups and downs of life, and she wants to watch him grow step by step into a handsome young man. Don't move. Feng Beichen leaned over to her ear, and his warm breath brushed against her ear, making her feel unusually warm. This strong masculine scent made her feel inexplicably dependent. If she had a shoulder to lean on, what a happy and wonderful thing that would be. He carried her all the way to the car outside, and Zhang Zhen's face had already turned red. Her heart was beating like a deer's. How could he treat her so well? At this moment, he felt like he was in a fairy tale or a dream. I really don't want to wake up. I don't want to have close contact with reality. It would be such a wonderful thing if it could go on like this forever. Sitting in the car, Zhang Zhen touched her hot face and said embarrassedly, "Thank you, Mr. Feng." What else could she say besides this? Seeing her expression, Feng Beichen knew that she was overthinking, so he corrected her and said, "Don't think too much. We have finally found a suitable personal secretary. If you die, it will be a big loss for the company." This statement was well reasoned and could not be refuted, but Zhang Zhen could not understand why she was the right one, when others were obviously not optimistic about her. But why think so much? The real decision-making power is in Feng Beichen's hands. If he feels good, then everything is good. What does it matter what others think and do? Zhang Zhen was filled with joy, but after hearing this, he felt somewhat disappointed. But when he thought about it carefully, what else did he want? Wasn't it what he wanted most to keep this job? So she immediately expressed her sincere attitude, "Boss Feng, I will do my best to do my job well, no, to take care of all your personal affairs." That's right. Don't think too much about other things. If you think too much, it will make everyone feel uncomfortable. Just take things as they come and live in a better state. Feng Beichen nodded and closed the car door, and the driver then drove forward steadily. The car arrived at the company very quickly, and Feng Beichen said calmly, "Go home, tidy up the study and you can go back. Go to work on time tomorrow." "Yes." Zhang Zhen responded immediately, but what time should he arrive tomorrow? 7 o'clock or 6:30? If he didn't ask, it would be bad to be late, right? But it was so early, and the taxi fare really made her feel distressed. She wanted to confirm it, but she didn't say it out loud. This was a rare opportunity, so she had to take good care of Zhang Qianyu's affairs and help him set up the nursery. So as soon as she arrived at the villa and entered the study, she immediately called the nursery to inquire about the situation and told them the approximate time she would be back. Now that she had made the decision, she had to act quickly and efficiently. But what should be packed in this study? She looked around first, and was immediately attracted by the photos of the two cute babies, because their cuteness could rival that of Zhang Qianyu. Chapter 29 His Twins. How come there are photos of children in Feng Beichen's home? And they look so much like him, could it be that he actually has children? Seeing such cute little boys and girls, Zhang Zhen was happy in her heart, but suddenly she thought of the twins she had never met, and a sour feeling rose from the bottom of her heart and flowed to every part of her body. Zhang Zhen couldn't help but carefully stroke the photo with his fingers, as if he could sense his own child in this way. "I hope they will be happy." Zhang Zhen prayed in her heart. Besides that, what else could she do? Maybe she should take good care of Zhang Qianyu and try to make her life better. If they meet one day, she would be able to give him the love or material conditions he wanted. Therefore, when she was cleaning, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at the table, as if she was deeply attracted to it. She carefully wiped all the places that needed to be wiped, and put some books and magazines neatly away. However, she couldn't help but pick up the display table and stare at the two extremely cute children, her imagination running wild. Just at this moment, housekeeper Lin Chi came over, saw her, and said softly, "Secretary Zhang, are you ready? The nanny is going to go out to buy a car. Do you want to take you with her?" Although Feng Beichen did not make any special arrangements this time, he understood what he meant and was very polite to Zhang Zhen. Besides, this girl looked quiet and gentle and had a good attitude towards work, which made her very likable. "I just need to check it again. Then take me out with you." "Thank you." Zhang Zhen responded cheerfully. She was originally a girl with a refreshing personality. She would never drag her feet in doing anything. Okay, then I'll let them wait for you. Lin Chi said calmly, looked at her again, and said softly, that's Mr. Feng's child, and he's being taken care of by Madame Feng now. It was indeed his child. That's right, for a man as outstanding as Feng Beichen, women who want to have children for him are lining up. It is not easy to win his favor. She couldn't help but remind herself in her heart not to think too much, as long as he didn't dislike her too much and let her do this job steadily. Oh, these two children look about the same age, are they twins, a boy and a girl? Why doesn't their mother take care of them? Zhang Jin asked casually. In a family like theirs, the children are the apple of their eye. How could they be willing to let them suffer even a little? No matter how good grandma is, it is better for the child to be with his mother, right? Grandparents' education always has more problems than parental education. They are twins, a boy and a girl. Even though they were born in a wealthy family, they are still a little pitiful. As soon as they were born, their mother became a vegetable. Lin Chi said with some sympathy. Everyone knows this very well, because in this world, mother is an extremely warm word. No matter how others treat their children, they will never be as kind as mothers. Oh, so that's it. Zhang Jin's heart ached inexplicably. She didn't know where her children were now. She didn't even know who the employer was. Besides, she didn't have the ability to find one now. She could only think of it, and felt inexplicably painful in her heart. They are so cute, I didn't expect it to be pitiful. How old are the children? More than 2 weeks. She's really cute. She'll come over on weekends occasionally. Lin Chi said casually, then you pack up first. Call me when you're done. When working in such a wealthy family, the most important thing is to keep your mouth shut and not say any gossip, no matter what it is. I just said a few words because I saw her staring at the table. I guess she is a sentimental person, right? She probably won't say much. Okay, Butler Lin. Zhang Jin responded, thinking that he had such important things to do in the afternoon, so he had to act quickly. He carefully checked the hygiene here, then went back to his bedroom and checked every place carefully. He felt that there should be no loopholes, so he locked the door and walked out. For some reason, on their way back, Zhang Jin's mind kept appearing the figures of the two children in the photo on the table, and they felt like his own twins. Isn't it? In terms of age, they are about the same age as her child. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Unfortunately, this is the child of Feng Beichen and his girlfriend. Why do you say it's a pity? If he doesn't have a child with his girlfriend, can he still have one with her? She shook her head and took a long breath. She still had to face reality and arrange things for little Zhang Qianyu as quickly as possible. After arriving at the nursery, the director received her warmly, showed her the place, called Wen He for a brief conversation, and then decided on the matter, starting tomorrow. After doing all this, it didn't take long before the nursery was over. I picked up Zhang Qianyu and took him home. Then I met up with Wen He and went out to eat copper hotpot together. It was a different kind of celebration. After we officially start working, we will only get busier and busier. I'm afraid we won't even have time to have a leisurely meal together with the three of us. When he stared at Zhang Jin, tell me the truth, what big news do you want to announce? She has been living a very frugal life in the past few years. When she was in school, she always ate the cheapest meals and only bought some nutritious meals for Xiao Baozi. Now she is so extravagant, there must be something going on. Zhang Qianyu glanced at the two of them and said with some resentment, I guess it must have something to do with me. Are you too busy with work, so you want to throw me out? What a genius! This child is incredible. He will be a very smart person when he grows up. We two old people are counting on you. When he and Zhang Jin looked at each other and said teasingly. Although they were two adults, they would be surprised by the boy's words from time to time. Baby, Aunt He and I love you the most. Didn't we agree to be together forever? But now I have to work, so I have to live in the company. On weekends, the three of us can be together. Zhang Jin felt extremely guilty, but he had to do it. When he also quickly chimed in, what our little Baozi means is that you guys go and do your work, and I will grow up well in the nursery. Zhang Qianyu could only nod, well, and he still understands me. Tell me, when did it start? Even at such a young age, he understood that his opposition would be futile as long as the two of them made a decision, so he had no choice but to accept it. He thought to himself that he must grow up quickly so that he could make his own decisions and no longer be controlled by the two women in front of him. It's true that everyone has their own difficulties and helplessness. Chapter 30. When it rains, it pours. Starting tomorrow, we could have started next week, but I wanted you to try to adapt. Zhang Jin explained, trying hard to minimize the harm to Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Xiaoyu interrupted her, okay, I know, Zhang Jin, just go to work with peace of mind, I'm sure there will be no problem. When he obviously didn't expect it to be so soon. She actually had time to pick up the little one this week, but since she had already made the decision and arrangements, and the child also agreed, then let it be. Our little bun is the best. When he touched Zhang Qianyou's little face and said happily. Both of them were very pleased with Zhang Qianyou's understanding, but at the same time, they felt a little guilty. At this moment, Zhang Jin's phone rang. She was startled and blurted out, oh my god, are they asking me to work overtime now? But after looking at the phone, he became even more frightened and said worriedly, oh my god, it's from the hospital. This is what she is most worried about. For the hospital where her mother is staying, no news is good news. The doctor has long said that there is almost no possibility for her to wake up, and has asked her to give up treatment. However, she can't bear it because she still has her mother and she still knows where she came from. But without her mother, she will become an orphan. Under the encouraging gazes of Wen He and Zhang Qianyu, Zhang Jin answered the phone with some trembling, hello. Are you Zhang Jin? Your mother just had an emergency and needs emergency treatment. Please come and pay the fee and sign immediately. The other party's voice was extremely urgent. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for her to react. The condition was very urgent. Zhang Jin didn't care about much else. She left Wen He and Zhang Qianyu behind and rushed to the hospital. When he shouted to remind her, you have to find a way to raise money. Yes, this is the most important thing. The person is already in the hospital. Out of humanitarian considerations, rescue must be carried out now. However, after the rescue, if no one pays, the patient's medical condition will be worrying. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and call the number again, begging, doctor, please do the surgery first. I'll go home to get the money and come right over. The doctors in the hospital were already familiar with her. After a few years, they knew her situation very well. However, there were too many poor people in this world. They had to see several of them every day in the hospital. They really couldn't take care of them all, so they had to ask her to hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jin looked up and around. The gentle night breeze blew, and her mind was clear, but where could she borrow the money? Her relatives and friends knew about her situation in the past few years, and except for Wen He, they were all avoiding her. Holding back tears, I looked through the contact list on my phone, but there was really no one I could contact. She finally stopped messaging Feng Beichen. Did she really have to ask him for money? Her job wasn't stable yet, would he lend her money? She had to give it a try, and she had to ask him for half a day off tomorrow, so she couldn't not make this call. So she gritted her teeth, pulled herself together, and called Feng Beichen. The phone rang several times before it was picked up. Zhang Jin immediately said nervously and pitifully, Boss Feng, are you in the company? Can I go see you? As the old saying goes, there is a third of affection when you meet someone. Saying it on the phone feels completely different from saying it in person. This is her last straw and she must do everything she can to grab it. What happened? She was clearly told to take a rest, but why did she volunteer? After thinking about his work arrangements for a moment, Feng Beichen said coldly, come to the company. It was good that she wanted to take the initiative to work, but he wanted to see what she wanted to do. He took out her latest survey form in front of him. In the past 3 years, she had been very secluded and there didn't seem to be any men around her. However, she wanted to ask him about the situation with Ji Yunxiao in person. After all, it involved Feng Wensu. If he was willing to let her go, the matter was basically half done. Okay, see you later, Mr. Feng. I hurried to the company, but there was basically no one there, only a few security guards on duty. He walked to the outside of Feng Beichen's office, knocked gently on his door, and called softly, Mr. Feng. Come in. Feng Beichen responded in a low and magnetic voice. Along the way, she had already prepared her emotions and thought about what to say to him when she saw him, but now that they were about to meet face to face, she was still extremely nervous. She pushed the door open and walked over, then stood in front of his desk at an arm's length away. She lowered her head and said softly, Boss Feng, can I get an advance on my salary? My mother is sick and needs emergency treatment. She didn't dare to look at his face and felt extremely uneasy. This was her last glimmer of hope. It turned out that she came here to borrow money. In the past few years, it was rare that she refused to give up. Her mother's life was actually maintained by money, which actually didn't have much meaning anymore. In this flashy world, it is very rare to be able to stay with your loved ones and never abandon them. Moreover, in the past few years, she has tried every possible way to work and spend all the money she earned on her mother, which is really admirable. Feng Beichen raised his head, stared at her, and said calmly, "Oh, how much do you need?" A flame of hope immediately rose in Zhang Jin's heart. He raised his head and looked at Feng Beichen with hopeful eyes, saying gratefully, 50,000. Thank you, Mr. Feng. She spoke so excitedly, as if Feng Beichen had completely agreed to her words. Perhaps this was another kind of verbal kidnapping. After she said this, it was really difficult for him to say no. Of course, this little money is no problem for him. Okay, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Feng Beichen raised his head, stared at her eyes full of joy and gratitude, and said coldly. Not to mention one condition, even if it was 10 or 8, she would have to agree, right? Of course, I believe that an elite like him would not ask for too much. Mr. Feng, please go ahead. Zhang Jin was deeply moved. Move home tomorrow. You must adapt to the work pace and become familiar with the content. Feng Beichen expressed his meaning coldly. This condition is not too harsh. Such a generous salary is tempting enough in itself. Now he is willing to lend her some money. What else can she say? Anyway, Zhang Qinyo's affairs had already been arranged, so Zhang Jin readily agreed, okay, Mr. Feng, but I don't know how long my mother's illness needs to be treated tonight. If I really can't make it there early tomorrow morning, can I take half a day off? Of course, she spoke very carefully afterwards. No one is stupid, and she herself felt that she had gone too far. Chapter 31. Uncle is so handsome. Okay, but after tomorrow, you have to settle down. Feng Beichen said coldly. It would be best if this woman knew when to stop. If she was too greedy, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Okay, I definitely will. Zhang Jin shed tears of excitement. He really had good luck and met a good person. It's so late now. After the rescue, I don't know what time it will take. A woman traveling at night, safety is a big problem. Feng Beichen looked at the time, turned around, opened a drawer, took out a key from it and threw it over, saying in a magnetic voice, "Drive this car, you'd better come over tomorrow morning so I can prepare some clothes." What do you mean by preparing clothes? It's just taking care of a giant baby, okay? But since it's so kind and cute, there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, I will try my best. Zhang Jin said firmly. What else could she say except gratitude? Feng Beichen didn't say anything else and continued with his work. After all, this woman was the mother of his twins. It would not be good if she encountered any disaster. But is this really the reason why he is so considerate to a woman? If this is the case, then it is completely fine to keep her away from him and give her a little more money. Before I saw her, I didn't have any thoughts, but after I saw her, I had a feeling in my heart that I wanted to control her life. Xiangming knocked on the door gently, walked in, and reminded him, "Are you sure you want her to continue working here? How is the investigation going into what happened that night?" Feng Beichen asked irrelevantly. Xiangming shook his head. It's still the same information. There is no further progress. Feng Beichen typed a word, raised his head, and said meaningfully, "Then start with her." Xiangming nodded in understanding, and replied calmly, "Yes, then we need to do it on her." Before he could finish his words, Feng Beichen interrupted and said, "No need. Yes, she will move into his villa tomorrow, and he would rather discover her situation himself." Xiangming didn't quite understand, but he absolutely carried out his orders. Zhang Jin rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible, signed, paid, and then sat outside the operating room waiting. This is really a long wait. Every time this happens, Zhang Jin wishes there would be someone by his side to accompany him and lend him a shoulder to lean on. But most people would stay away from her after knowing her situation, and it was impossible for them to be by her side and take care of her. During this period of time, she felt that she had seen through people's hearts clearly. "Doctor, is it serious this time? How long will it take?" A nurse came out from the middle, and she immediately rushed over, grabbed her tightly and asked. The most terrifying thing is waiting without any certainty, just like walking aimlessly in endless darkness. Therefore, life needs the guidance of the light of hope. If there is even a little light ahead, just focus on that light and move towards it. The rescue is still ongoing, don't worry too much. The nurse comforted her. It was not easy for everyone, but they could only comfort each other with slightly softer words. But how could she not worry? The person inside was her mother. But what could she do if she was worried? She couldn't wake her up after all. She was no longer used to crying. She would rather laugh it off if there was anything wrong. Finally, the operation was over. It was quite successful. However, this time there was surgery. In order to prevent infection and slow healing of the wound, they had to put the patient in a sterile CIU for a day and required family members to accompany him. What else could Zhongjin do except agree? But how to deal with family and work? She looked at her mother inside and felt really sad. But she couldn't make the decision not to stay here with her mother. How could she leave when she knew she was in danger? At this moment, when his phone rang in the hospital, and the nurse on duty came over and called her, "Are you Zhongjin? Go over there and answer the phone. Who would call me in the hospital?" She quickly took out her cell phone, only to find that it was out of battery. She had been so nervous last night that she had neglected such an important matter. He quickly asked the nurse to help him charge his phone while answering the phone and explaining the situation to when he said to her worriedly and angrily, "Do you know how worried Xiao Baozi and I are about you? You didn't even know your phone was out of battery. What's going on? It's almost dawn, why is the little bun still not asleep? It's okay now. You take care of the little one and go to sleep first. He has to go to school tomorrow." Zhongjin was also in a dilemma. He was unable to take care of both. Little Baozi said seriously, "No, I have to go see you. Otherwise, I really can't rest assured about the north-south nursery. You also said that when you enter the nursery, it will take several days for me to see you. This child has too many worries and is too sensible. Be good, baby. I'll come to see you when I'm free, okay?" Zhongjin really didn't want him to come to the hospital. First, she felt there were too many germs here, and second, she didn't want others to see her and her son here. But after hearing her evasive words, the little bun suddenly got upset. "Zhongjin, you can't be so selfish. You are a woman after all. Going there in the middle of the night and raising money is a big deal. How can I feel at ease if I don't see you in person? Now it's settled. Either I let Auntie take care of me from north to south, or I won't go to the nursery." No one could afford to offend her, and when he really wanted to see her, so he had no choice but to let the two of them come over. Staring at the patient in the ICU, Zhongjin's mind was spinning rapidly. How should he talk to Feng Beichen later? In fact, whether he could get through today or not, it felt uncertain. In the hazy night, when he and Zhang Qianyu rushed to the hospital, and the three of them sat in the corridor and talked. "Zhongjin, don't be too sad. You must persevere. I will protect you when I grow up." Zhang Qianyu said seriously, as if growing up was a matter of a moment for him. But his words are comforting enough. "Thank you, baby," Zhongjin said happily while gently stroking his tender little face. Thanks to him, otherwise her days would be even darker. But at this moment, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground was heard in the silent corridor, and several people looked up at the source of the sound at the same time. "R." Zhongjin's eyes suddenly widened. How could it be Feng Beichen? Boss Feng. Feng Beichen's eyes were already fixed on them. Who could this child be? "Uncle, you are so handsome." Zhang Qianyu stared at Feng Beichen, who was walking towards him, and said bluntly. Chapter 32, Self-Love. Zhongjin's heart was beating wildly. He quickly pulled Zhang Qianyu over and said nervously, "Boss Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. My phone is out of battery." She thought her cell phone couldn't make the call, so he came in person. It's really funny. He's just a secretary. Why does he have such a big face? And at this time, it's unlikely that he would be dispatched. "Well, who is this kid to you?" Feng Beichen asked coldly. How could he feel a sense of liking for him when he saw him? He didn't come to see her at all, it's just that his girlfriend in Ran also lives in this hospital, and the hospital just called her and said that there was a change in the situation, so he rushed over, but he had to go through the ICU area to get to the super VIP area in front. Without waiting for Zhongjin to speak, Zhang Qianyu said with a childish voice, "She is my mother Zhongjin, she is my mother when my name is Zhang Qianyu, who are you?" His black and shiny eyes twinkled like stars, and were particularly spiritual, and his childish words made people like him uncontrollably. This child is so cute. If he wasn't in a hurry to see Enran, he might have chatted with him for a few more words. But now he had no choice but to squat down and said seriously, "My name is Feng Beichen. I have something urgent to do now. Goodbye." After saying this, he stood up straight and gave Zhongjin a meaningful look. "Uncle, goodbye," Zhang Qianyu said calmly. Ignorance is fearless. He is just a child and knows nothing, so naturally there is nothing to be afraid of. "Mr. Feng, goodbye. I will definitely do the preparations today," Zhongjin promised in a very embarrassed manner. Feng Beichen's back disappeared at the end of the corridor. When Heiyumu said infatuatedly, "Wow! I finally saw a real person in the flesh. No wonder so many women are obsessed with him. Including you." Zhang Qianyu shook his head and said helplessly, "You women are so childish. This world is really messed up. Those who should be mature are still acting like children, while those who should be innocent are acting unrealistically mature." Zhongjin soothed his pounding heart and said to them, "Stop talking nonsense. The two of you should go back quickly. One of you should go to work and the other one should go to the nursery. I can handle the things here and there won't be any problems myself. I wonder if Feng Beichen will have any doubts about her because of this. The most important thing is the child." Seeing her anxious look, when he patted her on the shoulder and encouraged her with a look and method that only the two of them understood, "It shouldn't be a big problem. Just follow our usual method. Come on. Come on." Zhongjin responded immediately. In the past few years, she has learned to face reality. No matter how bad it is, she has the courage to face it calmly. No matter how bad it is, what can it be? She has a strong belief that life will get better and better. After seeing when he and Zhang Qianyu off, Zhongjin finally had the mood to slowly think about what was going on with Feng Beichen. She vaguely heard people say that he had a girlfriend who was in a comatose state. Could it be that she was here too? If so, they should be in the same department. Even if their conditions are extremely good, the nurses here are aware of the situation. So she found the nurses and quickly heard some information from them. Although the woman named Enran also lived here, it was not for 3 years. Instead, she was transferred here from somewhere else 3 years ago. The nurse quickly confirmed that Enran's condition had been unusual not long ago, and she was given emergency treatment. However, her condition was relatively stable and there had been no fluctuations. However, it was despairing enough. As long as Feng Beichen is not coming for me, he will not pay special attention to the child and the dangers should be eliminated. Zhongjin paced back and forth in front of the ward anxiously. She hoped that everything would go back to normal. Her mother's condition would stabilize, she would get a stable job, and most importantly, Zhang Qianyu would be able to fully adapt to the life in the nursery. When the doctor came to check on Zhongjin, he saw her uneasy look and told her with concern, "Why don't you just wait here? If there's anything urgent, we'll notify you. It's not easy for you as a girl. Do you need a job?" Such a small concern seemed to have touched the sensitive line in Zhongjin's heart. She said gratefully, "I have to work, so I am worried about how to ask for leave. Can I leave? Please let me know if there is anything." The doctor allowed her to leave because he saw that it was not easy for a little girl like her to hold on for so long. But after getting in the car, she thought about going home. After all, she needed to pack some clothes. Besides, if when he hadn't left for work yet, the two of them could still chat for a while. Feng Beichen still felt particularly uneasy when she saw Zhang Qianyu. After making the call, they found out that they hadn't gotten a taxi yet. There were very few cars at that hour, so she just drove them home. They sent Zhang Qianyu to the nursery together early in the morning, and the two of them just sat in the car and chatted. But what else can we do now except encouraging each other? Don't think too much. Just say that the little bun is not your child, but a relative's. When he emphasized again. It is really difficult for them to do this, because what they are most worried about is that Zhongjin's original sponsor will know that she has a baby, which would really cause trouble. After the two of them agreed, Zhongjin looked at the time and realized that he had been so busy that he had forgotten to ask Feng Beichen for leave. He slapped the back of his head and said sadly, "It's over, it's really over, I should have asked for leave at least." When he also said helplessly, "Don't think too much. Give him a call now and explain the situation. If it works, it's fine. If not, look for another one. Anyway, we've arranged for Xiaobaozi now, so you don't have to worry too much. This is the fact, and no one can do anything about it but to face it bravely. But in the blink of an eye, Zhongjin said seriously, when I borrowed money last night, I told him that I would take half a day off today. If I run into him like that when I got up early, maybe he will be fine. She is a natural optimist, and becomes more resilient after going through hardships. Yes, so why do we think so much? The more relaxed and natural you are, the less likely anything will happen. This is the fact. Many things are discovered starting from personal emotional tension. Zhongjin simply let go and sent when he to the TV station first before going back. But when he got off and was about to drive forward, Xian Ainen came slowly from the side, walked to her car, stared at her, and said sourly, "Wow, so soon, the car is about to come." Chapter 33. He became suspicious. Mr. Xian. Zhongjin sniffed a few times and said calmly, "Oh, why is it so sour? Really, you can satirize people, so why can't others do the same? The power is mutual, and the recognition of cause and effect is also right. You must treat others the way you want others to treat you. Only by giving your heart can you gain your heart. HMPH, don't be so proud. Do you think you can show off just because you drive a luxury car? You'd better take it easy. If men were reliable, would there still be complaining women in this world?" Xian Ainen's face looked extremely ugly. It's really interesting. It seems that she understands a lot of principles. It's just a pity that she doesn't understand anything when it comes to her own problems. However, seeing her sad look, Zhongjin feels it necessary to remind her. The truth is clear, and things should be done efficiently. Why get so angry for a man? Of course, if it's for your male god, there might be an exception. Zhongjin's words were understated, but they contained both warnings and sympathy and understanding, leaving Xian Ainen unable to refute. She glared at Zhongjin with infinite resentment. "You really don't know your place. Don't let yourself fall too badly in the end." Then she turned around and walked inside. How dare a nobody like her do this half sarcastically, half lecturing thing? Did he really think that she, a female anchor, had earned her reputation in vain? Some people were filthy and needed to be punished. Even if Zhongjin couldn't be punished, the person who just walked in should be her friend, right? If you love a house, you will love everything in it. If you hate the house, you will love everything in it too. After this fight with Zhongjin's inexplicable fanfiction, I actually feel much better. It's really fun to fight with others. Although I don't want to be like this, where is the choice in life? It always gives you a lot of things that you hate or even detest. I might as well not call Feng Beichen anymore and just treat my request for leave last night as confirmed. She turned the steering wheel and drove directly to Feng Beichen's villa. "Secretary Zhang, you're here." As soon as she entered the house, butler Lin Qi came over cautiously and greeted her in a low voice. This situation was not right. Zhongjin looked around but did not find anything different, so he asked, "Butler Lin, what happened?" This girl's perception is still very sensitive, but there are some things that she can't say. She can only talk about the matter at hand and said with some concern, "Boss Feng just came back and is not in a good mood. He is in the bedroom." It seems that he is in a bad mood, but does this have anything to do with Zhongjin? No, of course it was related. No matter why he was unhappy, the fact was the fact, and she couldn't really do her job now. Then what should we do? Zhongjin asked carefully. She didn't know his temper or character very well. She was very nervous. She had not done her job well to begin with, and now he was unhappy. How could this have any good result? After all, Lin Qi had worked with him for quite a long time and knew him quite well, so the method he came up with should be more reliable. Lin Qi shook his head. He didn't know how to deal with such a situation. A long time ago, when Miss Ran was around, this was certainly not a problem. In recent years, he usually handled any situation on his own. Now that we have Zhongjin, should we let him deal with his emotions and resentment on his own? I roughly know why he is unhappy. Zhongjin said lightly as he lowered his head to change his shoes, while Lin Qi turned his back to the living room. Just as she finished her words, a particularly low and suppressed voice sounded behind her, "Come here, you self-righteous guy." Feng Beichen stood there majestically like an angry god, staring straight at the two of them. "Mr. Feng, I'm sorry." Lin Qi immediately lowered his head and apologized respectfully. Today's incident was also his fault for being too talkative, but if he thought about it again, if he didn't say anything, how would Zhongjin carry out his work? Zhongjin knew that the words were directed at her. She was like a little lamb that had made a mistake, facing a scary wolf. Although her heart was in a mess, she pretended to be calm on the surface and said, "Boss Feng." Feng Beichen turned and walked upstairs. Lin Qi raised his head slightly and gave Zhongjin an encouraging look. Apart from that, he really couldn't help her with anything. What else can I say at this point? I can only face it head on. Zhongjin could only nod to Lin Qi and followed Feng Beichen upstairs. Feng Beichen walked all the way into the study, approached the desk, stopped, stared at Zhongjin, and asked sharply, "What do you know? Say it." The last word was almost shouted, and she was so scared that she shivered violently, her eyes widened, and she timidly looked at him and lowered her head. Why this expression? Aren't all women obsessed with themselves? Feng Beichen couldn't help but feel annoyed. Facing this woman, he didn't know how to behave properly. Close the door. Feng Beichen gave the order again. Zhongjin nodded, quickly closed the door, turned around and took 2 steps forward, stopped, and said softly, "Boss Feng, I'm sorry, I got up early." Just when she said this, Feng Beichen interrupted her and asked coldly, "Is that kid your child?" He was full of doubts. The age and other things were so consistent, but they were twins, a boy and a girl, so she couldn't have any other children, right? "No, it's not." Zhongjin replied immediately as if he was stung by a bee, "That's a child of a friend of mine." "How old is he?" 2 weeks and 4 months. After saying this, Zhongjin wanted to slap himself. What's wrong with saying the child is a little older or a little younger? How stupid. But once you say something, it's like spilled water. How can you take it back? No, you have to be extremely alert and think twice before you say it. How could it be such a coincidence that they were the same age? What day were you born? Feng Beichen asked without giving him any time to think. Needless to say, he was deeply confused. Why should he care about the day someone was born? Was he going to check the child's origins? No, he absolutely could not tell the truth. Fortunately, Zhongjin lowered his head and let his long hair fall, covering most of his face. March 20th. Zhongjin answered quickly. She moved the date forward a few days so that he wouldn't be suspicious. Oh, the date is different, and the people I arranged at that time were all people I trusted, so there shouldn't be any problems. Regarding the topic of children, Zhongjin would definitely not talk about it if she could avoid it. What's more, now that she is facing her big boss, she would say as little as possible. She always keeps in mind that too much talk will lead to mistakes. If there is something you don't want others to know, then be sure to keep it to yourself. Chapter 34. A woman with a very high sugar content. What do you know about me? Feng Beichen changed the subject and asked her directly what she had just said downstairs. He hated it most when others talked about him in front of Beihu. Since he had heard it, he had to ask clearly so that she would understand and not talk nonsense. Without mentioning her problem, Zhongjin suddenly felt as if the crisis was over. He slowly relaxed and whispered, "You are here to see a lady, right?" Feng Beichen's expression suddenly became solemn and serious. He stared at her coldly, and a strong cold energy emanated from his body, making the air in the room feel chilly. "Do you know what the worst thing about a job is?" He stared at her coldly, as if he wanted to see through her. Zhongjin understood instantly that perhaps he should just pretend that he knew nothing. She immediately changed the subject. "Mr. Feng, I'm sorry, my mother's condition is quite serious, so I may have to go to the hospital from time to time in the future." She wanted to change the subject. At this moment, she told herself in her heart that she must control her mouth in the future. It is so true that trouble comes from the mouth. "Get your clothes ready." Feng Beichen closed his eyes slightly. He thought to himself that there was still so much work to do and so many people to deal with. How could he let down his guard? That's great. If that's the case, then today will be a peaceful start again. Yes. Zhongjin responded immediately, and then asked in a low voice, "Do you want me to heat up the water first?" Anyway, his job is to take care of personal affairs, to put it bluntly, to take care of his life and be as attentive and considerate as possible. Yeah. Feng Beichen responded lightly. Zhongjin took action immediately and went to his bedroom. He turned on the shower water first, then quickly prepared bath towels, bathrobes and other things. After he went in, he began to match his clothes. These were all clothes she selected herself, so of course she was very adept at matching them together. When Feng Beichen came out of the shower in no time, she had already prepared her clothes. She had taken care of him and helped him change clothes once, so she was naturally much more skilled this time. She also knew his routine and was not so embarrassed. But when Feng Beichen was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and asked her, "You adopted the child, so don't you need to take care of him now? A child who is over 2 weeks old needs constant care the most. No matter what kind of mother she is still a mother after all. She should take care of the child, right? He is in nursery school now and I only pick him up once a week. If something urgent happens, I can just leave him with the teacher." Zhongjin had never prepared to answer these questions, so he could only answer them truthfully. She is not someone who can lie, so she always feels as if a string is stretched tight in her heart when it comes to protecting the secret of little Zhang Qianyu. So that's how it is. A 2-year-old child can be so well behaved. He actually wants to let him spend some time with his twin boy and girl so that he can compare them and find the differences. He always felt that Lu Jing was too doting on the twins, and that they should be taught to develop independence from an early age, and of course also pay attention to the shaping of their characters. The education of children is a particularly complex issue and cannot be explained clearly in just a few words. Oh. Feng Beichen responded and walked out. What does this mean? Zhongjin was completely confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. Watching Feng Beichen go to work, Zhongjin was thinking about what she should do in the future while working. She had to keep the matter of the child strictly confidential. Oh, by the way, wasn't Feng Beichen supposed to go on another blind date last night? I wonder how it went. Will he soon have a boss wife? As Zhongjin thought about it, she actually laughed out loud. Life is actually very interesting if you think positively. Although she is a little inferior in all aspects, she can work beside a man like Feng Beichen, which makes anchors like Xian Ainen particularly envious and jealous. At that moment, she was particularly curious about who Feng Beichen had a blind date with last night. Since it was introduced by Mrs. Feng, Lu Jing, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Her status and position should be higher than Xian Ainen's. Well, it feels great to be envied and hated by the women at the top of the pyramid. When seeing her walking down in a good mood, housekeeper Lin Chi could hardly believe it. He thought to himself that it seemed that Secretary Zhang held a special position in Feng Beichen's heart. He was a person who was particularly good at observing people's words and expressions, so of course Feng Beichen didn't need to give any more instructions, and he quickly arranged the car and everything. Talking to smart people saves time and effort, and getting along with people with flexible temperaments and personalities is also an extremely comfortable thing. It was exactly 11 o'clock when Zhongjin returned to the company. On the way, she looked at Feng Beichen's schedule and found that he had no plans to go out today, so she ordered dinner for her. As soon as he entered the office, Zhongjin tiptoed to Feng Beichen's desk and asked softly, "Boss Feng, what do you want to order for lunch? Western or Chinese?" "Pot rice." Feng Beichen said simply and clearly without even raising his head. In fact, he didn't have too many requirements for food. As long as it was not too greasy, tasted nice, and had a balanced nutritional balance, it would be fine. But he didn't have time to talk to her more now, so he would explain things slowly. "Okay." Zhongjin responded, then quickly went back to the side and found a seat prepared nearby. Needless to say, this was probably prepared for her. Just after she finished the call, Feng Beichen's phone rang. He waved, motioning her to go over and answer it. It was clearly agreed that she would only handle personal matters, so why did she have to answer the company's call now? However, since it was the boss's order, she had to do it. She walked over and picked up the phone, but before she could say anything, a coquettish voice came over, "Boss Feng, I'm downstairs." "Oh my god, the sugar content is really amazing and makes people feel greasy. Looking for you," Zhongjin said with lip language. She couldn't stand such a voice. Perhaps only men could bear it. Feng Beichen knew who was calling immediately, so he just pressed the speakerphone and said calmly, "Come up." The sweet voice immediately said to the front desk, "Yes, is everything okay now?" Needless to say, she made this call because the front desk clerk stopped her from coming up. Feng Beichen frowned, then said coldly, "Go and pick her up." "That's right. Even if we agree to let her come up, she can't come up without the elevator card. Someone has to go and pick her up." Zhongjin answered yes, then took the elevator card and went out. Chapter 35. Not a lady. But when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Mr. Phone, what is the name of this lady? Is she the one you went on a blind date with last night? It would be easier to deal with the other person if he knew his background, right? Yes, Jiang Yinyu. Feng Beichen said coldly, his brows slightly furrowed, obviously blaming her for being nagging. Seeing Feng Beichen's expression, Zhongjin didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly left. However, she was surprised when she heard Jiang Yinyu's name. She is a famous person, both a socialite and a big star. She is said to be a male idol harvester. Perhaps only someone like this is worthy of a male god like Feng Beichen. Oh my god, he actually went on a blind date with such a woman last night. Fortunately, she didn't go, otherwise she would have been crushed. Thinking about taking care of the child, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. As long as she could have a job, it would be fine. Although she didn't know what would happen in the future, she believed that life would definitely get better and better. As soon as Zhongjin walked out of the elevator, a woman in bright clothes and with an elegant face stood at the elevator door. Are you here to pick me up? She opened her red lips and stared at her straight, looking very condescending. This woman was none other than Jiang Yinyu. I had only seen her in magazines and on TV before, but now I finally saw her in person. She had a really good temperament, especially the queen-like aura in her every move, which made people admire her. Hello, Miss Jiang, President Feng asked me to pick you up. Zhongjin tried to keep his voice as flat as possible and spoke politely, treating her like a distinguished guest. Jiang Yinyu smiled faintly, let's go. She had condescended to come here, what else did he want? This was also giving him and their Feng family enough face. Following Jiang Yinyu, Zhongjin really felt like an ugly duckling. She even felt a little depressed. What else could she expect in her life? Maybe this is fate. But the work still needs to be done well, which is her greatest support at the moment. She originally planned to take Jiang Yinyu to the reception room on the side, but she said firmly, I will go directly to Feng Gong's office. Then she left Zhongjin aside and walked directly to the office with the word President written on it. There was no other way, Zhongjin had to walk forward quickly, thinking that it would be a good idea to inform Feng Beichen first. She knocked on the door before walking in. Jiang Yinyu flashed in and said, Mr. Feng, you're so busy, so I came to see you. Aunt Jing said that you like curry prawns the most, so I brought them to you. As she spoke, she raised the thermos box in her hand. It turned out that she had delivered it to the door and even brought food. And judging from the way she addressed him, she must have a special relationship with Feng Beichen's mother, Lu Jing. Of course, her background destined her to have many unique resources, which was an advantage that others could not match. Whatever she wanted to do, she only needed to wave her hand and someone would send her all kinds of resources. Thank you for your concern, Miss Jiang. My girlfriend has ordered Chinese food through me. Feng Beichen said calmly, moving his eyes away from the computer, and then suddenly emphasized his tone and said in a particularly low voice, Xiaojin, where should the guests be taken? Don't you know? The atmosphere in the office suddenly became awkward. Jiang Yuyo, who was walking briskly forward, couldn't help but stop. The smile on her originally smiling face gradually froze. Zhongjin felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She had clearly not said anything just now, and she couldn't stop the person in front of her. Now that Feng Beichen had spoken in front of the guests, she quickly stopped Jiang Yinyu and said awkwardly, Miss Jiang, please come with me. What the hell? When had Jiang Yinyu ever been so angry? No matter how big a boss was, he would be courteous to her. Why did he want to show off in front of her today? Then let him learn a lesson. Jiang Yinyu pushed Zhongjin aside, strode to Feng Beichen's desk, slammed the incubator in front of him, and said sarcastically with a half smile on her face, Mr. Feng is so arrogant. Can you please repeat what you just said? Originally I thought she was a very ladylike person, but who would have thought she was so hot-tempered? Zhongjin was a little scared and stood there in a daze, unable to react. Feng Beichen is really something. What kind of woman does he want? Xian Anan is not worthy of him, but this one, with her family background and fame, should be equally matched, right? But why is his attitude worse than that towards anyone else? Oh, Miss Jiang's temper is really the same as what is said in private, but good things are naturally not said twice. Besides, we just met last night, and she came to deliver lunch today. Will it cause others to spread gossip? Feng Beichen said with some sarcasm, and the anger caused by his anger just now disappeared in an instant. It's really strange, what kind of person is this? How could he have such a weird temper? Jiang Shuayu looked at Feng Beichen in front of him coldly, but he made up his mind in his heart that he must have a good fight with him. There are many beautiful faces in this world, but there are really not many interesting souls. If you meet one, you must naturally learn from him. I didn't expect President Feng to be this kind of person. Just because of someone's gossip, he actually lied that he had a girlfriend. After all, we are old acquaintances. Jiang Yinyu snorted as he spoke. Although the two of them had a blind date last night, they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. They have been going to school together since elementary school and their families have a good relationship. Last night it was just that the parents of both sides wanted to help them break that layer of window paper again. But for Feng Beichen, love doesn't last long. Some people fall in love at first sight, while some people cannot be touched even after 10,000 glances. When it comes to feelings, he really can't compromise. I think Miss Jiang has misunderstood. I went there last night just to handle the errand. This girl is my real girlfriend. Feng Beichen said lightly, and while turning off his computer screen, he pointed at Zhang. When people are in the business world, they often have to be vigilant. Over time, this becomes a natural thing. Feng Beichen glanced at Zhang, who was standing aside, and the meaning was clear: she had to deal with such a situation. But, countless images flashed through Zhang's mind, but he really had no clue. What should she do in front of such a high and mighty goddess like Jiang Yinyu? But seeing the look in Feng Beichen's eyes, she knew that if she didn't take action, it would not work. Oh! Jiang Yinyu's eyes turned to Zhang like an arrow, looking at her repeatedly, and then laughed. Boss Feng, such a woman, har, is it fun to make such a joke? Chapter 36, gladly accepted the challenge. Zhang felt a surge of dissatisfaction in her heart. As a woman, why should she be looked down upon by others? She turned around and walked to Feng Beichen, snuggling in his arms, and said with a sweet smile, "Brother Chen, hasn't this woman always been a lady? But this is too fierce, isn't it? She won't treat this place as a film set to play a cross-dressing role, right?" She was just chatting with Feng Beichen as usual, naturally and intimately. How is this possible? How could Feng Beichen's vision be so bad? Jiang Yinyu couldn't believe her eyes. She was sure that they were acting, but the woman in front of her said that she was acting. She felt inexplicably unhappy. Har, where does this person come from? Mr. Feng should introduce her, right? Jiang Yinyu realized then that he still didn't know the name of the woman in front of him. If he wanted to talk to her, he couldn't just use the word feed, right? I'll do it myself. Zhang thought. Since there was no place to hide, he might as well step forward. Zhang is Brother Chen's girlfriend and personal secretary. She stared at Jiang Yinyu in front of her with her lively eyes, without a trace of fear, but she deeply repented in her heart. Gods and goddesses, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie, I was forced to do it for work. Feng Beichen stretched out his long arms, gently embraced her slender waist, and sat there straight, as if he was going to watch some good show. Looking at the ambiguous actions between the two of them, coupled with Zhang's somewhat unscrupulous words, Jiang Yinyu felt angry and humiliated at the same time. When had she ever been treated like this? Her expression turned particularly ugly, but she tried to save face by saying, "Oh, when did President Feng start liking office romances?" As soon as Jiang Yinyu's voice fell, Zhang immediately responded, "Miss Jiang, it's really awkward to hear you calling me President Feng all the time. You two must be so unfamiliar with each other that you even come to deliver food to Brother Chen." Although she tried her best to speak naturally, the sarcasm in her words was enough to make people angry. But in fact, Jiang Yinyu had to admit that in terms of her relationship with Feng Beichen, she was really much further away than Zhang. No matter how warm her heart was for him, she could not warm his cold heart. She used to think that he refused to find a girlfriend because of Anran, the vegetative patient. But now he has found such a nobody. She really can't understand it. Feng Beichen looked at Zhang in his arms lovingly. This woman is not bad. She can hold on at the critical moment. She has even made Jiang Yinyu angry, but she still looks calm and composed. Jiang Yinyu suddenly laughed and said coldly, "Boss Feng, Aunt Jing said Xiaozuan and Xiaye want me to go over and play with them this weekend. If being direct doesn't work, then take a roundabout way and bring up Lu Jing and his family. She probably has no idea who they are, or is completely unable to handle it, right? Zhang Jin only knew that Lu Jing was Feng Beichen's mother and an extremely powerful woman, but who were Xiao Zun and Xiao Yu? Not only did she have no idea, but they weren't talking to her, so how could she respond? It really tested one's emotional intelligence. But how can one improve emotional intelligence? Besides, even if one wants to learn it now, it is too late. Feng Beichen just stared at Zhang Jin lovingly, without saying a word. Since she had to take over the conversation, he could only learn from this woman and change the subject directly. This is the office, Miss Jiang, I will take you to the reception room. I will talk to you as soon as Brother Chen finishes his work. I have to say that Zhang Jin's plan was quite good. She just wanted to say that it was a business matter. Of course, if it was not a business matter, it could be handled by her personal secretary. How could this be Feng Beichen's intention? But he was right beside him, but he didn't say a word. Jiang Yingyu had no choice but to be more direct and ask, Boss Feng, do you want Aunt Jing to say it in person? How could the Jiang family, Feng family, and Lu family allow him to bully her like this? Although it is said that love cannot be forced, how many marriages among wealthy families are not arranged for various purposes? Feng Beichen knew that he couldn't do it all at once, but he also had to let her know the difficulties, so he glanced at Zhang Jin, raised his eyebrows, and said with some certainty, let's accompany Miss Jiang to the reception room to have a chat. Okay, Brother Chen, it's almost noon, so I ordered 2 meals. Fortunately, Miss Jiang brought her own food, so let's have lunch together. Zhang Jin said mischievously. At this moment, she tried hard to put aside all the humility in her heart, and tried to go back to the time before the accident at home, when she was so innocent, lively and smart. Just as Zhang Jin finished her words, the phone on her desk rang, so she said, it should be the lunch delivery. I'll go answer it. As she walked out, Feng Beichen also walked out and said gentlemanly, please come in, Miss Jiang. It was really too much. But what to do? She had to stay here, to save some face for herself, and to find out what was going on between them. She couldn't believe he would find such a woman. Mr. Feng, please. Jiang Yingyu said happily, and then followed his footsteps out. As soon as he went out, he ran into Zhang Junyan and other secretaries. They were all busy greeting Feng Beichen. Of course, they recognized Jiang Yingyu in an instant, stared at her in surprise, and asked seriously, can I take a photo with you? Jiang Yingyu turned around and asked Feng Beichen tenderly, can I take a photo with them? Her feeling of being dependent on others made the young secretaries look at her sideways and let out sounds. These women are really crazy about women. Feng Beichen said coldly, you decide for yourself. Although it is not a large public place, there are several secretaries here, so you still have to pay attention to your image and not be too disrespectful to her. Zhang Junyan walked straight to the side. Feng Beichen had a lot of bad peach blossoms, but even if there were a lot, what could he do? Who would be the winner in the end was up to everyone. For President Feng's sake, I'll take a photo with you today. But hurry up, I'm in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just wait for President Feng to give the order. Jiang Yingyu said lightly, and walked up to them with a star-like aura. However, in front of their big boss, no matter how much the secretaries chased after stars, how could they dare to go too far? A group photo is really a group photo, and it can be done in 3 steps. Chapter 37 Causing Others Misunderstanding. When Zhang Jin answered the phone and came out to get lunch, Jiang Yingyu had just taken a photo with the secretaries and was about to leave. As she passed by her, she said lightly and slightly sarcastically, Miss Jiang, please sit down for a while. I'll go get the food. You can watch me and Brother Chen eat together later. Yeah, okay. Jiang Yingyu agreed cheerfully, as if both of them were particularly happy. Zhang Jin walked to the special elevator on the side. Although the secretaries did not look at her, they were already making faces behind her back. They said they couldn't stand the way she addressed Feng Beichen, and concluded that she must have an ambiguous relationship with Feng Beichen. Damn it. After entering the elevator, Zhang Jin pinched his arm in annoyance. What was going on? How could he say such a thing to Brother Chen? It seemed that he had to find a way to change his image in front of the secretary, otherwise he would be pointed at and criticized every day. But the scene of her interaction with Feng Beichen just now appeared in her mind. His warm big hands and the strong ambiguous embrace were really infatuated. She was truly satisfied just being held like that. When we got downstairs, a few secrets just came out of the elevator, and a few words floated over. Brother Chen, how corny. Alas, from now on, Mr. Feng has one more mistress on his list of women. The word mistress deeply hurt Zhongjin's heart. Will she have to live with such saliva in the future? She rushed forward and shouted at them, why are you talking nonsense instead of working hard? What do you know? You don't have any manners at all. Several secretaries were frightened by her aura. Moreover, since Feng Beichen was mentioned this time, they were already feeling insecure. So they just kept silent on the surface and walked towards the restaurant next door awkwardly. But at this moment, Zhongjin was feeling angry and sad, but he didn't know how to vent. Carrying lunch back to the top floor, she looked back at the office before heading into the reception room. Before anyone even entered the door, she said in a clear and sweet voice, Brother Chen, lunch is here. The words sounded so natural that Feng Beichen couldn't help but snort in his heart. It seemed that this woman had her own ideas. She was either really fond of him or she was very good at acting. That's right, she used to be a student at the Academy of Performing Arts, so of course she should know some things about acting, and she should also have some understanding of the human mind. Jiang Yingyu had already opened the food she brought and was standing very close to Feng Beichen, promoting the delicacies she brought. Isn't it said that beauty is a universal pass? As long as you are beautiful enough, everything will have a good start. But why is Jiang Yingyu so stubborn in front of Feng Beichen? Oh, fast food, Mr. Feng, you really shouldn't eat this. Jiang Yingyu said somewhat recklessly, how about I change it for you? Anyway, it's okay for me to eat fast food occasionally. Feng Beichen didn't say anything and just signaled Zhongjin with his eyes to deal with the problem quickly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat well. There was no other way. Zhongjin had to bite the bullet and put down the lunchbox while saying, Miss Jiang, see how estranged the relationship between you and Brother Chen is. This is his favorite food, and it's not junk food, it's a special love meal he made for her. Of course, just saying this was not enough to make her leave. Zhongjin glanced at Feng Beichen again, and then slowly said, Miss Jiang, when Brother Chen is eating, he doesn't like irrelevant people staring at him, so please come with me and let Brother Chen eat his buns quietly, okay? This was simply coaxing her directly. She could no longer hold back her expression and said indignantly, okay, I'm leaving. Feng Beichen, don't regret it. From the time she entered Qingxing Company till now, how could she have been respected by anyone? Did they really think she was so easy to bully? She came here not because she was too humble, but because both parents suggested that she do so. The reason why she came here and was willing to fight with Zhongjin was not because she was easy to bully. It was just that she had always gotten whatever she wanted, so she felt that this was too incredible. She was defeated by a completely unknown girl. She really couldn't say such a thing, let alone imagine such a thing happening. Send Miss Jiang off. Feng Beichen said coldly at the right time. The one who could threaten him had not yet been born. He was a typical person who would only respond to soft tactics and not to hard ones. There was nothing wrong at first, but the last sentence made him feel an irreconcilable disgust towards her. Okay, Brother Chen. Zhongjin felt as if she had been granted amnesty. As long as she sent this woman away, she would feel much more relaxed. She would not think about anything else. As for what the consequences would be after Jiang Yingyu left, how could she control that? Of course, Zhongjin didn't care. Feng Beichen would be responsible for the consequences anyway, so she just had to do the task at hand well. Miss Jiang, I'll see you off. Zhongjin said politely, but she was still quite nervous. Looking at her pale face, she was a little worried. What if she was too angry and took it out on her? Wouldn't that be terrible? But the previous things, whether true or false, have already been done. What else can be done? I can only bite the bullet and continue to do it. Jiang Yingyu stopped pretending to be nice. After all, it was already time to get off work. Besides, what they said had already made her feel a little overwhelmed. A woman still had to live with some sense of loyalty. Then please take me there. Jiang Yingyu said lightly. She knew that if no one took her there, she would have to take the public elevator and bump into many people. She didn't want that to happen. After all, her fans were everywhere, and now was the age of universal entertainment. Whether celebrities go out or do anything, they have to be extremely careful. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what she was here for. If the pictures were posted online, people would probably say anything. One must pay attention to one's image, let alone things that are not necessary to care about, so she naturally cannot destroy her image. Please take care. After entering the elevator, Zhang swiped his card and prepared to leave. What does that mean? This woman is so powerful? Can't I just send her downstairs? Wait, Secretary Zhang, don't you think you should at least send me downstairs? Do you want everyone to know that Feng Beichen is so unreasonable? Jiang Yingyu directly brought the conversation to Feng Beichen. Only in this way could she force him to send her downstairs.